If you're watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's the heart shape with a $sign in it right below the video. Let's get it.
Spacey got the sauce on.
With your boy Freezing. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezing. No captivity. It is.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Shout out to everybody that's here already. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to the early No Cap crew. I appreciate y'all. And y'all already know we be. Y'all already know how we be. I wanted to talk about something tonight that I felt like really needed to be talked about.
Shit, what you want me to prove? Spacey got the sauce on.
Thank you to everybody that has hit the like button so far. I appreciate you. Florida is on severe hurricane watch. Y'all pray for us down here, but the show must go on. The show must go on, I tell ya. Shout out to the 10 people that hit the like button so far.
Spacey got the sauce on.
May God bless you in all your endeavors. Every time, I appreciate you. Yes.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Babies getting planted like it ain't nothing. Babies getting planted like it ain't nothing. People having babies like it ain't nothing. Are these relationships real or are they fake? You tell me.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No captivity. Get into it.
You tell me.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove? Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me When you're my cousin and I'll be your friend, I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked into No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're out with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you're out with your boy Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
Of course, some of y'all know by now, well, hopefully most of y'all know that Florida is under severe hurricane watch. I'm not happy about that. But I've been living in Florida practically my whole life. I grew up here. I moved away for a while, but when I came back. Of course, you guys know, a lot of you know my story. I took care of my mom for a while. Hurricane is a big part of Florida. I've always experienced hurricanes in Florida. And they do a lot of damage. They do a lot of damage to your house. You be without power and lights for weeks sometimes. It's not a good feeling. It's not a pleasurable feeling, to say the least. So y'all pray for us, because this particular hurricane, right? We just got over one. We just got over Hurricane Helene. It was kind of headed towards us first, and then it kind of shifted. So we had got a lot of strong winds and strong tropical storms by the grace of God. But it looks like this one here, Hurricane Milton, is coming straight for us. I live in the heart of Florida. I live in the heart of Florida, and that's where the hurricane is coming through. It's coming through the heart of Florida, you know. What do you want me to do? So it's not going to be fun, just to say the least. And I'm making light of it, because even with Hurricane Helene, we had some fatalities. Families experienced fatalities even with Hurricane Helene. Now with Hurricane Milton, it's supposed to be even worse. So you guys can imagine what we're up against, right? But I got my praying hands up. Hoping that the hurricane loses its strength before it even travels these next 700 miles to the shores of Pinellas County, Florida. That's what I'm hoping. But on another note, right? On another serious note, I want to talk about, do people just be having babies? How long has this been going on? Has this been going on since your great-grandparents and your grandparents and your parents? Or is this just a thing that just happened within the last 25 years? And I want to talk about the women too. Do the women see it? Do y'all actually see this type of stuff coming? And do a lot of women even care if you like the boy? I don't know. Do you care? Y'all know why I'm covering this, because Freezy loved the kids. That's why
No
I'm
Cap-tivity.
covering this, because it's just it's a bit much. It's a bit much, and it has me wondering, it has me thinking, like, I know people like kids, and kids are cute when they're born, right? But is it really for the kids, or is it really for the adults? I don't know. What do you guys think? When the adults have kids, are they just infatuated by the idea that these kids are cute and it's going to be theirs and it's someone that they can call theirs? Or is it another reason? We're going to get into the other reason. We're going to talk about the other reason. We're going to talk about why people really get each other knocked up. Oh, yeah.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the real reason why y'all be knocking each other up. Why y'all be sticking the sticks in there and the water together and getting each other pregnant and conceiving in the evening. But before we do that, thank you to the 16 people that hit the like button. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you to the 16 people that hit the like button so far. May God bless you in all your endeavors. And also, if you would like your comments read and highlighted, I'm going to say it one more time later on. If you like your comments read and highlighted, especially if you guys support stories of this magnitude and this platform, you could always leave a super cap, aka super chat. Thank you. I feel the power. I think I seen a super chat in the chat. And I see you, Dr. Frizzle Frost, man. Thank y'all, man. Especially in these times with the hurricane. Thank you. We need all the help we can get. Trust and believe. You can either leave a super cap, aka super chat, or you can leave a cash cap, aka cash app, to $Freezy, $no cap Freezy. That's $no cap Freezy. I'm so used to the other. I was about to say $Freezy 1976. I missed that other cash cap, man. No, it's $no cap Freezy. We gonna get used to that, cause you know what? We ain't got no job.
We're here for the third.
We ain't got no job. And y'all know what time it is. It's time to go ahead and see who all up in the house. Who done all came through the door. Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313 the Great in the building. He said, what up, though, Freezy? And chat, smash that like button. Thank you for always being with your boy, Emperor. And make sure y'all subscribe to Emperor's gaming channel every time. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom. Shout out to Elijah One in the building. He said, what up, Freezy? Just chilling, dog. Pray for me. Pray for your boy. Salute to Elijah One in the
No
building. Shalom.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Dr. Frizzle Frost in the building. What's going on, Dr. Frizzle Frost? He said, what it do, Freezy? And the No Cap crew. Hope everyone has a blessed day. Hey, we're going to have a real conversation tonight. We're going to talk about y'all having babies just to be having. We're going to talk about how y'all think it's in style to have babies and stuff. Oh, yeah. Shalom to Dr. Frizzle Frost. Shout out to Why High in the building. Say no captivity with Freezy. Take cover. Hurricane on the way. Ooh, boy, she coming. No, he coming. Milton. Why they always got to name the worst hurricanes that do the most damage black people? Huh?
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom, Wahai. Shout out to Cassandra B in the building. Cassandra say, glad you are going live so you can tell us what's going on there. Oh, yeah. You know I'm going to keep you informed, Cassandra. Thank you. Much love to my sister, Cassandra. Don't y'all love Cassandra? Cassandra is just a sweet soul. If y'all heard Cassandra's voice, it just make you just be like, oh, shout out to Cassandra, man. We love Cassandra.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's see. And yes, my sister Mia, in real life, my real sister, she said, "What up, Freezy?" and no cap. And she also said, "We're in this together, bro." Yes. Because Mia is down here with me. Mia lives just a few kilometers away from me. You know? So yeah. We literally in this together. Yeah, we're gonna be all right, Mia. But see, that's one thing about having family, close family around, because we can look out for each other, right? You're never alone through the dark times when they cut the lights off, huh?
No Cap-tivity.
Love you, Mia. Love you. Shout out to Travel One in the building. Travel One, how you feeling? Travel One say greetings to Freezy and his no captivity chatters is forever taken seriously. Great question, Travel One. Thank you for being here as always. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Scorched Earth. Where you been at, my dog? He say, "What up, Freezy?" I'm just chilling, bro. Salute to Scorched Earth in the building. Thank you for being
No
here.
Cap-tivity.
Oh, Cappuccino the Queen. Cappuccino the Queen. She said, "Always." Thank you. That's home team. Home team to Cappuccino the Queen. I'm going to get Cappuccino up here. Cappuccino, when I put the link in the chat, you need to come up and have a conversation with your boy. Let's just talk about the topic. Today we're going to talk about, do people use babies as a way to forever be a part of someone's life? Oh, yeah.
No Cap-tivity.
That's a long sentence, but guess what? It's long overdue. Y'all like how I did that, don't y'all?
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom to Cappuccino the Queen. Shout out to Big Bad Bull. What's going on, Big Bad Bull? Make sure y'all subscribe to Big Bad Bull's channel and make sure y'all join his Discord too, man. Big Bad Bull said, "Freezy, salute to my big brother Freezy." Shout out to Big Bad Bull,
No
man.
Cap-tivity.
Shalom. And I want to remind you guys to make sure you hit that like button. That's real. That's real.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's get this show on the road, y'all. What do we have here?
Super chat.
Shout out to my dear friend, my brother, Dr. Frizzle Frost, a warrior spirit, for the $5 super cap. He said, "A little something for the emergency lights, bro. Everyone take care and be safe." Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. Thank you for helping us keep the lights on. Thank you for helping us keep the lights on. Literally.
Super chat.
Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313 the Great, my brother from another mother. For the $20 super cap. He is the initial sponsor of tonight's show. He ignited that big light. And he also brought out the sponsorship guy right there. That's the sponsorship guy, $20 or more. This guy, he I don't know where he come from. I don't know where he just be lurking. I don't know. But shout out to Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. He said, "Continued prayers up to you and yours." Thank you, Emperor. I appreciate you, bro.
No
Thank you for helping
Cap-tivity.
us keep the lights on, dog. Emperor is the official sponsor and the initial sponsor of tonight's show. So let's go ahead and add Emperor to the sponsorship board right now. Let's see. There we go. Sponsor of the show, Emperor 313 the Great, $20. Thank you, Emperor. Emperor is the official sponsor right now of tonight's show. To be a co-sponsor or the official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be either $20 or more. Thanks to my dog, Emperor 313 the Great. Let's get it.
No Cap-tivity.
So, I want to talk about people getting pregnant. are babies a serious thing to people? Are babies a serious thing anymore? I always thought children was a serious thing because I once was a child. As I grew up, I understood the seriousness of having a child and how detrimental it is to a child's mental health. What I've observed growing up is that a lot of parents don't even pay attention to children's mental health. Right? A lot of parents don't even pay attention to children's mental health. And when you think about it, that's a shame because children have minds too. Children have mental health problems. And you wouldn't think that children have mental health problems, but they do. I read a stat not too long ago that an alarming amount of kids stated that they go through anxiety issues, severe anxiety issues, depression, severe depression. And these kids are taking psychotropic drugs, diagnosed, prescribed, right? Some of them are taking those same drugs recreationally. But that's still a serious thing though. Freezer, why are you talking about this? I'm talking about this because the negligent actions of people our age or adults, right? I'm gonna just say from 20s to beyond. You would think that, hey, you know, I used to be a kid. This is the whole thing about it. This is the phenomenon that I be trying to wrap my head around. Let me make sure I check the let me make sure I check my cash cap too. Yeah, this is what I be wrapping my head around because I be like, man, we used to be children, right? And I'm pretty sure some of y'all didn't have an easy life as a child. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me put this code in here. 33. There we go. I didn't even check the cash out. Skip that for now. Okay, no cash out right now. I just wanted to check the cash out. But yeah, we used to be kids at one point in time. Shout out to Bolo TV in the building. What's going on, Bolo?
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you for being here, Bolo. It's always great to see you. Always great to see you, man. And pray for us, Bolo. We need you to pray for us. Pray for us down here in Florida so we can make it through this hurricane unscathed. No damages by the grace of God. No fatalities by the grace of God. Thank you, Bolo, for being here. I appreciate you. Make sure y'all subscribe to Bolo TV's channel too, man. Shalom, Bolo. But yeah, so this is just why I wanted to talk about it because here's the latest couple, Halle Bailey and DDG. Now, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. When I seen this couple together, I was really rooting for this couple. They seemed very happy together. And especially when I seen the interaction between the father and the child, and well, all the parents, like Halle, DDG, and the child, because they conceived a child. I just thought that, oh, they gonna make it. This is gonna be one so-called celebrity couple that's gonna make it because they just look so healthy. They look so good together. They look like they was gonna make it work, like they was strong, like they had a strong, unified family, right? But so did Corey Hardrick and the twin, Tia Mowry, right? So did Corey Hardrick and Tia Mowry. They look healthy. Corey Hardrick, can't nobody tell me Corey Hardrick and Tia Mowry didn't look healthy together. They look, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I thought Tia Mowry, you know, she was one of the girls off Sister. I thought Tia Mowry was wholesome. Corey Hardrick showed no signs of being a deadbeat dad. He was always good with his kids. I was rooting for them. I'm gonna tell y'all something. When certain people don't work out, I get very disappointed. I'm like, damn, for real? You know? And I know some of y'all got kids. So some of y'all can identify with the things that are going to be said during this live stream because it could be a sensitive topic, right? Some of y'all that are not with your baby's father or your baby moms anymore, some of y'all was in love. Some of y'all really wanted it to work out. And we know what most people say, how the breakup end. The usual cliche is the man cheated, the woman got tired, she couldn't take it no more. So she packed up her and her baby stuff and got the hell out of Dodge. We know that's
here for the thug.
That's usually what how the story is described or painted. I ain't gonna say that's how the story go, but that's usually what people say. But shout out to my friend Kia in the building. What's going on, Kia? Thank you, Kia, for the $10 super cap. Thank you. And Kia she's down here with us too. She's home team, Florida native. Make sure y'all keep us in your prayer. And I keep you in my prayer, Kia. Shout out to Kia in the building. Thank you for helping me keep the lights on. Thank you for helping us keep the lights on, Kia. I appreciate that. Shout out to Kia, man. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Kia real as hell. Kia Kia real, huh? Mia said he reminds me of Keith Lee. You talking about DDG? A little bit. Yeah, they could go for cousins. They could go for relatives. I see what you're talking about. Yeah. But I just don't see how y'all do it. I really don't see it. When you meet somebody, right? And you get to know somebody, do you ever say to yourself, hey, if I like this person enough, we might have sex? And then if we have sex, there might be a possibility that we might have a child. Can I trust this person that I might have sex with? To stay together with me to the end of time with this child, we can be a happy family and this child can be grow up in a healthy environment. Now I know that hindsight is 20/20. Okay. And I'm not judging nobody because ain't nobody perfect. But when I seen this situation with DDG, there was a lot to break down. Psychologically, emotionally, mentally, right? This behavior that I'm noticing, that I noticed through these two, it has been reciprocated years and years and years over. And the people that suffer the most, I tell y'all this all the time, are the kids. Now, every now and then, depending on who has the majority custody of the kids, or if you got joint custody, right? Every now and then, one of the parents will find somebody else that will stand in the gap and somewhat fill the void as a parent. Some of you know these parents as step parents, right? But you know, if the parent is influential enough and caring enough and loving enough, I really don't like to use that step moniker, right? I just don't like. I don't know. But that's just me, because some of these parents, a lot of these so-called step parents, they're more involved with the child and have more of a connection and rapport with the child than the biological parent. That's not all the time, not all the case, but sometimes it just be like that, right? And I take that serious because I really got love for the kids. Like when I was growing up, man, you know, I had a hard time. Yeah, I don't know what I did with my damn chopstick. So I got this Vaseline, y'all. I don't know what I did with my damn chopstick. Somebody stole my damn chopstick. If you stole my chopstick, you nasty as hell. I can tell you that right now. You is nasty as hell if you stole my damn chopstick. Shout out to Tip, Miss Sophia in the building. Thank you.
No Cap-tivity.
And no, we're not red pill, Tip. I don't know who told you. I don't know. But you'll find out. Thank you for being here. But yeah, I mean, but here's the thing though. We know when people like each other and they like the way each other look and they're attracted to one another. Cause let's just go through, let's just be honest with you. Let's just be honest. When people like each other and they attracted to one another and they meet each other and they see each other for the first time, right? The hormones get to flowing, and then you want to know each other's name. You want to exchange numbers. That's if you really like each other, especially if the woman like you, right? She ain't gonna give you no fake number. She got the googly eyes, and then he got the butterflies, right? And y'all exchange numbers, whether it's at the club or at somebody's reception. That's the worst. Oh, I'm gonna tell you, that wedding reception, that will really fool y'all because y'all think y'all next. Y'all think y'all next because y'all met each other at a wedding reception and, you know, the groom and the bride got married and then y'all done locked eyes with one another in the auditorium or the banquet hall. You know how it go. And don't let you be a damn, what is it called? A groomsman and she be a bridesmaid. Oh man, y'all think y'all getting married. Huh? Really, y'all just hot for each other, and initially y'all just want to have sex. Y'all just want to slurp each other up and do all that nasty stuff that y'all do. I know you be doing it. I know y'all be slurping each other up. I know you do.
No Cap-tivity.
But before all that happened, do people say to themselves, man, a kid might come out of this situation. A child might get created out of this situation. Ever since I heard that Whitney Houston song when I was younger, I took it serious. Y'all know what it is? I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. To make it easier. I'm the children laughter. Laugh, laugh. Children are supposed to laugh. To remind us how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. I decided. Okay, that's it.
No Cap-tivity.
That's how it's supposed to be. Right? And so when people get together, I do think if you really envisioned yourself as a baby mama, before y'all, this is what I want the women to do. Before y'all have sex any longer, going further ahead, before y'all have sex, envision yourself with another child if you ain't got one already. Envision yourself with another child if you got one already. Or if you don't got one, a child. Envision yourself with another child or your first child with a bonnet on your head. This for the ladies. This with a bonnet on your head and the child crying like this here. I'm talking about that ugly cry. And you just at the dinner table in the dining room just crying because you're tired. And you don't know where your baby daddy at. Think of that. Think of that. Think about when y'all get big and swole and you don't know if this man really gonna like you after that, like he first liked you when you was in them stilettos. Picture that. Have y'all thought about, do y'all think about stuff like this before y'all let the man stick it in? Huh? And possibly make twins? Do y'all think about stuff like, your stomach be this big and your face done bloated up and everything, and all you're eating is chocolate, and your man, when he first seen you, when he first met you, he was like, what's up? What's going on now? Yeah. All right. Then when you got pregnant and your stomach got big and you're eating Cocoa Puffs, he go to staring at you like this here. Y'all know that look. Some of y'all know that look. He don't look at you the same no more. But I'm telling you right now, if he don't look at you the same after you get pregnant, you know what it was. It's several reasons that we're going to talk about tonight. That we're going to lay on out on the table that y'all ain't want to talk about before this, but y'all going to talk about it tonight. And fellas, we going to talk about y'all too. Don't worry about that.
No Cap-tivity.
Before you stick it in, I want y'all to envision this right here. Is she gonna be the same? Is she gonna be the same thoughtful, considerate woman that she was when you first met her, when you first took her to Red Lobster? And then when you opened the door for her, she said, thank you. And she was smiling at the dinner table because y'all was at Endless Shrimp. And then on the way home, y'all might have stopped at the park and she told you, and she told you about things in her life that, you know, she probably ain't never told nobody, and she confided in you. And she trusted you and she communicated in a healthy manner. And everything was all good. And you felt like you could trust this woman because you could talk to her. And her voice was soft. And she talked it like this. Yeah. Yeah. Stop it. Yeah, I like you too. But then one night, y'all was together. Y'all got a room. At Motel 6. And you broke out the baby oil with ketamine in it. No, I'm just playing. I'm just joking, y'all. Not about the baby oil. And y'all start rubbing each other down. And you got freaky. And she went to moaning and stuff. And it was good. It was good to you, dog. It was real good. It was so good. And you felt like this was the best night of your life. You felt like it was fireworks. And when you looked in her eyes, you told her you loved her for the first time. And she told you, I love you too. I love you back. And then she called you. And you said, what going on, baby? And she said those 4 magic words. What them 4 magic words is? Somebody put it in the chat. Put it in the chat if y'all know it. If anybody know what they always say, what women always say that make men say, oh shit, damn. What them 4 magic words is? Let me see if y'all can guess what them 4 magic words are. When she call you and her voice ain't jipper like it usually is. It ain't uplifting. It ain't soft and uplifting no more. What them 4 magic words is? I'm gonna tell y'all what it is. Hello? What going on, baby? We need to talk. Them 4 words done changed dude's life forever. Those 4 words, when a guy hit them 4 words, his life flashed before his eyes because he already know what you finna say. Because he shot off in you. He know he did. He know he did. Or maybe he didn't think he did. Maybe, y'all was using protection and things happen. And then she conceived and she get pregnant and she gets big. And then that sweet tone, that sweet voice, all that patience and stuff, it goes out the window. And now she don't even want to hear your voice. She say, don't talk to me. Bitch, don't talk to me. You ain't the one carrying this child. You ain't the one got to deal with this shit. She cussing and everything. And then you like, I'm just trying to see what's wrong. I'm just trying to see about you. I'm just trying to see about you. I don't need you to see about me. Leave me alone. And then you start seeing demons. Was you really ready for it? And then after a while, after she had a child, she said, I think we need to co-parent. I don't think this gonna work out. I don't think this gonna work out. What you mean? But in her mind, she like, I got my child. I got my little girl. I got my baby boy. It's some women do it like that. I got my baby boy. I got my baby girl. I've been wanting a baby since my mama bought me a baby doll set when I was 5 years old. I'm just trying to give y'all both sides of the scenario, both sides of the game, right? I think some more people done came off in the building, man. Shout out to El Cheapo in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, El Cheapo? Make sure y'all subscribe. Shout out to my nephew, Trey in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Trey? How you feeling, man? Shout out to DDG. What's going on, DDG?
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you for being here, DDG. I appreciate y'all. Make sure, when y'all see new people, make sure y'all welcome the new people in the building, man. Make sure y'all welcome all of the new people in the building, man. Appreciate you, Big Bad Bull. Big Bad Bull does a great job at putting the Discord in the chat. If you haven't joined our Discord, make sure you join our Discord. Our Discord be off the heezy. We have magnificent conversations, wonderful conversation. And it don't just be me talking. We all chime in. It might be 20 of us in the same voice chat room, just in case y'all don't know how Discord works, right? Shout out to Al. What's going on, Al?
No Cap-tivity.
Another Florida native, man. Y'all keep us in y'all prayers. Shout out to Al, man. Appreciate you being here, Al. Thank you, bro. So it could work both ways. People meet each other, and a lot of times it does not end up, or it don't feel the same as it did initially from your acquaintance, your initial acquaintance when you first started liking each other, right? Don't it happen like that a lot? Don't it happen like that a lot? Don't it happen like, hold on, let me get my generic vitamin water. Don't it happen like that a lot? Like when y'all meet each other, have y'all went through that before? And I guarantee you at least 90%, 80% of y'all done had this experience that I just described here on this platform, No Cap-tivity.
No Cap-tivity.
I know y'all have. But the reason why y'all don't have these type of conversations because you don't want to admit that, yeah, I was young and dumb. And I just did some foolish stuff. I was living foolish. My mama tried to tell me, my daddy, my big brothers and all of them, they tried to tell me, but you was googly-eyed. That's just usually how it go, right? I want to talk about this couple right here. I got a couple of videos that I'm going to show, right? I got a couple of videos I'm going to show. Now, we first found out about this couple. This couple was very positive, should I say. This couple was very positive. We used to see DDG, and just in case some of y'all are not familiar with DDG and Halle Bailey. Just in case some of y'all aren't familiar with their relationship, when we seen them together, and the ladies tell me, the ladies know, the ladies of the No Cap crew, when we seen them together, we just thought that they were such a lovely couple, right? As a matter of fact, let me see if I can find a video of DDG playing with his baby. Playing with baby. Let me see if I can find something. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna pull this up right here. I'm gonna just show y'all an example of what I'm talking about. This video that I'm about to show y'all is just one example of many that we used to see and why we used to root for these people, right? Here we go. Look at this right here, y'all. See that? This is DDG. This is DDG with his child. When I used to see these videos, I used to be like, this dude is real, man. Look at this shit.
And another thing y'all keep saying is Halo's irritated. He's annoyed. Halo don't got a choice. What you mean? Are you annoyed? Tell me if you're annoyed. Exactly, he's chilling.
He was always playing with his son. They got a son, right? I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to make it seem like I told y'all a lie, like I don't really watch them like that. But you know, when I be watching Instagram or I be on TikTok, I run across this couple a lot. And he's always playing with his son. I was saying to myself, you know what? For this to be a young guy, I said, this is a good dude, man. DDG is a good dude. He's a good dude, man. When I used to see these videos, y'all don't believe me? Let's keep going. Look. There's endless videos of this guy just with his kid. And then, you know, also all three of them together. Him, Halle, or however you say her name. All three of them together. Right? And I'm not saying that he's not a good father right now. I'm not saying that he's still not a good father. But I'm talking about this is when they was together. My hopes was very high for this couple.
You gotta talk to him, you make friends.
Right? And this is what you want to see in a father. This is what you want to see. You want to see a father very involved early on and later on too. You want to see a father involved. You know, a lot of times the reason why this is significant is because when fathers are strongly involved and you see the father and the mother and the children together, a lot of times, and I know a lot of women are going to disagree with me when I say this, but a lot of times the father serves as the glue. The father serves as the glue to the family, whether y'all like it or not. Because the father is the strength. The father is the protector. The father is the strength. The father is the leader. The father is the glue. The father. So when I used to see him playing with his son, I was like, oh, they gonna make it. They ain't gonna be like Tia Mowry trifling ass. No, they ain't gonna be like Tia Mowry trifling ass. Now, Tia Mowry made me mad. I don't give a damn. I had to pray about that one right there. Because when Tia Mowry left her family, I hated that hoe. I hated that hoe. But that's just how I felt about it then, okay? I was just saying that's what I was calling her back then. Okay, I don't mature, I don't grow it up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. But y'all know I'm gonna keep that shit 100, no cap.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Shiesty Bomb. What's going on, Shiesty Bomb? My sister is here, y'all. She here. She here. Shout out to Shiesty Bomb. Super chat. Twan AC50 in the building for the $10 super cap. Thank you, Twan. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for helping us keep the lights on. I appreciate you. He said, when you are young and of the world, it ain't gonna work. What do y'all think about that? Do you think Twan AC50 is right? When you are young and of the world, it ain't gonna work. Relationships take work. That's a fact, Twan. And I don't think these kids are willing to put the work in. You got to say it like Twan wrote it. Huh? Yet alone know how they look, how that looks.
No Cap-tivity.
Yet alone know how that looks. Shout out to Twan AC50. I appreciate you, bro, for helping us keep the lights on. And that was a great comment. It does take work. It does take work, and it takes, what is it called? What Jesus did when he died for us on the cross. Damn, I got a brain fart, man. What Jesus did when he died for us on the cross. Sacrifice. It takes sacrifice, y'all. Right? So when I seen that, when I seen DDG playing with his child, I was like, man, this dude is a magnificent father. Right? And I seen your comment, Shiesty Bun. Shiesty Bun say, no, the mother is the glue, Freezy. The reason why I say the father is the glue, the father is the ruler. You know that ruler? He's that ruler that you get hit with on the wrist in school. The ruler that the teacher used, they keep all the kids in order and stuff. Remember when the principal used to paddle the kids and fire the teachers? Huh? The principal was the guy that kept order. So when I say the father is the glue, the father is the one that's there to keep order. So when I see a man highly involved with his son, his daughter, and his wife, especially if they married, right? That makes a difference. I said, yeah, this family has more of a chance of being successful. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't any deadbeat husbands and fathers that are actually married to their wives, because there are. And I'm not saying there aren't any deadbeat wives and mothers that are married to their husbands, you know, because there are some sorry ass parents and sorry ass spouses that's married to each other, right? But for the sake of the conversation, y'all know what I'm saying. I'm saying when you see parents together, kids have more of a chance of having a healthy environment than not. I'm not saying a single parent can't furnish a healthy environment as much as possible, as much as they can for the children. I'm not saying that, right? Mother or father. All I'm saying is it's best to have both parents, and both parents have a good head on their shoulders. And hopefully the majority of the audience can agree with me when I say that, right? Hopefully the majority of the audience can agree with me when I say that. I'm not just saying anything. I'm just saying. Hopefully y'all got some goddamn sense and y'all gonna agree with your homeboy. I'm just saying, hopefully, goddamn, man. For real. I ain't got time for y'all bullshit. A hurricane coming. I ain't got time for y'all shit. I'm just playing, man. I'm frustrated, man. I don't know what to do. It's serious though. I'm really trying to laugh to keep from crying, because I know by Wednesday night my light's gonna be off. I'm gonna try to go live Wednesday, but guess what? The hurricane coming, and guess what? My power gonna go out mid live stream. Super chat. Man, shout out to my dog Ron in the building, man. Ron Mac, aka Magnificent Visions. Make sure y'all subscribe to Magnificent Visions, man. He said big glue. That's real. Ron Mac. The father's the big glue, man. Shout out to Ron Mac for helping us keep the lights on in a big way. And guess what? He is a co-sponsor. He's officially a co-sponsor right along with Emperor 313 the Great. Shout out to Ron Matt. Let me go ahead and add Ron Matt to the sponsorship board. I don't mind taking my time writing on this sponsorship board. Let me make sure everything's spelled correctly. Ron Mac, sponsor of the show, Emperor 313 the Great, $20. Ron Mac, $20. There we go. Shout out to Ron Mac, man. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
I appreciate you, Ron. Shout out to Living Humbly in the building. What's going on, Living Humbly?
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom, bro. Shalom. KP, what's going on, KP? KP from KC5. It's great to see you.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh, man. Wow. It's great to see you, KP. Thank you for being here, KP. So we seen this right here, right? Here we go. We seen this. Will it show on this screen? I don't think it'll show on the screen. I think I'll go back to the front. We seen this and we was like, what the hell? Halle Bailey and DDG break up less than a year after welcoming baby. A year after welcoming baby. That's not a long time, is it? Right? A year after welcoming a child, and they're young. I don't know exactly what their ages are, but they look young. They look like they in their 20s or early 30s. I'm guessing, 27 or something, 28, 27. I don't know how old they are. I'm guessing they're in their 20s. And thank you for everybody. Thank you to all the prayers. Thank you. I see Shiesty Bone, Cassandra. Thank you to everybody for wishing us well down here, during this hurricane season. Thank you. We really need the prayers. I know I would just be joking, but really, really do need the prayers. I know I need the prayers. Thank you, man, for real. Because it is not a joke. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. What's going on, Jet? Shout out to Jet.
No Cap-tivity.
My sister Jet, she's down here in Florida too. She's a Florida native. She said, Freeze it. What up, bro? Prayers, sis, prayers. Shout out to my sister Jet. And she said, what up, No Cap fam too. Shout out to Jet in the building, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Jet. And if you guys, if the mods can periodically remind people, if you want your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or you can send a cash cap to $, No Cap Freezy, $, No Cap Freezy. So yeah, we've seen that a year is not listen, a year after you have a child, now, DDG posted this on Instagram, right? Because I was kind of curious about who was the one that actually broke up the family. Who did that? A lot of times, and I'm guilty, especially men, we think, oh, the woman done broke up the damn family. Yeah, the woman did it. The woman broke up the family. She done got her baby and she out of there. Right? Let's read this, y'all. Dear friends and supporters, after much reflection and heartfelt conversations, Halle and I have decided to go our separate ways. This decision was not easy, but we believe it's the best path for both of us. I cherish the time we've spent together and the love we've shared. Despite the changes in our relationship, our love for each other remains deep and true. We are still best friends and adore each other. Don't they always say that? Don't they always say they best friends? Man, them motherfuckers hate each other right now. These people hate each other right now. Don't they always say they best friends? No, they hate each other. It's too soon. Y'all just broke up. How y'all best friends and y'all just had a baby and then y'all just left each other a year later? Talking about y'all best friends. Y'all hate each other guts. We are still best friends and adore each other as we focus on our individual journeys and our roles as co-parents. We cherish the bond we've built and the beautiful moments we've shared. As we navigate this transition, we ask for your understanding and support. Thank you for your love and encouragement, DDG. As we navigate this transition, we ask for your understanding. Don't nobody support that bullshit. Who said, man? Don't y'all hate these damn celebrities? The celebrities be the worst. When they get each other pregnant and they knock each other up and they have a kid, and then the way they break up. As we navigate this transition, man, don't nobody want to hear that bullshit. Listen, people got more important things to worry about than worry about y'all transition. We ask for your understanding. Y'all act like y'all had a damn funeral or something. And when people write shit like this, it almost be clout worthy. It's just like, I smell clout. I smell clout chasing. Celebrities be writing shit like, why would you write stuff like that though? Right? Oh, we need to write that. Y'all need to get on top of that so it won't hurt y'all brand. That's what it really be about. It don't really be about the family and the kids. No, listen, their PR people be telling them, you need to get on top of this before it hurts your brand. Okay, I'll write it for you. He probably didn't even write this shit. He probably was his assistant or his PR person, right? Some bullshit. But the child is the one that's gonna suffer. Shout out to Fear No Mortals in the building. Thank you for being here, Fear No Mortals.
No Cap-tivity.
The child gonna suffer, and this probably have a lot with a lot of these dudes that be having these discussions and stuff on these panels and stuff and on these shows. Don't too many people mention the kids. How many people y'all heard actually mention the kids? Name one person y'all heard mention the kids on these shows and stuff, and on this, well, shout out to Till, on the red pill content and all that kind of stuff. Just name one person y'all hear just consistently mention the kids. Only time, well, aside Freezy, you can put Freezy in the chat if you want to. Put Freezy in there, because I know y'all hear Freezy mentioning the kids. But outside of Freezy, the only time I hear people mentioning the kids is when they say, man, if you conceive a baby boy, have a baby deletion. It's the only time I hear somebody mention the kid. If you conceive a baby boy, all black women need to have a baby deletion. That's the only time I hear somebody mentioning the damn kid. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Listen, I'm not just harping on that. I'm just saying that's the only time I hear kid in general. But I'm just not harping on that. But when you really think about it, it's very alarming that nobody think about the damn kids. Nobody. I'm gonna tell y'all exactly how it go. I got a video. I'm gonna show y'all exactly how this shit go. Right after people break up and all that kind of stuff. After they break up, and then you call your homegirl and say, "Girl, what's wrong, girl? Girl, I'm just so through. I'm just so tired, girl. I'm just tired." For real. Okay, this is the last straw. I can't take it no more. I'm done. Right? And then the guys be like, man, fuck that hoe. Yeah, I'm just saying. That's what Florida guys say. Right? But when y'all move on, we know how that shit go, especially with the women, because the women usually is the one that be left with the kids and all that kind of stuff, right? The women and one thing about a breakup, right? The women need to be the closest to the child. One thing about a breakup, the woman needs to be the closest to the child, because women are very emotional creatures, right? So they just need something to hold on to. Baby, hold on to me. See, I'm a special kind, right? Let me see if I could do it. Let me just go back to the front screen and let me get this off here. Yeah, they just need somebody to hold on to, right? This is after the breakup. This is Halle Bailey with her celebrating with her young brother. He just turned 19 years old, but she holding the baby and she got a big smile on her face and she's dancing with the baby. And she's celebrating as if, I got my child and this life is great, and this is just something to be happy about because I got my little boy, right? I love my child. Look at my baby. My child gives me life. I love my child. My child gives me life. My child is life. My child means the world to me. My child. Right? My child. That's when that my child come in at. This when the my child come in at. Yeah, my child. My child. Where you taking my child? Huh? Who you got around my child? That's when those possessive words come in. Right after the breakup. Like right here. That's her child. That ain't DDD child no more. I said DDD. That ain't DDG child no more. That's her child. That's my child. That ain't DD child. That's my child. Yeah. So I'm just giving y'all the different phases, right? I'm giving y'all the different phases. Shout out to my sister, man. Shout out to my dog, man. Shout out to my sister, Fanny P, in the building, man. What's going on, Fanny?
No Cap-tivity.
This one here for the thug.
Shout out to Fanny, man. It's always good. When Fanny come in the door, I know it's on. It's on like popcorn. Right? But moving on past that, my child. Right? And listen. I'm not saying she don't love her child. We know she love her child. She conceived her child. She got pregnant. We know this woman love her child. We know she do. Most women grow attached to the children. It can either go both ways. It could either go two ways. I'm sorry. She could either grow very attached to the child, right? Get very emotional and be very involved with the child, especially from carrying the child up to 9 months. Or she could grow hatred for the child. Have y'all heard of that before? She could grow hatred for the child through postpartum depression. She just don't want to. She don't even want to be around the child. She don't want to raise the child. She's not prepared for that. We've heard horror stories where women throw the child in trash cans or they delete the child themselves and stuff like that. You know, it could go two ways, right? I'm sorry for getting graphic, but I'm just saying I got to give it to y'all blood raw because y'all be out here playing around and going on. No. From this day forward, we is not having no more children irresponsibly. Before you let this man nut off in your ass, huh? We ain't finna be doing this no more because the children be suffering too much and I'm tired of this shit. I'ma speak up for the children. Damn that. I'm speaking up for the kids. And I'm gonna tell you something. We already know how this gonna end up because she gonna stay in Hollywood and they gonna stay in the entertainment business and that child gonna grow up with a nose ring. We know that child gonna have a damn nose ring on his left nostril. That's how that child gonna grow up. And that child gonna be best friends with Lenny Kravitz's child and Willow Smith. So here's the thing, right? He left okay, so they broke up. I'm like, damn, after a year, after having the child, you know, having the baby and stuff like that, right? Because it just looked like they was gonna make it. They were so good together, right? Right? Let me show them together. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Like, they were so great together. I was rooting for them. Here we go. I can show it on this screen. Look at this. They at a concert, right?
Don't stand too close, you gon' fuck around and drown off this way.
See how they dancing together? See how they look together? I just felt like this was such a healthy couple and it was genuine. But you know what this solidified with me? And I talked about this with the women and the men on my Discord. I talked about this on my Discord last Sunday. I said, listen, before y'all even have sex, especially I told the women this, before you have sex with a man, make sure he marry you. Make sure and I'm gonna tell you something, I don't give a damn if you red pill maniacs don't like what I'm finna say, because I'm gonna tell you something, what I said, because if I had a daughter, if I had a little daughter right now, right, which I did have, I got a daughter, she was young, but I'm just saying if she was still young, let me say it. If she was still young, just like I told her then, I would tell her now. Before you have sex, marry. marry, right? At least form some type of security. Because things could seem so peachy and creamy, and you could feel like you're gonna stay together forever, especially when you look at moments like this, right?
Don't stand too close, you gon' fuck around and drown off this way. Doing on the song, I'm on the roller.
No captivity.
And then you think you're gonna live together forever. Happily ever after. That's all she wrote, right? So many relationships that started out like that just look effortless. But what I've grown to find out growing up, becoming an adult, is understanding that people are fake. People are moment people. What I mean by moment people, they only live for the moment. Thank you. Thank you, Emperor. I appreciate that. Let me just leave that right there. People live for the moment. People are happy in the moment. You got to be careful about people. Male and female, you got to be careful about people because people live for the moment. People want to be spoiled. All right? And the spoiled ones are the worst. The ones that was really spoiled, actually spoiled when they was younger, they are the worst ones. They're the worst ones, you know, and so you got to think about it, right? You got to be careful. It's a very dangerous game when you get involved with somebody, especially when you're a female and you have sex with these people, right? And I'm gonna tell y'all who got it the worst. The females that most guys want. The females that most guys covet and want. The ones that's popular, the ones that most guys feel like got a good body, a big butt, small waist, right? Breasts and all that kind of stuff. Those are the worst ones. It's a blessing and a curse. I'm going to tell you why. Because you don't know if this guy is smiling in your face and he really likes you for the moment. You don't really know because time will tell. Once he gets you pregnant, right? And then you don't look like you used to look. This is why being like that is a blessing and a curse because you get a lot of attention, right? But after the attention and after you go through all the red tape, you don't know how sincere this guy is moving forward to the future. You don't know what this guy true intentions is. You don't know if he loves you to death. That's how that phrase got conceived. Love you to death. Most people don't love people to death. Most people don't love people to death. And that's just factual. Am I lying? Most people do not love people to death. So women, I don't care what these dudes feel. I don't care how they feel. I don't care what they think for me telling y'all this. I'm telling you, even if you have a child now, just go ahead and bite the bullet. Okay? I don't care how bad you want to feel a dude's shaft off in your ass. Not in your ass, but you know, that's just, you know what I'm saying. But I don't care how bad you want to feel it. Don't have sex with this dude until you get married because I'm telling you, it's going to be better off and you're going to have a better chance of being secure and keeping a family together. And the man, at least you could possibly stay together longer for the child to graduate. I'm just trying to shoot for the best possible situation, you know, we can shoot for, right? At least you could stay together until the child graduate. Because when the child become an adult and they go off on his own, possibly go to college, go to trade school, get his own apartment, and then y'all choose to break up after that, okay, so be it. You know, It's some parents done did it like that. But I asked myself when I looked at this couple, right? I said, what were they really together for? Now, I hope like hell, Halle Bailey or whatever, you know, Halle, I keep wanting to say Halle Berry. Halle Bailey, right? I hope like hell she did not just get pregnant just so she can have a baby and say she wanted a baby. First of all, I don't think if I was to be a betting man, and I'm gonna tell you another reason. I don't care about criticizing DDG. I'm gonna tell you why. I do not care about criticizing DDG because I criticized Tia Mowry. And this is one thing I don't like about a lot of these dudes. This is one thing I don't like about a lot of these male YouTubers. When Tia Mowry broke up her family, right? When Tia Mowry broke up her family, it was YouTube guys criticizing Tia Mowry all across YouTube land, even myself, and I still criticize Tia Mowry to this day. But with this situation right here, the guys have not given DDG the same amount. That's why I be like, man, these dudes fake. They don't want no successful families, man. Y'all just want to argue with these women and shit, man. No, man. DDG need to be criticized. He need to be criticized. You know why? Because, back to my original point, I highly doubt this young girl who just started her career, right? Who just started her career. You guys can agree with me on that, right? And she's still in her youth. She cares about her image. We know a baby can change a woman's shape and stuff, her look. We know that unless, you know, she gets in the gym and she works out them stretch marks and she put, you know, cream and stuff on her stomach and she work hard, you know. But it could change a woman's attitude. It could change a woman's outlook on life. It, you know, it could be more of a strain on the artist, manager, road manager, PR team, because this person has a child now. The schedule is more rigorous. You know, this artist is paying attention to the child. Now the artist has to split mental concerns for her career and the child. So ain't nobody gonna tell me she just did this shit and she left him. No, I'm not going to believe that. Now, Tia Mowry was already old as hell. So that made a lot of sense. See, I could break this shit down. Tia Mowry was old as hell already. So that makes sense. So she just still wanted to live out she wanted to sow her royal oats, right? She got her baby. They lived together for a while, and then she say she graduated. Halle Bailey didn't say that shit. Halle Bailey didn't say that shit. Come on, let's just be honest. And this, when I really broke this down, I said, you know what? Clout chasing is a drug. It's a real drug. Clout is a real drug. It is. Now, I'm not saying he was only with this woman for clout. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's only a couple reasons why they're not together anymore. It's only a couple reasons why they are not together anymore. Either he cheated on her, either he was cheating on her and he just kept getting caught. He got caught several times because, you know, more than likely a woman will forgive a man, forgive her baby daddy, especially if she in love with him. if they got a child together, you know, she don't just want to see the family break up all of a sudden like that. No, she'll, you know, he'll cheat. He'll get away with that. He'll cheat again. She'll catch him again. Get, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then she got tired. That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing he cheated and, you know, she got tired. But here's the thing. Either he was cheating and he got tired. I mean, she got tired. Or he was with her for clout. And then after he got her pregnant, here's the thing, right? Here's the topic of the show, right? Do people use babies as a way to forever be a part of someone's life? Now, y'all, this is not a popular subject, but I'm going to say it anyway. I've seen men, boys, I've had dudes that I know in real life. They have gotten women pregnant because they always wanted to say that woman had to be a part of their life forever. In the hood, we call it locking her down with a baby. Dudes do that. Dudes will plant a seed in your ass, especially if they know other guys want you. Dudes be petty like that. Is this a real thing? Do y'all think that's a real thing? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all think that's a real thing. If y'all think that's a real thing, where dudes just be, they will plant a seed. If you are a popular girl, other dudes want you, and they landed you, they got you. Do y'all think that's a popular thing? Do y'all think dudes actually do that? Well, if the woman and the man become sexually active and he's fortunate enough to get the cookies, he'll purposely nut in the woman and get this woman pregnant, thinking to himself, oh yeah, no matter if we break up or not, she gonna always have to deal with me. She always gonna have to deal with me. And this is why this situation was so disappointing, because I was actually rooting for this couple. I was rooting for her. I was rooting for him. And this dude looked like he was a great father. And I'm not saying he's not a great father. I just want to keep saying that. I'm not saying he's not a great father. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that after the breakup, it just became very suspicious. I'm going to tell you who else kind of added to the suspicion. This guy right here. Joe Budden. On Joe Budden's podcast, Joe Budden recently talked about DDG and Halle Bailey. And the things that Joe Budden said, it caused a little beef. It caused some tension. You know, first of all, we know Joe Budden don't give a damn what he say. Right? We know he don't give a damn what he say about whoever, whatever. He's gonna speak his mind. He act like his own shit don't stink, right? Shout out to the Joe Budden podcast. But Joe Budden brought up DDG. And I'm finna show y'all what Joe Budden said. It caused a little riffraff. Let's see. Let me pull up the... Here we go. Okay, here we go.
Is DDG. and why am I
started over? Here we go.
Who the is DDG? and why am I supposed to care about his thoughts on anything? I'm very happy that they have broken up, so I don't get to keep seeing this name attached to this girl's name when I don't know him for nothing as a standalone.
Now, it seemed like Joe Budden was hating. Now, I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. Before Halle Bailey got with DDG, I did not know who DDG was either. But I'm in my 40s, so that's, you know, that's to be expected. But when Joe Budden said it, I said to myself, I was thinking the same damn thing. I didn't know who DDG was either. I got to know DDG through Halle Bailey. I knew who Halle Bailey was, you know, and Chloe Bailey. One of them was the Little Mermaid. Which one was the Little Mermaid? Right, the one that got criticized for being the Black Little Mermaid, whatever. But I don't know. But when Joe Budden said what he said, I was like, yeah, I kind of agree with Joe Budden. I did not know who DDG was, right? So obviously he made music and he was a rapper. He was a little rapper or something on YouTube, on social media. But I don't be knowing who these little rappers be. I do not know who these little rappers be. I am not in my teens and 20s and stuff. I do not know. And so I don't even know how him and Halle Bailey met each other. But when I seen them together, that was the first time I knew of him. And I was like, who is this dude that Halle Bailey is with, right? And I can imagine that's how a lot of people got to know who DDG was, especially people my age, like in their late 30s and 40s and stuff, right? And so on and so forth.
And for me, it's important to know people based off their own name and merit and what they have done. Every time I see.
So Joe Budden is saying it's important for people to get famous and to build a reputation off of their own name and merit. Okay, but we know the name of the game. People attach themselves to other people just to gain more notoriety. This is the name of the game, right? I did not know who DDG was, right? But when I first seen DDG and Halle Bailey together, that is the automatic notion initially that you think of. But the more and more we seen them together, I was like, nah, it seemed like they love each other. It seemed like they're a genuine couple. That's what I was saying to myself. It seemed like they're a genuine couple. It seemed like they really into each other, especially when they had a kid. Then I was like, oh shit, they had a kid, right? I hope they make it. But then when I seen the way, I want to keep reiterating the way I seen DDG interacting with the child, I was like, okay, they might make it, right? I didn't want Joe Budden to be right.
His name, it's attached to hers, and it's typically in some type of clout chaser fashion. So that makes me look at him a different way, and hopefully I get to look at him a lot less now that they've broken.
Well, she's extremely she's high profile.
Very high profile and very talented.
And you saying her head game is trash, gonna go get their own.
That's another thing, right? Somebody had to remind me of that. When he broke up with her, he wrote on social media that Halle Bailey head game was trash. Man, listen, that PR letter that he wrote on Instagram talking about we still best friends. How in the hell y'all still best friends? And you talking about your baby mama, your ex-girlfriend head was trash. Why would you even throw your child's mother under the bus like that? Why would you make her look bad like that? So we know that was some bullshit talking about they best friends and all that kind of stuff. That was some bullshit. And now everything is starting to point to, damn, was this guy clout chasing the whole time? I do not agree with Joe Budden all the time. I don't agree with Joe Budden all the time. Sometimes he say things I'll be like, damn, I do not like this guy, but he telling the truth. Right now is one of those moments. Like, I have to agree with a lot of what Joe Budden is saying. I do believe a lot of things are pointing to DDG clout chasing. This dude is a damn clout chaser, man. Why you had to be a clout chaser? Why you had to chase the girl clout? Why y'all do this to the kids, man? Let's go. Let's see what Joe Budden had to say. Let's
count. Yeah, we figured it out.
They're gonna go find out on their own, number one, and number two, if it was that trash, Why you snatched that cherry so fast, my boy? I mean, if her head was as bad as you say, that cherry didn't levitate long before you got. Who the is DDG? Action, DDG. I don't even know what that stands for.
What does DDG stand for? Daryl Dwayne Granberry.
This one here for the thug.
Okay.
Yeah, your name Granberry. You know what my thing is with these that's on the rise and they want to go get with the chick with some notoriety that's also on the rise.
Salute, by the way.
Whenever that relationship fails, I never see them bounce back with something that's going to get Shorty upset. I normally never hear from them again in the dating realm. I don't think I'm going to ever hear about DDG and his next chick.
I'm on.
Well, his chick before her, you know who she is.
I don't.
Who?
Ruby.
Did y'all know he was with Ruby Rose before Halle Bailey? I guess there's levels to this shit. He was with Ruby Rose.
I'll talk your DDG.
Who was the chick before her? I'm afraid that we view that differently.
And there was a whole lot going on with her where she was doing clout chasey to their relationship.
Well, Ruby is a hustler and a business.
So Ruby was a rapper, and this guy, Joe's counterpart, is saying that Ruby Rose was. There was rumors that Ruby Rose was doing a little bit of clout chasing in the relationship with DDG. Okay, that's believable because she was a rapper. She probably was an up-and-coming rapper, and he probably had a little bit more juice. But Halle Bailey was on another level, right? It's a Little Mermaid, right? But this is why it's so sad, because Ruby Rose could have had a baby from DDG too. And then is kids just being born in under these type of intentions? Nobody, man, listen. That's why this what make me angry, man, when these kids are being born. Because when I was born, I suffered from depression. Not right when I was born, but as a child, right? I suffered from a depression and all that kind of stuff because, there was a little, my parents really, my mom did the best she could, but it wasn't like they was very inquisitive of our mental health and, what's of our thought patterns and how we felt on numerous days and all. That's just the way it was in the hood, right? Growing up in the hood, you don't get those type of questions. You don't get those sit down on the couch questions. Say, hey, sit down. Let me talk to you. You don't look right. You don't look the same. Let me talk to you. What's going on with you? Let's talk about it. Pour your heart out. You don't get those type of talks, So a lot of times, and listen, my parents wasn't no celebrities. They wasn't gone all the time. So even especially with situations like these kids are born in very dire situations. Like, the environment is not going to be healthy, to say the least. And this is why I feel so strongly about this, right? I know I joke, offset a little bit, but no, I really am serious at the same time. And I don't care if I'm one of the few men that's going to speak on shit like this, because I really do care, man. I really do care. That's why I be hoping that, some of y'all share these live streams. Hint, hint.
This one here for the thug.
That's why I be wanting y'all to, because I want the kids out there. Y'all want your kids to know. I really care, right? These kids need to know that. They need to know. And so when I see people making moves like DDG did, it make me feel like this is a fucking, I'm sorry for cussing, y'all. I'm trying not to cuss. But this is a, it's an asshole. It's an asshole because we don't think about the future consequences that these children are going to have to face. Not the adults. Damn the child support, right? We always hear about child support and men getting treated unfairly and all that. Man, what about the kid? Right?
Business owner. Action, DDG. I don't even know what that stands for.
What does DDG stand for? Daryl Dwayne Granberry.
Yeah, your name Granberry. You know what my thing is with these that's on the rise and they want to go get with the chick with some notoriety that's also on the rise.
Salute, by the way.
Whenever that relationship, who was the young lady before her?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
That's what troubles me. That's what troubles me. Good luck, DDG. This will be your first and last time being mentioned on this broadcast for the rest of eternity.
So that was Joe Budden's take. DDG actually responded. And let's see what DDG said. Okay, he brought up Joe Budden's old album cover, Pump It Up. And it said, not gonna lie, gang, this shit ass. Not gonna lie, gang, this shit ass, laughing my ass off at Joe Budden. That's one of the things that DDG posted. Also, right here it says, let's see, DDG. It said, Pump It Up went gold after 20 years old. You old bitch. At Joe Budden. I'm on your ass. I'm on you. So they got the certification down there. Joe Budden, Pump It Up. I did not believe this when I first read it. I said, Pump It Up was a popular song. It was on 106 & Park. This song went gold 20 years later. It took 20 years. And sure enough, I looked on the certification. It said, Joe Budden, Pump It Up, certification date, August 30th, 2023. I was like, damn. Joe, but you know, he's successful now in his own right. Then he just kept bringing up stuff, right? Then he brought up his stuff. This is DDG's accolades. So I don't know these songs. I'm Geeking, Moonwalking In, Hood Melody, Arguments, right? So he got several gold plaques, 1 platinum plaque. And hey, to his own right, congratulations, man. That's something to celebrate. Right? So I guess this is DDG's way of trying to make Joe Budden put his feet in his mouth. Right? Let's keep going. This says me down. Okay. It says, I don't be tripping about the girls saying shit cause I'm used to it. It's all love, but you N-words with platforms gonna get a response for sure. And down below, DDG responded to Joe Budden by saying, N-word got 30 years max of life left, and speaking on relationship of people that the same age as your son, you don't even take care of. Why y'all be talking bad about us old folks? Y'all young folks better be careful talking bad about older people, because you don't, at the rate y'all living and your lifespan, y'all ain't living too long. Just because you in your, a lot of times when people be younger, I don't know if my generation was like that, right? These young kids get managed, but these kids ain't living past 35. I wouldn't say that about Joe Budden. If you know, in 30 years, if he got 30 more years, that's good. I'm just saying, but the way y'all be living, these young kids, we don't know if y'all gonna live 30 years. The food is worse. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just saying, you gotta be careful with what you say. Let's see. Oh, I ain't read the whole thing. It say, I hope you forget to take your magnesium pills today, you old bitch. Okay, Joe Budden said, LOL. He laughed at the Pump It Up thing, went gold after 20 years. He laughed at that. Joe Budden laughed at that. He said, I love this place, LOL. So he's just laughing it off. DDG, okay, somebody commenting on DDG's post on Twitter about Joe Budden being old. K. Janey said, mad at everyone but yourself. If you didn't want nobody commenting on the shit, stop doing interviews about it, Mr. Clout Chaser. So everybody is under the notion that DDG is a clout chaser. And let me tell you something. If DDG is a clout chaser, He need his damn ass whooped.
No Cap-tivity.
DDG need his ass whooped. Here we go. Halle Bailey and DDG remove photos of one another from their Instagram accounts. So we know it's real. They remove photos from one another. Okay, there go Halle Bailey's Instagram account. You don't see DDG anywhere on her Instagram account. There's DDG's Instagram account. You don't see Halle Bailey nowhere on the Instagram account, but you do see the child, right? Wait, is that Halle Bailey down there or is that another woman? Or is that just a video or something? I don't know. DDG announces he's no longer in a relationship with Halle Bailey. We believe it's the best path for us. So he's the one that announced it. DDG is the one that announced it. So there's more indications that pointing to he was the one that messed the relationship up. Okay, he got caught cheating several times. People saying he used to cheat and all that kind of stuff. Who actually broke it off? Who actually made the phone call? Who actually initiated the breakup? Did he just say, hey, you know what, man, I'm tired. To be honest with you, I don't even want to be in this relationship no more. Maybe he just wanted to mess with other hoes or whatnot. I don't know. Right? Because I haven't heard anything from her. She has been very quiet. Right? And this is the letter that we seen from DDG. It's a bunch of bullshit talking about, you know, as we navigate this transition, we ask for your understanding and support. That's the bullshit talking about they best friends and stuff. But you say her head trash. Okay. And so DDG say also, I don't even use close friends. Stop being weird. What is this? Somebody wrote, oh, this is something else he wrote. I'm a grown man. I can make my own decisions. We chose to split because of personal reasons. Nah, it's not a skit. I'm not her and I'm not missing out on anything, and her head game is trash as fuck. That's the head game trash comment. And her head game is trash as fuck, LOL. As long as my son good, I'm good. So this sound like she broke it off with him. Usually when guys write salty messages, this sound like she broke it off with him. Right? That's what it sound like. Sound like and then I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. That to me, that'd be some lame stuff when a guy, especially get on social media and say something like that. You could tell he young, or her head game trash, and you could tell he's salty, he mad, he bitter. She broke it off when she got tired of him effing other women and stuff like that, and trying to live a bachelor life while he was supposedly in a relationship with her and they had a kid together. She just got tired, you know. And it's okay for men to say that sometimes. That's why I'm saying I'm not a manosphere dude. I'm not no team man dude. No, I just tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because like I say, my common denominator is the kids. I care about the kids, so I'm gonna just tell the truth. When shit seem fishy on one side, I'll call it out. And when shit seem fishy on the other side, I'll call it out. Just like I did with Tia Mowry. I'm gonna call it out both ways. Right? So here's DDG. He spoke out about Halle Bailey. Let's see what he had to say about Halle Bailey. He also spoke out about Joe Budden as well. There we go. Let's see what he had to say about Halle.
For a long time, people feel like I didn't belong in like the industry or the music industry and this and that. That's what I feel like, especially me being with Halle. She's a superstar.
So he started out his soliloquy about people feeling like he didn't belong in the rap game and his rap career and all that kind of stuff. You know, that's how he started out his, I don't know, explanation as far as, you know, what's going on with him and Halle Bailey and all that. He didn't start out talking about the relationship. He didn't start out talking about his child. He started out talking about, yeah, people felt like I didn't deserve to be, you know, in the position I am with my rap career and stuff. So when you start out a speech like that, when you start out like that, explaining stuff, and the first thing you talk about is your rap career, that is very suspicious. It makes you look like a clout chaser. See, I call it out right down the middle. I call it like I see it. It makes you seem like a clout chaser. The thing you care about the most is your rap career, right?
The greatest ever. Being around her, I feel like it made a lot of people side-eye me because they had already had, she a princess. So they already had their mind set up about her, and they look at me and I don't fit that image. But it's cool. It's a reason why she stayed with me. It's a reason why we had a child together. It's a reason why all of this happened.
It's a reason why she stayed with me. It's a reason why we had a child together.
Me and Halle are forever family.
Do y'all see what I mean? It's a reason why me and Halle is going to be forever family. These guys be planting sperm in these women so they could forever be a part of these people's lives. So these people could forever be a part of their lives. Y'all don't think this is a real thing. This is a real thing. Dudes be planting seeds in women that they really like, that they really covet, that they know other men want, that they feel like are trophies. They be planting seeds in these women, and so they could always say, hey, she always got to deal with me no matter what. Even if she get with another dude, she always got to deal with me. And possibly she'll get back with me. When dudes say stuff like that, because it ain't even about the child, right? Let's see what he had to say again. It ain't even about the child.
It's the reason why all of this happened. Me and Halle are forever family.
See, me and Halle are forever. Dudes do this shit on purpose, man. What if Halle get married to another dude? What if Halle find another guy that becomes he becomes a father to the child, stepfather to the child, right? That guy is, I don't give a damn what y'all say. If y'all ain't work out, y'all ain't family no more. You just a baby daddy. You not family no more. Y'all ain't family no more. Not if the other dude is a stand-up dude. Now, I'm not saying the dude is going to take the next dude, the potential next dude is going to take DDG's place as a father. No, I don't believe in that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying all of this, we're going to be forever family. I'm telling y'all, it's a reason why these dudes be planting seeds in women. That's why y'all got to be careful when y'all lay down. I told y'all I was going to connect the dots. Y'all got to be careful with these people. Do people use babies as a way to forever be a part of someone's life? Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Yeah.
No Cap-tivity.
Yes, they do that. And if y'all don't think so, y'all's crazy. So, okay, when you have a baby together, right? Does that, put a one in the chat. I'm gonna put a poll. I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. Start a poll. Does a baby make the mother and the baby mama and baby father, the baby mama and baby father, family forever? Family forever. I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. I want y'all to answer that. Does a baby make the baby mama and baby father family forever? I want y'all to vote on that poll. I want y'all to vote on that poll. Let me know what y'all say. Does a baby make the baby mama and baby father family forever? Because I'm curious to hear what y'all got to say. But here's the thing. That does not discount what I said. There are people that will want to either get pregnant or get somebody pregnant just so they can be attached to you forever. Just so they can be attached to you. They do it on purpose. So You done conceive, you done had a baby from a dude. Let's just say you had a baby from a dude that you really didn't even like. That you really didn't even like. So you and this dude family now? Is that how that work? I'm finna put the link in the chat because we gonna talk about this. This is why I wanted to have this conversation. Because listen, this is gonna be a good conversation. I want y'all to remember that poll.
Forever.
You said forever.
I will Swiss cheese your granny. I don't care if she's 100.
So they family, but he got on social media and said her head game trash.
No Cap-tivity.
Man, I be so damn confused. As soon as they broke up, he went straight to social media and said, that's why that bitch head game trash. But they family though? Just cause they had a baby together? They ain't get married or nothing. They didn't get married, no ring, no nothing, but they family? But your head game trash though. Okay. And the whole world know now.
I will Swiss cheese your granny over Halle. And that's
now he'll
just
Swiss
what
cheese
it
your
is.
granny
That's called
over.
family.
Okay.
So, you know, I feel like people should keep that in their head when they talk about us. You talking about our family. You need to relax.
Yeah, this is not like
I'm not just no random nigga. Like, yeah, I'm not just no random nigga. And I feel like y'all don't consider that at all. If I'm hurting, you know, that can be hurting my baby that you love so much. So I feel like a lot of people forget that, you know?
Yeah. When two parents is going through something like this, it's just like, this is something that, yeah, he let y'all know or somebody let y'all know, but that don't mean that y'all supposed to be going crazy, all in and like going crazy. Like, this is not normal. Like, this is baby mama, baby dad.
This is why people don't get married no more. This is why marriage is not even a valuable option, because people consider a regular baby daddy family forever. This is why marriage is not even a high on the totem pole no more. It's not even a big thing no more, because, hey, I'ma just get her pregnant and guess what? She gonna be family forever. She gonna, you know, I could say her head game trash. I could disrespect her. You know what I'm saying? I could fuck all these other hoes over here and from now to eternity. But yeah, this lady, that other girl, that one girl who I got the baby from, yeah, she gonna be family forever. I got children from 3 women, and all 3 women married 3 other guys, but yeah, all of them women still gonna be attached to me, and they my family forever.
Type stuff. We gonna see each other probably tomorrow and next week, next month, whatever. We always gonna see each other. Like, they ain't really broken up. Like, they broken up, but in life they gonna be together forever. Like, they always gonna have a connection. Like, me and my baby mama, even though we broken up, we ain't gonna be together, but we always gotta see each other because I got a daughter with her. Like, I need to get my daughter from her. She gonna talk about her mama.
If y'all family forever, why most people have to get the courts involved? So the judge family too, the judge, the uncle, huh? What the judge is, the uncle or the granddaddy? I be so confused, man. I be so good. So Uncle Sam, what Uncle Sam is? What the state is? Cause the state involved too. Yeah, the state in the family too, I guess. Yeah,
it's always gonna be something like that gonna have me think about her mama. Like, so it's always gonna be something. That's what a baby mama is. So you can't take it the same way as a normal breakup with your favorite couple on the internet. It's not like that. It's like you gotta give them people they respect and they pride.
Let me tell y'all something. A real man that come inside that family, a real man that not come inside. I'm talking about that actually meet this woman, right? A real man that meet this woman that has a code of conduct, that lives by a code. right? And he has a spiritual a strict spiritual belief. When that future man, if that future man ever enters into that woman's life, if the baby daddy on some bullshit, let's just say he on some bullshit and he's just a degenerate. That man that the woman met in the future with the strict spiritual belief and code of conduct, guess what? He can't cut the child off from the biological, but guess what? He can tell his woman, man, listen, man, this child is old enough. Get that child a track phone and that child can call her damn daddy. And if this child don't want to abide by my rules, this child need to go to the daddy. This child need to go to the damn daddy. A real man ain't with that bullshit. A real man, a real stand-up man with spiritual beliefs, that man is not going for we always family bullshit. No, he's not. I'm telling you. He's not going for that. Not no real man. And I'm going to tell y'all something. When women do that, that's how women with kids fuck up their chances of ever getting with a man that really going to love them and love their child as well. When you keep that mentality. So not only do I gotta accept you, I gotta accept this degenerate ass nigga you had a baby from. Hell to the no.
No Cap-tivity.
Hell to the no.
You see, and say, okay, I understand.
Like, I feel like the term baby mama does sound a little ghetto.
It's just how I say it.
Yeah, so I like to call it mother of my child. The mother of my child is forever protected by me.
Well, it all mean the same to me.
Everybody go through.
These guys, I'm gonna tell y'all something what I hate about these guys. They get these women pregnant. We know you was clout chasing. If she get another dude, a real stand-up dude that's protecting his family, that don't even need you. So you telling me if he get into an argument with his wife, so you finna bring your scrawny ass over there and try to straighten her husband? Man, you gonna get your whole ass whooped.
No Cap-tivity.
I tell you what, let Future say that to Russell Wilson. Y'all think Sierra looking at Russell Wilson like, oh, me and Future always gonna be family. Y'all think that's how Sierra looking at Russell Wilson? Man, y'all better wake up. I'm tell y'all these dudes will get y'all pregnant and say, oh, I'ma always be her protector, even though I'm fucking all these other hoes across town. I'ma always protect my baby mama, even though I'm fucking all these hoes without no rubber across town. I'm so confused.
Whatever. Everybody deal with shit is life. Like,
I've been seeing people.
So, DDG. DDG also has something to say about Joe Budden. Shout out to Hot Sauce in the building. What's going on, Hot Sauce? Shout out to Hot Sauce. Shalom, Hot Sauce. Great to see you. Great to see you, bro. So DDG also has some choice words to say to Joe Budden. I'm going to put the link in the chat because I want to talk to y'all, especially the men and the women. You know, I want to have a conversation about this because this is a real good conversation to have. It really is.
It's work, Joe Budden, so I don't want to cuss too much, but and say what I really want to say. But you don't really know who you talking to for real. And I don't even come on here on no, like, I ain't coming on here to say I'm gonna whoop your ass. I will whoop your ass. Don't get it fucked up. I'll beat the shit out of you. But I ain't coming on here to say that. You feel me? I'm coming on here to say you talking to a real social media legend. You talking to a real like somebody that put their family in position to win, somebody that motivated your kids, nigga. Motivated your family, your nieces and nephews, somebody that entertained them for years, somebody that really put a stamp on some shit. In music, I got way more accolades than you in music, and I'm doing way better than you in life in general. And I'm 26, and you're 44.
Okay, so he's 26. So he's young. That's why he's, that's why he's exhibiting the character traits that we're witnessing right before our eyes, right? And kudos to him. He's developed a somewhat successful career. Obviously, he's a very popular rapper with the younger generation. I don't know. He's picking at Joe Budden. He's saying Joe Budden is a 44-year-old has-been. He doesn't seem like a smart businessman because, for one, Joe Budden has one of the largest platforms on social media. I don't even know why okay, he's mad because Joe Budden, with all fairness, he's upset because Joe Budden clowned him on his show and said, who is DDG, right? Who is DDG? Yeah, me too, Hot Sauce. That's what I was saying earlier. I wanted him to work out too. So DDG is mad because he felt like Joe Budden put a damper on his brand and on his career and on his name. So he's just fighting back with words, right?
44. I looked up, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna
44.
lie. I didn't know who Joe Budden was until he sat next to Academics. Oh, I don't know what label he was signed to. They had that bitch on the radio, but you know where they had it at the most?
Where?
The trampoline parks. That's the only place I know you from. Because I used to go to the trampoline parks and they used to play Pump It Up.
No.
Oh my God. And he got
a cheerleader song.
Cheerleader song.
He made a cheerleader song. That, like, come on,
pump it up.
Like, you be dancing to that motherfucker.
Nigga went gold in 20 years. 20 years? It took you 20 years to go gold?
Wait, what that mean?
To get a gold record, you gotta sell 500,000 copies, right? Mind you, just to put it in perspective, I got 3 gold records and 1 double platinum. And I'm nowhere, this man is old enough to be my uncle, my pops. Like, this is.
So he's mad that Joe Budden said, who is DDG? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I did not know who DDG was before he got with Halle Bailey. I did not know who he was, man. But I'm in my 40s too, so I'm one of those guys he probably would be clowning too. DDG would be clowning.
OG. He OG.
He ain't OG to me. You ain't get no respect from me. But he like an old dude. You feel me?
Yeah.
So it's like, when I see shit like that, I'm like, damn, I ain't gonna lie. I looked up his accolades and it made me feel way better about myself. Because a lot of people be on me crazy.
Shout out to my sister Brina in the building, man. What's going on, Brina?
No Cap-tivity.
Exactly, Brina. See, I know my dog gonna keep it real. Brina say the fact he blogged about their breakup such a goofy. But they family though, Brina. He say they family forever though. He say they family forever though, but he told everybody her head trash though. Shout out to Miss Bella. Miss Bella says it's a valid question though, cause I don't know him except for Chloe, with the Chloe association. No, well, it's actually the Halle. It's not Chloe, it's the Halle. It's the sisters. It's her sisters association, Halle Bailey. Yeah. Let's see, but exactly, Miss Bella, exactly.
But these niggas ain't even got plaques. Like, this man has 1 plaque in his home. 1 plaque.
That's the only one he got?
The only one he got. He been waiting at the mailbox for 20 years to get. Glad you mentioned my.
So,
No Cap-tivity.
I'm about to put a link in the chat. I want to hear from y'all. I want to know what y'all think, man. Am I going too far? Am I going too far with it? When y'all come up here, we're going to have a real conversation. Because I got some questions. I want to break this confusion that I have with situations like this. Okay? The first question I have is, do people use babies as a way to forever be a part of someone's life? Do people do that? Do people just use babies as a tool? They already know, I might not be with this person for a long time, but guess what? She's popular. He's popular. A lot of people want him. A lot of people want her. They're like a trophy. You know what? I'm going to try to get pregnant, or I'm going to get her pregnant, just so we can be attached to each other for the rest of our lives. She ain't got no choice but to communicate with me. I'm going to get them pregnant, or I'm going to get pregnant so we can talk for the rest of our lives, so we can communicate for the rest of our lives. Cause she fine, he got a lot of money, whatever the case may be. Both genders, I'm asking this question about. Do people use babies as a way to forever be a part of someone's life? Let me put the link in the chat. And let's have the conversation, man.
No captivity.
Here we go. And let me pin the link to the top. Let me see what this poll is saying. Does a baby make the baby mama and baby father family forever? Right now, 64% of y'all said no, and only 36% of y'all say yes. Actually, 67% says no now, and only 33% of y'all say yes. And the people that think a child does make y'all family forever, call in. Let me know why you think so. Let me know why you think that a child makes a woman and a man family forever. Let me know why y'all think a child makes a baby mama and a baby daddy family forever. And if you don't think a child makes a baby mama and a baby daddy family forever, call in too. Listen, I want to talk about it either way. I really do. Let me see. Shout out to my sister Jet in the building.
No captivity.
Jet, how you feeling,
What up,
Jet?
bro?
First and foremost, how you feeling today?
I'm good. How are you?
Hoping that this damn storm don't come our way. Yeah. That's the main thing I'm thinking about. I ain't gonna lie. I'm hoping that it makes I don't know, like a turn or something, a different path. I'm hoping that we wake up in the morning and we see on the news update on Hurricane Milton is taking a different path to up to the Panhandle. Not that I'm wishing bad on the Panhandle people. Damn, my bad. I'm just saying I don't want to, or just die out in the ocean. Yeah, that's the best case scenario. Not go to the pan. My bad, y'all. That was so selfish of me, wasn't it, Jet?
Very.
Okay, so Jet, what do you want to talk about first, Jet? Do you want to talk about, does a baby make the baby mama and baby father family forever, or do you want to talk about, do people use babies as a way to forever be a part of someone's life? What do you want to talk about first?
So yeah, the baby does make the baby mom and baby father family forever. It's a bond.
Why do you feel like a baby makes a man and a woman family forever?
Because you just said you have to be careful who you lay down with. So it's like that baby, their other side is extended family. So it's like whether if y'all together or not, you still have to deal with those people because you got the baby. It's just like a dysfunctional family.
What about when the child becomes 18 and becomes an adult?
So at that point, you don't got to deal with their ass. It's just like you have a dysfunctional family member. Like you deal with them how you see fit, and some family members you don't even talk to. You know what I mean? Like at some point, you don't even talk to them, but when you see them, you hey bye or show love however you see fit. It's the same thing.
So when the child becomes an adult, you don't got to deal with the baby daddy no more.
Well, you don't have to deal with them at all, is what I'm saying. You don't have to deal with them as a baby, when the child is a baby either. But what I'm saying is it's just like an extended family. But when a child is not able to communicate on their own, of course, you have to be the source of communication for the child to the family. But when that child becomes of age, you still have to deal with them at some point because, if they want to see the baby, if they want to come get them, you know what I mean? Whatever the case may be. But when a child is 18, you don't have to deal with them. It's optional. So it's just like your regular family. Like it's optional for you to deal with some people in your regular family. It's like that, but they're extended family. That's how I see it.
So what if you get married? Okay, let's just say a woman has a child from a man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the man that she had a child from is he's a street dude. Let's just say he's a street dude and he just refuses to change his life. He's in and out of prison. But then the woman eventually meets another guy that has a good head on his shoulders and he wants better for his life. The woman that he eventually meets, he wants better for her. He's a protector. He's a provider. He has a really good moral code. You know what I'm saying? He prays all the time. He worships God. He has a spiritual belief system. And he serves as a good enough protector and provider for the family. Let's just say the woman still has custody of the child, or she has joint custody of the child. And when the child is in their house, the child is under his rulership. She has to listen to him, or he has to listen to him. And the woman really doesn't have to. She doesn't have a care in the world. Now, this woman is married. She has a husband. This husband is the woman's possession, and the woman is the husband's possession under God and by a court of law. Now, this degenerate ass dude that in and out of prison, in the streets and everything. Now, this dude is by law her real family. This is her husband.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that the husband has to accept this degenerate ass nigga that she made a mistake and had a baby from? Cause there's a lot of oops babies out there too. You would agree with that, right? There's a lot of oops babies out there. Right. I would argue there are more oops babies than planned babies.
Yeah.
So you telling? Are you saying that the husband has to accept? He has no choice but to accept this.
So it's like.
So you telling me that the husband has no choice but to accept this degenerate baby daddy as family too?
No, he don't have to accept it. So with that kind of situation, like I said, so it's optional for you. It's okay. It's optional for you to deal with them and how you deal with them. So you can have a baby by someone else and then still have a husband and still treat them like distant family members. So when I say that, it's like when I say extended family, it's because you have someone that's there that's important to both sides.
Yeah.
that you both care about. You know what I mean? So you have love for this child and they have the same love for this child. So it's like you have to be cordial at some point. You have to be cordial and deal with them in certain ways so that way the child could feel the love. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I understand that, but this is what I'm saying. What about when a woman has a child from a dude? Let's just say a woman is getting, let's say a woman is having sex with more than one guy at around the same time period, and she gets pregnant, but she thought one dude was the baby daddy, but now it turns out they went on the Maury show and this dude is not the father. Now she don't know who the father is. You telling me it's just a long lost family member out there?
Hell yeah. It's like when she do
I'm saying.
out
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
when she do find out who the baby daddy is, it's gonna be like she's gonna have to deal with him. She's gonna have to deal with him because he's gonna be with him, or even if it's not him, because a lot of them deadbeats, they don't be with their kids or whatever. But
Yeah.
at some point, somebody from that family she's gonna have to deal with. So it's like whoever chooses from the other side to connect with the child, she's gonna have to deal with that person because that's her child.
Okay. And I'm coming to you in 1 second, hot sauce. Trust me, I got you. I just had a slew of questions. So she's gonna have to deal with him. If she finds out who the baby daddy is, she's gonna have to deal with him, right?
Right.
What if it was a one night stand and she don't even know this dude? Would you consider this dude family still?
Well,
let's say you had a baby with a one night stand.
That depends if the one night stand is going to be the connection of the other side for the child. The whole point that I'm saying it's an extended family member is the love of the child. So whoever is around, the first scenario you just said, right? The first scenario by the husband and the other person or whatever, that's kind of similar to my situation. But what I'm saying is whoever is connected to my child on that other side, they are extended family because I have to be cordial. I have to be in a certain amount of settings, a certain setting, so that way the child could be comfortable and the whole situation can be controlled and comfortable for that child.
I think when I look at the word family, to me, I think of it in a whole different context. Like, okay, like if it's a one night stand, let's just say my sister had sex with a dude and it was a one night stand. It was drunk. She don't even know this dude's name, but she got pregnant from this guy. Now, they only deal with each other because of the baby. She put him on child support. They hate each other. They don't even want to deal, I think in a lot of situations, yes, the family notion is involved, but I think the only family that's implemented is this man is the child's father and this woman is the child's father. I don't think that the man and the woman per se is necessarily family just because they got a child together. I think the child's father is the child's family. I think the child's mother is the child's family. But I don't think just because of that makes both the mother and the father family too. I don't agree. I don't think that.
But why not? You have people that get married and that has the baby dad. Like it's a bonus dad, it's a bonus, like the dad has a girlfriend. Well, it's like you have to do what is best for the child. You have to do what's best that's gonna make it work for the child, for everybody to show love for this child. And a lot of times you have a lot of love for the child and it's like y'all just put your differences to the side and do what you have to do for the child. A lot of times a wife and a husband, they separate and they get other people, right? So it's
Mm-hmm.
two parent, it's a parent and a step parent on each side. But a lot of times I've seen where they're having barbecues, they're going out, they're hanging out just for that one. And a lot of times it's one child. So they're going out and they're doing these different things for this one child. That's called healthy parenting.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I understand what the connection that you're making, but I think that it doesn't make the woman and the man family. It can make them associated with one another because of the child. Now you might have a long life association, right? As long as this child is living. But when you say family, that to me is such a meaningful word. I just don't call, just because, I don't think a child makes a man and a woman family unless they're married to one, unless they're married or unless they're together with this child. If this man goes off and gets married with his wife and this woman goes off and gets married with her husband, they are co-parenting. That doesn't make them family. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that makes them family. Your family, and I think women and men have to be careful with that word, because it could cause difficulty in your immediate marriage. I just think it could cause, and now your spouse might not even tell you the truth. Your spouse might not even say, just because they don't want to cause any type of confusion, but deep down inside, you don't know how he might feel about that or how the woman might feel about that. Why you keep calling this nigga your family and I'm your husband? Because he is my family. That nigga ain't your family. That nigga just nutted in you and you was crazy enough to let him do it. So I just think we just got to be careful with that. But let me go to Hot Sauce. Well, shout out to Hot Sauce.
Cap-tivity.
Hot Sauce, what do you think about that? Let me bring my dog JT up. Do you agree with Jet that because a male and a female has a baby together, they are forever considered family, even if they do not be together, they are not together in the future, and both parties get married to somebody else? You think the mother and the father is still considered family?
Yeah, by the way, Freezy, I don't know who it is, but there's a lot of background noise, like chairs are moving or something like that. I don't know who that mic is, but
is it me?
Do you still hear it now?
Yeah,
I don't hear it now.
You sound like you're in a... It's gone. Now it's gone. So probably,
okay.
Yeah, now it's gone. So first, man, I just want to say, man, I was hoping that they will last, man, because they were like a good little couple. You know what I mean? Like, could have showed, like, young people doing the right thing, making it through. And I also want to make one comment about that Joe Button. Like, look, when that brother was born, Joe Button was 18. No 18-year-old man should be a father. So no, he's not old enough to be your father. Technically, yes, but no 18-year-old should be a father. So I just wanted to add that out there. Now, what was your question? You're muted. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the first topic that we're dealing with, and I wrote it out in a poll. Do you think that a baby makes a baby father and a baby mother family forever? Despite if they work out or if they don't work out, even if they don't work out and they split ways and they end up marrying someone else, both parties, do you think a child is going to forever make a baby mama and a baby daddy family forever?
Before you had that conversation with Jet, I was going to say yes, but after hearing you talk, you changed my mind, so I'm going to say no. Because
what changed your
if
mind?
we divorce, because you emphasized something about family, And with family, there comes responsibility. So if I'm divorced from my wife, I'm no longer responsible for her.
That's a fact.
Right? I don't owe her. I don't owe her something. Like my family, like my mother, my brother. You know, there's a family responsibility, grandparents, things like that, right? There's a responsibility to the family. If we divorce, I no longer have responsibility to her. So even if we have a child together, we do have to co-parent and we do need to work together. But if she's in a hospital, you should call her new husband. You shouldn't call me, right? If she needs money for something outside of my child, she should do that with her family, not me. I'm not responsible for her anymore.
That's a fact. And
so I agree with. I'm not responsible for her.
DDG made a comment on that podcast that we seen him on. He said, no matter what, what did he say? He said, no matter what, he's forever going to protect Halle Bailey. He's forever, he'll bring out that switch. That's what he said. He said, I'll bring out the switch for anybody who messes with Halle, even though they're not together. So basically he was hinting towards the next dude that might get with her, that, you know, that he got word that might be treating her badly. He said he'll bring out the switch. Everybody know what the switch is. That's a gun. He said he'll bring out the switch for somebody grandma for Halle. So here's the thing, right? He said they're going to be family forever. That's how he initiated the conversation. Then he said he's forever going to protect Halle Bailey, and he'll bring out the gun for anybody that hurts her. Okay.
That means she broke up with him.
That's what that means. No Cap-tivity. That's what that means. Okay. So
that means she left. That's what that means.
So the reason why I felt like this was an important conversation, because this is not the only topic we're going to talk about concerning this issue. But let's just say you meet a woman that has a child. But this is hypothetical because I already know, Hot Sauce, how you feel.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, you probably won't even, be okay with being with a woman with a child, whatever, right? But
the conversation will last past hello.
Right, but hypothetically, just patronize me though.
Okay, sure.
Let's say you meet a woman with a child and you know, she got one child. She don't got a lot of body. Let's just say she only had 2 men in her life or something like that. Her baby daddy is one of them. And you know, you getting to know her, she's basically a good girl, but you could tell she was a little naive. And then you get into the story of how she got pregnant, and she told you, it was puppy love. They got drunk, or he got drunk. Well, she didn't know what she was doing. She didn't get drunk, but she didn't know what she was doing. And they had an oops baby. He got her pregnant. She wasn't planning on getting pregnant, but he got her pregnant. And this dude is a degenerate. He don't even take care of the damn child. You know what I'm saying? Like, he don't even pay a child support.
Yeah.
But you've taken on the brunt of the responsibility. Then you've even grown so much in love with this woman where you married her. Now you're her husband. Now we know how we both feel about that biblically, you being her husband, right?
Right.
Would you still, if she said, well, my baby daddy, he gonna be my family forever, whether you like it or not, how would you approach that situation?
Well, I would say I would say, first of all, it doesn't make sense because he's not responsible for you and your welfare, and you're not responsible for him and his welfare outside of the child, right? So yeah, okay, I understand you guys got a co-parent, but if he's asking anything above and beyond that, I have to question, do you still love him and that's who you want to be with? Because if you're saying all that, now I'm going to question, well, do you still want to be with him?
It's going to make you question that, right?
Yeah, yeah. Do you want to still be with him?
And see,
Because
go ahead, yeah.
right, my kids are already because I'm having kids with you. You know, I accept your hoarded whorish ways, and then you say some bullshit like that on top of that.
Well, I think that I just the reason why I want to dive deep into this subject right here, this topic, is because it's a very significant topic to talk about because I don't think most people put thought in it. Right? Like I didn't
Yeah,
even ask
yeah. Because
Jet
I
all of
don't
the
think.
I didn't even ask Jet all the questions I wanted to ask her. One of my questions was, what if the woman got raped and she got pregnant?
Yeah, because the thing about it is, right, if you're saying that the other person is still your family, that means stuff outside of the well-being of the child, you're still going to be there for that person, right? So to me, that still sounds like love. You still love that person because, like with DDG, with DDG letter number one, to me, it sounds like Holly Berry left him. She dumped him and he
Right.
probably begged and begged and begged, so it didn't work out. So now he just kind of reconciles and says, "Well, okay, well, I'm going to still love you, hoping one day you'll come back to me if I say stuff like this."
He's trying to
So,
forever
but
establish
clearly,
his position in this woman's life,
right,
isn't he?
life, right. So whoever says stuff like that, they're still in love with that person.
Yeah, and he's letting the future dude know I'ma always be here, nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always gonna love her, and I'm just waiting for you to f up so she can come right back to me.
She
And they
gonna
got a
come back,
kid
nigga.
together.
She coming back, nigga. Living
Yeah.
Umly. What do you think, Living Umly? Do you think that a child will make a baby mama and a baby daddy family forever? Do you think that's just cause?
No, like I said, I got a baby mama, and we cordial because of the child and everything. But I ain't going to the cookhouse. I ain't going to all their family events and all that type of stuff. It's strictly about the child. It ain't got nothing to do with her or her family. So all that stuff about it being we family and all that type of stuff, I'm just not, I don't believe in that. I mean, I think maybe people that was best friends before they was together or whatever, maybe they could still be family or whatever. Maybe if they knew that person throughout childhood or something like that. But no, just a regular baby daddy, no. Because like you said, when you get a husband, that's pretty much gonna be the dad in the house. You just the guy that come get the child, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say regarding that.
Did you want to come on camera or you want to stay off camera?
You can put me on camera. It don't matter. I ain't gonna be up
You
here
see
too
my
long.
arc, come on, man. Put me on camera, dog. You just said something that was very good. You said, hey, we might can stay friends. If we that cool, we might can still be friends. Does friends make you family? Right? You understand what I'm saying? Like, okay, you and this dude, y'all been knowing each other for a while. Okay, you still view him as your friend. Maybe that's what DDG was trying to say, but I don't know.
More
Maybe
like a
that's what
close acquaintance.
Say it again.
I said more like a close acquaintance.
Right.
You just an acquaintance. You ain't family. The family is the person that married the woman, not the person that had sex with the woman. And made a baby with her. You didn't marry her. You didn't even think about marrying her. They ain't even bring marriage into the topic. So I don't even see how he could consider himself family. Talk about he gonna do whatever for her. How you gonna do whatever for her if she go get a husband? He the one who's supposed to do whatever for her. You gonna go get your own woman.
Yeah, and I think this is where it gets sticky and it gets tricky because situations like that, right? People get very possessive. Right? This woman, I had a child from her. I used to love her. And you're expecting that the future husband or the future man should understand, hey, this woman we're always going to be family because we're we're always going to be tied to this one common denominator, which is the child. Now the husband or the boy or the future man is looking at it like, I got to deal with you for the rest. So you telling me I ain't got no choice but to you in the equation whether I like it or not. Yeah, I'm in the equation. I'm her family. Yeah, I understand you the child's father, but how that gonna work though? I'm saying, so I'm supposed to look at you like family. Yeah, I'm in here. I'm in here, boy. Let me add JT.
Right, and happy birthday, JT. By the way, I heard it was your birthday.
Man, happy
today.
G-Day to
Happy
JT.
birthday.
Hey,
Appreciate it, man.
y'all wish
Appreciate
my dog happy birthday in the chat. Wish my dog happy G-Day in the chat, man.
Happy
Shout
birthday, JT.
Shout out to JT.
No Cap-tivity.
Appreciate it, man. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we hear you loud and clear, man. We hear you loud and clear. So
yeah, I appreciate it, bro.
Living Humbly said that he does have a child's mother. JT, you actually rekindled your relationship with your child's mother. And shout out to JT. You know, they finna live happily ever after, right? but before that, JT, before y'all got back together, let's rewind, right? Let's rewind. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's say you guys never got back together, and at one point in time you had moved on with your life, right? Did you ever get married again? Or you only got married one time?
Just one time.
So let's pretend you first of all, let me not even paint no picture. Let me just ask you the question straight up. Do you think a baby makes a baby mama and a baby daddy family forever? Let me just ask you that general question before we go more in depth, whatever.
No. Absolutely not.
Why don't you think so?
Because I mean, at some point your intentions were just to have sex, right? For most people, it was just to have sex. Now, myself, I didn't. She was my wife before she was their mom. So, 4 years before my oldest child. So we were married before we had any kids. And that made a bigger difference than her, being the mother to my kids. She's, going to be the mother to them forever. But no, you don't have a status because of so kids. I've never considered any woman a baby mama, ever. It's just, I don't even like that saying, because we hold people to a certain standard when we had kids with them. And we didn't even have the intentions in most cases to even have a family with them. It just so happened by us having sex, she got pregnant. That's just what it was. And the intentions was not for us to be together forever. Because if that was the case, then I would have, then you would have made them the mother. I mean, the wife before you made them a mom. So just because you had children with her does not mean that you are conjoined to the hip with each other. Just don't happen that way.
So why do you think some people do look at it like that? Oh, because I've heard that before. Have you heard that notion before? That, hey, we got children together, whether my next man or my next husband or my next wife likes it or not, we still gonna always be family. Like what DDG said. That's not the first time I heard that. When DDG say, me and Halle gonna be family forever. And guess what? He was almost talking like Halle was his like he was talking like no matter who she gets with next, he got more rights to her than her next man, like because he has a child from her. Do you think a man is what am I looking for? Do you think a man is justified in saying and justified in talking like that? Like if he gets a woman pregnant and then it doesn't work out, now they share a child together. Do you see that often where men, they basically talk about their baby mama as, hey, listen, that's gonna be mine whether you like it or not. She got a child from me. If you have heard that, why do you think dudes say that? What brings on that type of mentality?
Oh, because they don't want her to be with anybody else. It's just that simple. They don't want her.
So it's not just a family thing, is it?
It's nowhere near a family thing, because if it was a family thing, he'd marry her, wouldn't he? He'd be dedicated to just her.
Oh, damn! Well, you hitting them too hard right now, JT. If it was a family thing, he'll marry her.
If that was the case, but in most cases, what are they doing? They screwing other women. They out here having relationships with other women. It is what it is. And then when you're talking about cats like DDG is he a rapper, right?
Yeah, he a rapper. Yeah.
Okay, so at some point he has some type of means. If he was just a regular dude and he out there trying to say that, at most cases it's not going to go well. It's just not going to go well, because we've seen a lot of these stories where cats end up thinking that they can run something in another man's house because their kids are still living there. That don't work that way. So at the end of the day, when you really look at it, a lot of these cats just don't want her to, they don't want that woman to not be accessible to them anymore. Because any dude that's saying that about a woman, there's some type of asset that he has still coming from her. It's more than just those kids. It ain't those kids. Because at the end of the day, we can be, parents to our kids separately, but I ain't got to have no ties with you. The only ties we have is through those children. That don't make us family. Most of these cats think that after they done got a woman pregnant, and they think that they can be half in and half out the doggone door. That makes no sense to me. None. Especially when they got another doggone woman that's there. That shit is crazy to me.
Well, see, this is a touchy subject, right? Because we got some men that have experience with having children from women. We got some men that don't have children from women. But I want Hot Sauce to get involved right now in the conversation too. When a man has a child from a woman, damn, what exactly I was gonna say it. Exactly how I was gonna say it, because when a woman says, hey, he's gonna be my this is what I was gonna say. Shiesty Bone left a comment. She said, Freezy, y'all don't want them to be cordial? That's what I was gonna comment on. She said, Freezy, y'all don't want them to be cordial?
Right. Yeah, that word cordial sounds crazy as hell. It's being 100% fake with one another.
You're asking me,
what do you think about that? Wait, what do you think about that, Hot Sauce? Are you okay with your baby? Are you okay with your wife being cordial and, being on the phone with her baby daddy and, talking about things and shit? Huh?
To be honest, I cannot handle any aspect of that. To be honest, why I would never date a single mom. But if I were to, they got to co-parent, man. They got to co-parent, because I wouldn't want somebody to push me out of my child's life. So I would have to be reasonable and allow them to be cordial to one another, right? Because they got to figure it out. Because that's his son or daughter, and that's her son or daughter. So they kind of got to figure out, how it's going to work. So yeah, I would say they had to be cordial.
Y'all ain't gonna like what I'm finna say. I'm gonna let y'all. No Cap-tivity. I told y'all this shit finna get
right, because at the end of the day, if you're keeping a man away from his child, because 9 times out of 10 the child's gonna be with the woman, right? Mm-hmm. So if you're keeping the man away from the child, man, that's nasty work. That's nasty work.
Right, I understand that, and no, I wasn't actually talking about it along those lines, but I'm gonna hold my tongue. Jet done joined us again. Jet, you got something on your mind? I want you to say what's on your mind before we go around the table.
Yeah. So I think I don't know. I just see it differently than you, Freezy. Like
wait. So you still think that the baby mama and the baby dad? You disagree with all the men on the panel? You
Hell
still think?
yeah.
Okay, so you still think the baby mom and the baby father is forever gonna be family?
Yeah, it depends on the scenario. It depends on the situation. I mean, if you have a one night stand, then that may be a different scenario. That may be a different situation. But like I said, you have family members that's blood that is dysfunctional. You have dysfunctional family members, and you still have to deal with those people at some point. You see them at the barbecue, you see them at the grocery store, whatever the case may be. It's the same thing. Just because they're not blood don't mean that they're not family.
Anybody want to respond to what Jet said?
So can I ask Jet a question, if you don't mind?
I want this to be
Yeah, I want to. So
this to
Jet,
be
let me
open
ask you this real
conversation.
quick, okay?
As long as we keep it respectful, I wanted to be an open conversation. Anybody can chime in at any given time.
So I would like to ask Jet a question. So, because family members, you kind of look out for, right? You look out for them.
Not all of
So,
them.
in this case, you're well. Let's just say in most cases you look out for them if they need a little bit of help or something like that, right? So, what if you're in a relationship with a man, and then your baby daddy, because you say he's family, the type bond, and he asks you for some money? Are you gonna give it to him?
Hell no, because I wouldn't have a baby by somebody that I need to give money to.
But say for example, because everybody's down and out. Nobody stays on top forever. Things happen. It's life, right? Sometimes we're up, sometimes we're down. So like, if your older brother asked you for some money, would you give it to him?
Yeah, if my older blood brother asked me for money, I would give it to him. If
Okay.
my
Okay. Cool.
if I'm married and my son's dad is
Mhm.
asking me for help and it's gonna benefit my son, hell yeah, it's benefiting the
No,
fucking
it's not going to
child.
be. It's not going to benefit your son. It's not going to benefit your son. Just him.
No, if
What
it's
will
just
you
gonna
do?
benefit him, no, I wouldn't.
Then y'all ain't family.
So then you're not
Well,
family
yeah, it
then.
will be
Then
because
you're
I
not
got
family
fucking
then.
cousins. I
It's
got
all about the
cousins
kids.
that if
Ain't
they're
got nothing to
fucking
do with
homeless,
family.
they ain't staying in my house. That's the same goddamn thing.
Well, let me ask you a question here then.
No, but you're missing the point. You're missing the point because clearly your brother is your family, and if you're
Right.
saying this man is also your family, then you would treat him as family.
But he ain't my
But in
brother.
this case, you didn't treat him as family, and so you didn't treat him as family.
Right, but listen, you're missing the point. What I'm saying is,
So
you asked me if my blood brother needs help, would I help him? Yes. You asked me
yeah,
if my son's dad would need help, would I help? And I said no if it's not benefiting the
no.
child. But he's not my
So
brother,
then
but
that's
I
not.
do have no, because I do have family members that's blood
Need tax
that
help?
I will see walking
Get
on the
more
side
for
of the road and I won't even give a ride. So it's not the same.
Well, I mean,
So
but then I mean, come on, we're talking about treating. Then I don't understand because most people will help their family members, right?
yeah, right.
So
And
from
what utility
from
does he
your
have?
evidence, yeah. So from your because my point is this, right? So actually, you agree with Freezy because Freezy says that co-parenting cool, but you're not a relative, and so I'm asking you, if he was a relative, would you help him out like you would help another relative out? You said no.
You
So
said
it's
brother.
only to the
There's a big
benefit of
ass
the
difference
child.
than that.
Brother is your relative.
Right. So is a cousin. So is an aunt and an uncle.
So where does he fit in as far as family then?
Yeah, what do
He
you call
fits
him?
in
Okay,
that
yeah, great question.
whatever
Great
that's gonna
question.
benefit whatever is gonna benefit my child, he fit in for that.
And
I
that's not
feel
family
like,
member.
well, yeah, I consider it family member. That's my
For
opinion.
life? Okay, so your child is 40 years old, you 60, that man's 60, he needs your help. Will you help him?
Hell yeah. If he is down and out and we're older and
No,
it's
he
gonna
ain't down and
benefit.
out. He just needs your help.
No, y'all missing the fucking point.
No, you missing the point because you're not making him family. This is the craziest part.
It's
At
not.
some point, he has to be. At some point, he has to be a relative, at the least, the very least, just like your siblings. They're only your siblings because you're conjoined by the mom's womb and the father's sperm. That's where you're conjoined at. So at some point, they serve some type of utility in your life, right? Would you be upset? Would you be upset if your child's father had life insurance on you?
You probably will, yeah.
He ain't family then.
What? Y'all
You ain't family. You don't. The only thing you're saying is that it benefits your child.
Right.
That doesn't make him family. That makes him a utility.
That's not family.
That does, because it's like, I look at it like an extended. It's an extension because of the child. It's not just
So, Jet, let me
co-parent.
ask you a
That's not the
question.
only thing.
Jet, let me ask you this question then. Okay, your cousin that you're just cool with. Would you give you don't have any beef with your cousin, you're just cool. If your cousin needed a ride to the grocery store to get some groceries that has no benefit to your child, would you give him a ride?
Sure, yeah, that ain't hurting me at all.
Okay, fine. Now, if the baby daddy needed a ride to get groceries for himself and not for your son or daughter, just for himself because his car is in the shop, would you do it?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
So
still not family for
but you
life.
wouldn't give him no money though.
Right. Hell
Yeah, I
no.
mean, yeah,
can't be
you.
fucking-
So do you agree with Freezy?
So this well, I think Jet is speaking from anecdotal, like a personal opinion, but here's my thing.
Yeah, because this is my situation right here. Y'all talking about?
Yeah, right. I understand what you're saying, but I want to say this here. Back to what Sugar Bomb said, right? She said, so they just can't at least be cordial. What she said up there? She said, I think they should definitely be cordial with the child. She said, Freezy, y'all don't want them to be cordial. Here's the thing, man. This is why I understand why a lot of guys say they are very hesitant getting into a relationship with women with children, or even women say, I've heard women say they are very hesitant getting into a relationship with a dude with a child already, right? It's because, no, I don't want my baby mama. If you asking me, am I okay with my baby mama being cordial with her? But no, I don't want her to talk to the bitch. I ain't saying she's not gonna talk to him. I'm finna have a real conversation. Everybody being polite and stuff, and listen. No, I don't even want him to want her to talk to him. You feel what I'm saying?
Wait, you had a little Freezy. You had a little you put a little emphasis on. I don't want her to talk to the bitch.
Exactly. I don't know this nigga. I don't know him. Shit. Listen, if y'all were gonna be cordial, y'all should have stayed together with all that bullshit. Now, if y'all were gonna keep talking, y'all should have y'all want to be friends and cordial. Okay, y'all should have stayed together. Listen, if you gonna be with me, we gonna pretend like we the only ones in this bitch.
Exactly.
You feel what I'm saying? And
So
here's the thing. It's no disrespect to the. It's no disrespect to the baby daddy. That's just how I personally feel. But I think I'm just expressing how most dudes would feel. Even guys with children probably would feel like that. Like if they meet a new woman, hey man, listen, this dude ain't finna have he's not finna have like a what is it called? Like a lot of access to you just because y'all got kids. No. I'm in your life. I'm your man. I'm your husband. No. And guess what? If the child old enough to pick up a phone and know how to dial on the child's own, guess what? We're gonna get the child a tracker phone. And then if the man wants to talk to his child, 90% of the time, he can call the child phone. If the child ain't on punishment, yeah, you can call the child. You ain't got to talk to my wife. You ain't got to talk to my wife. We're gonna get this child a phone. And if you really concerned, you listen, we're gonna give you all the access to your child that you need. And then if you really want, if you need more access, we can negotiate. And if the child really want to go with you, guess what? If the child really want to go with you, we can talk about that too. But no, you is not finna have access to my wife because y'all got a child. Go ahead,
them
JT.
children. This the thing though. Them children. People
So
be
please,
acting
let me
these
ask you a
children.
question right
Hold on, let
quick.
JT finish his thought. Then you
Let
go.
me ask you
Go ahead.
So people be acting like these damn kids are gonna be kids forever, right? Anybody that got grown kids will tell you that shit go by fast as shit, don't it? 1 minute they 4 years old, the next minute they 24 years old. That shit is not it don't take long for that shit to happen. So if we talking about, this is where that whole thing comes. By the time your child is 16 years old, what me and you got to talk about actually, other than okay, he going to getting ready for college or whatever. But I'm mostly talking to my son and my daughter, right? Yeah. And if I have to talk to you, everything we talk about is about business. It has nothing to do with feelings and all of that. If he's having any type of problems, of course, as the dad, I got to step in and do my thing. It should be more like a dance that we have as just being parents with each other, keeping it 100 with each other, right? And if you have another man, I don't want to have nothing to do with you and that man, and I don't want that man to have to do with shit with my child. Period. Ain't gonna be no whooping my child's ass. Ain't gonna be if that man is like, look, he gonna do what I say up under my roof and all that shit. Cool. He gonna come and live with me then. Fuck it.
There you go.
Fuck
See,
he come live with me.
But see,
it ain't gonna be no big ass conversation about it.
The reason why I felt like this conversation can go deeper and deeper and deeper down a rabbit hole, because there's concerns not just on the new man side, there's concerns on the baby's father side too. We ain't even, you kind of just touched on that. So that's what I'm saying. Is it really family? Like, okay, you feel what I'm saying? Like, it's a bunch of red tape. It's a bunch of red tape. Like, I'm not finna call this dude my family. I don't even know this dude. You want me to call this dude an extension of my extended family too because you fucked him? No, it don't work like that.
But when we're talking about family between each other, we're talking about what responsibility do I have for one another. If we divorce, man, if she divorced me, she decided that she no longer wanted my resources, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If we broke up, she decided that I'm no longer good for her life. So that's that, right? And then on top of that, what I'm hearing is that she gonna put the new nigga over my child on top of that as well. We definitely can't be family.
Well,
because my child
that's a very sticky dynamic, man. No doubt.
Yeah, it is.
No. Look. If my child cannot be first over whoever you put your dick, whoever dick you put your mouth in, then my child do not need to be there.
No, I'm saying, but in real life, these dynamics, man, are really, really they're very sticky because I don't think people really have real conversations when they do it. By the time the dude find out that his child's mom is involved with another dude, it's a couple of years after she's involved with that dude, and normally he finds out through the kids
because you can't because that man can't be disciplined and can't be hitting my kid. That man can't be yelling at my kid. That man can't be teaching my kid shit. You know what I mean?
Why?
So
y'all
you know what I mean?
family.
That man. No, we not. That man. Look,
Put me
if my
in the wheel.
child is, and look, I'm letting you know this right now. God forbid. But if me and my wife split and she has the children, whoever she is with, That nigga is a second-class citizen in that house. You ain't telling my children shit. We having problems.
Okay, so now guess what? Now
That's
you
where the
need to come
problems
get your
come in right
child
there.
now.
Yeah. No, hey. They already with me. They already with me.
Yeah, you need to come get them. If I can't tell them nothing, and if you think they finna be running around here tearing up paper and throwing it everywhere, and I can't say nothing, and my hands behind my back, no, hell no.
So if men actually was talking to each other, that would be the consensus that men would have. Literally, you would have the one man saying, "Listen, I can't do nothing. I can't say shit to your child. You need to take your child with you. Then, right? They can come visit." Right.
All right.
And then the
I'll
other
be
guy
there in
say,
2
well, you're
seconds.
right. I'll be there and come getting them. Right. That's just how it would go. But that's not the problem. The problem is the one in the center. That's the woman. She's in the center. She's in love under a new management. And then she think that her relationship is going to be all peaches and cream until she has to deal with those children. Like I said, these children are not little kids for long. It goes fast. Now, by the time they're about 13, 14 years old, I guarantee the dynamics that you will have, if you don't have two people that are actually cordial with each other, it's going to be a dynamic that you just don't want. And most dudes break up with women because of their kids. Most of these dudes, when they get into these relationships, that dynamic, you got to be very, very serious about it. And I think all parties have to be able to talk in there. And that woman, for one, has to be serious about the new man that she has in her life. Because it's crazy if she has 4 or 5 different men, and her, especially her son and her daughter, sees this in her life and she's not stable in her life. And their father, they're going to be telling their father, if they got a relationship with their father, about this crazy stuff that's going on. But at the end of the day, now it's time for you. It's time for me to get my kids. You do what the hell you want to do over that way.
Yeah.
But I don't want them to be involved in that, because I ain't going to feel good with another man taking care of my kids, period.
Hold on one second, hot sauce.
Exactly. I don't. You can't.
One second. Shout out to Through the Fire Podcast, aka TJ, aka RBN, for the $5 super cap. Thank you, bro, for helping us keep the lights on. TJ said, Freezy, that meant a lot to me when you showed up in my chat earlier today. Very few people I support return the favor, and that's definitely no cap, man. Hey,
no Cap-tivity.
TJ, I done showed up in your chat more than this one time now. I done showed up several times. You better give me my credit. I'm just playing, TJ. Now, I'm always over there. And not only that, I look from the clouds, man. Listen, I'm very serious about the people that... Listen, now, we family. We support family. We gonna, you know what I'm saying? Especially if I know you support me, I'm damn sure gonna support you. That's just the way I operate. That's just the way I am. This ain't no ego thing over here. No, I really do believe in the collective. I do believe in growing together. I really do believe in support. I really do believe in that. I really do.
I with TJ, I be in the replay game. For sure.
Oh, yeah,
And
JT,
the thing is that
JT, he famous for the replay game.
I'm replay gang, no doubt, because the occupation that I have, it allows me to be able to see that. So I'll be right there in the replay game, man.
Shout out
doubt,
to TJ, man.
No Cap-tivity.
And I want to welcome. How do you pronounce your name? Tiff, or Tip?
Tiffocracy.
Is it? Tip, Miss Sophia.
Tiff is good. It is hypocrisy, but Tiff is fine.
Oh, how you doing? Thank you for gracing our panel.
I'm always with him now, and every once in a while I'll bop over to Venus or
Oh, I think I've seen. Yeah. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Thank you for gracing. Do you have any?
What's up, sis?
did you have any more light, or you wanted to be
Yeah, I would like to be dark. Plus, my husband is probably asleep, so I don't want to disturb him.
your husband, my family? No, I'm just playing.
Well, you know what? He is from Florida, so when you said, then I have a homegirl that she was going to get her sandbags and stuff. So when you said it, I was like, okay, it's got to be close to Tampa. So prayers for y'all. Hopefully, like you said, you wake up in the morning and make that shift. But I know it's a scary time for y'all right now. So prayers for everybody.
Thank you so much, Tip. I really appreciate that. It is.
Hey man, I'm gonna go get me some water right quick, brother.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. So, what do you think about? Oh, before
Yeah,
you
man,
go,
please,
Tip.
you
Before
take,
you
bro.
go, Tip, I'm gonna let Hot Sauce finish his thought. Then I definitely want you to get in on the conversation, Tip. Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
No, I was just saying because yeah, man, you can't. I don't want to hear none about my kids calling this dude uncle this, uncle that, or my second dad. I ain't having none of that. Right. So yeah, we can't be doing that. So they got to come with me.
See, I need y'all. This a touchy conversation because we got some guys that do got kids that might look at it from the other side of the spectrum, right? Like DDG was like, listen. Halle Bailey, she's forever gonna be my family, whether the next dude like it or not. And guess what? I'ma always keep my switch for whoever I feel like is treating her wrong or badly. I'ma bring my switch out. I don't care. I'ma forever be her family, right? So, yeah.
Then he said her head game was trash.
And he said her head game was trash too. Yeah, you right. So, Tip, what do you think about that question? Do you think that a baby makes a baby daddy and a baby mama forever family?
I will say my son is 26. When I met my husband, he was, I want to say my son was 7 or 8.
Mm-hmm.
They have gotten along. We've done, hold on one second. Good night.
Okay.
What did DDG said? Halle Berry head game was weak. He said that.
Yeah, he said that on social media. He came out after they broke up and said her head game was trash. But that's his family though. That's gonna forever be his family though.
That part. So my son now is 26. During COVID, his father had a heart attack, and it was kind of dicey. Everybody couldn't go to the hospital. He called and let me know nobody had been up there. So I was just like, you by yourself? He called us, my son, we drove 45 minutes and I just wanted him to, go check on him, make sure somebody showed up just so he knew that, you're not in this by yourself. Now, mind you, he had been remarried. He has other kids. When we were younger, because we had him young, it was volatile. But I think once my emotions got out of like, we got to deal with each other for the rest of our lives, it's not going to help if every time we engage with each other is some static, because I did not want my son to grow up thinking that that's how you engage. And it was like, the emotion on one person's side, you can only fight by yourself, right? And then you're going to windmill yourself out. The person I was dating that's now my husband was never disrespectful. He never tried to replace him. We don't do steps at all with any of my friends. We call of our babies bonus babies. And the way that you look at it is that you get the advantage and the privilege to be a part of this child's life. And if it's a privilege, then you don't feel like it is a burden. You understand that this is an innocent and this child has needs. And all the adults involved need to put that child first. What happens is you have a lot of ego and you have a lot of emotion. And you have to think for every additional person that person has a kid with, that adds a layer into the relationship. So I have one son. His father has 5 kids and 3 baby mamas. I don't have any issue with those women.
Damn.
They did. I was the first one. You got to see how he treated me. We don't need to have a conversation. If he's inconsistent with the first, he's probably going to be inconsistent with the second. But I don't need to call you and tell you that. If you want our kids to meet and have a relationship, let me meet at McDonald's. We can meet the kids. They can play here. They're welcome to stay the night. Most of the time when their kids went home, they looked better than when I picked them up. But these again are children, and what I hear is a bunch of adults and ego. So to say all of that, my son is 26. I have not gotten a child support check since 2001. He still needed to eat. He still had needs. So I'm not going to tell you, well, you can't come to his game. No, if you want to show up, you want to show up. You have an open invitation. You want to come and pick him up, please call ahead so we can have everything planned. My son went to the point to where he would take soap, towels, everything. Gaming system, we're going to pack it up. At one point, they didn't have a TV. We take the TV over there. Now, I'm not leaving it. I'm taking the TV when we pick him up. But everybody should be comfortable. I don't have an ill thing to say about that man. I had a child with him. He's not a horrible person. He maybe didn't make the best decisions in life. So it's our paths look different. But yeah, if anything happens, he knows to this day you can call. When he had the heart attack, we went. My son went upstairs. I see two people walking back to the car, and I'm like, what the hell? And he still calls. He's like, "Baby, mom, can you take me home?" I was like, "Yeah, but like you just had a heart attack. Where's your medicine?" And it's like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna come back and get it when my check comes." What are you talking about? I told my son, "Hey, you come sit down, take the card, get your medicine. We stop. Do we need to get some food? Are you gonna be okay? If you need anything, let me know." And my husband didn't feel no way about it because at the end of the day, if he knows if anything happens to him, if I'll do this with a man that I had a child with in 1998, do you know what I'm gonna do for if my husband has any kind of health issue? It's the measure of who you are as a man or a woman. And that's not conditional on who I have a child with.
So your
So
husband is
you pay for
okay.
this man's medicine.
Wait. So your husband is okay with you potentially going to your baby's father's aid at any given time or whatever?
It's not, he had a heart attack. He didn't call and say, like, I have the sniffles. No, he had a heart attack in his 40s.
No, it's a good Christian thing to do.
I'm not
Man, damn that shit. I don't give. Man, listen. Okay, hold on. See, y'all trying to be all polite. You know I'm gonna keep this shit 100. Okay, so.
But here's
Oh
what I'm
man, come on, man. It's the
What?
good Christian thing to do, bro. If you don't have love for your brother, you don't have love for Christ.
It's
If
not
you don't have
even
love
that.
for your brother, you don't.
The one thing that my husband told me, and he told me this well after he got married, he was like, you know, one thing that I always loved about you, as long as I've known you, you've never said anything about that man crazy to me. I do not understand when people dog out the people that they have children by. That shit is silly. You laid down, you had a baby by this person. If you don't like them, keep that shit to yourself on the off chance that your children are going to hear this. You don't like that person, get in your car, take a spin around the block, make sure them kids can't hear nothing. You are talking about a piece of who that child is. And they don't take into whatever y'all grown shit is going on. You talking about my daddy, and if my daddy is bad, then I'm bad. And I didn't ever want my son to feel like he was less than, didn't have enough, his father wasn't enough. We had a kid in our childhood. We were teenagers. Now, if this happened at 40, I'm sure I would be completely different. But we were young parents. We were teenagers. So
Okay.
how do you know what I'm saying?
So y'all was young parents, y'all was teenagers. I get that, right?
Mhm.
But you guys are. I'm in my 40s, right?
Mhm. We're
So
both
I'm well past my teenage years. I'm well past my 20s, right?
Mhm.
Y'all did what y'all did. It's over with. Y'all had a child. Y'all had a son.
Mhm.
You said your son is 26, correct?
Mhm.
So your baby daddy had a heart attack. Now I don't want to sound. This is why I said this conversation is going to probably get sensitive, but I'm gonna. But we need to keep it respectful. We're going to keep it respectful. But with all due respect, if I was your husband, if your baby daddy ain't got somebody else to see after him, or his son can't go see by him, he might have to die. And I ain't trying to say it like that. Deal what I'm saying.
I will say this, it was COVID. So I think because it was COVID, everything was different. You get what I'm saying? Everything was different. If
I
it
understand,
happened
but
now,
listen what I'm saying, Tip. Listen what I'm saying. He got a 26-year-old son. Your son lift weights,
my son played football until senior. Well,
so
all the
he's
way to
very. So your son is very, very strong, right? So your son is more than capable of lifting his daddy up and putting him in the car, driving him to the hospital, tending after his daddy. If I'm married and my wife is, I don't want my wife to feel like this is another person that she potentially has to worry about, another man, right? 100%. And this is why a lot of men have a problem marrying into a situation like that or being with a woman that has a child, because
it's not romantic love though. It has been romantic
it
love
don't
for
matter. It
years.
doesn't matter. This is here's the thing, right? It's not romantic
No,
love, but
it matters.
at one point in time, and people don't want to tell the truth, but
If
somebody's child.
if I had a son I had him at 17. Well, pregnant at 17, had him. He's March. I turned 18 the following year. If I meet you and my son is now 7, that makes me a full. No. You know what? When I met him, I was 28, and for 2 days we dated because he did not want to take a woman serious that was under the age 30. If I'm still doing shit at 30 that I was doing at 18, you got a bigger problem than the nigga that I had a child by. I'm a duck and a bird.
Well, kudos to you. I mean, that's good that you changed your life.
But I'm saying?
No, but listen what I'm saying. That's good that you changed your life, but that's neither here nor there with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: is that once you choose to marry me, right? Once
we still have a child that we still have PTA.
Oh, but let me finish.
We still have homecoming.
Let me finish my thought. Then you can go after me. Once you make a decision to marry me, right? My wife is going to 100% only care for me, her husband. My wife is not going to share any percentage of care with another man at all. Now, here's the thing. If my wife's baby's father has a heart attack, right? If he wanted my wife to care for him, he should have made a personal decision to stay with my wife after he had conceived a child with her. Things happen in life. He's a grown man. He made a grown man decision. After it didn't work out between him and my wife. Now, one blessing that he does have that I cannot change is that he has a child with my wife. And if my child is an able body, there's nothing I can do to stop his child from tending after him. But I do have possession of my wife, and my wife. Okay, so here's the question. The reason why I wanted to lay this out to you, Tip. With me saying all of that, let's hypothetically, if your husband was the type of husband that said, no, you're not going to see after him. Okay, he had a heart attack. Oh no, you can't go. Okay, if his son want to go, yeah, he can go, but you're not going nowhere. How would you have had a problem with that?
I didn't marry that kind of man, and I wouldn't have.
Well, that's why I said hypothetically. That's why I said hypothetically. Would you have had a problem with it?
You're asking for a hypothetical in a real world situation, so I don't have to do a hypothetical. My husband is not insecure. He already knows. Like do you think I went to the hospital thinking like, oh yes, I'm gonna go pick him up and take him and buy his medicine? No, you came down the stairs. I'm looking like, what the flip? I know you just had a heart attack. There's no man. So am I gonna say to myself, well, nigga, you had a heart attack, you grown, you made that decision, you figured out. No, you just had a heart attack. You know what? This $40, $50, whatever this medicine is, We gonna get that. Make sure you good.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait. We gonna get that. That what you just said? Oh, hell
Freezy, you
no.
tripping, bro. Freezy, you're tripping. You are tripping. Freezy, you tripping. You
I
tripping, bro.
told
You
y'all this
tripping.
conversation was gonna take a turn. I told
You
y'all.
tripping.
It's not a turn, and
You
that's the
tripping,
thing.
bro.
Like,
Yeah, it's gonna
you
take
have
a
to
turn.
this was a one-time situation. Just like
We
my
sick?
Oh,
no,
We
I
sick,
didn't say
hold on.
we
Tiff,
as in
hold on one
my
second.
son and I.
Freezy, are you Freezy?
No,
Freezy, are
hell
you
no.
or are you not an Israelite? Are you or are you not an Israelite?
Yeah, I'm speaking biblically right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you now.
Yeah, so for example, when she showed compassion for that brother, and I'm assuming he's an Israelite, I'm assuming, because if it's a Gentile, then I'm with you. But if that brother is an Israelite
Mm-hmm.
and he needed help because
Yeah.
he's in the ditch, you did the right thing. You have to have compassion for one another, brother. You have to have compassion. This man is walking out the hospital and can't afford the medicine, can't afford to get the medicine that he needs to be okay. The number one of not the number one reason, but one of the reasons why we get sick a lot is because of drug adherence, where we can't afford the medicine and take it properly so that we can stay healthy. So if she did that, bro, she's not out of pocket.
Yes, she
We
is.
gotta have compassion for one another.
She is
No,
out of
she's
pocket.
not.
But hold on. I don't want to
How?
speak. I don't want to speak as though Tip is not here because I want her to have full autonomy to speak her mind,
Okay.
right? Because in all
I
due
will
Okay, so
say
let me
this.
let me let me say it this
But
way. Let me
I
say it
will
this
say
way.
this.
Then I'll pass the
Before
mic.
he got in the car and
From
before the
my
medicine was purchased,
hold on,
I
Tip.
called my
Let
let me
Hot
just
Sauce finish his thought, then you can go, Tip. Go ahead.
Okay.
so
And I
let
want
me. I'll
JT
say
because
this.
seem like JT got the he got the
I'm
he got the
taking it in,
So
evil
and
man.
I
sauce
want to hear
It's interesting.
and I
out. Yeah.
want to hear and I also want to hear what Living Humbly has to say. But
Yeah.
from my perspective of what Tiff just said, I don't think she's out of pocket at all. And that's just my opinion. I'm sure she's
Until
gonna
you her
say
husband. Yeah, you just speaking from okay.
no. In my
You just
opinion,
talking, dog.
if her
You wouldn't even
husband had a
marry. You
problem,
wouldn't even
I
get
was
with a baby mama. We know you would have a problem. Stop playing.
absolutely not.
Stop
Yeah,
playing, dog. See,
This one here for the thug.
but
JT. See
I
what I'm
would,
talking about?
I wouldn't do that shit. I most definitely wouldn't do that.
bro, she's not out of pocket. She's not out of, in my opinion, she's not out of pocket. So
Now,
I'm
Freeze,
riding with her on this. I'm riding with her.
Okay. All right.
what
Go
I
ahead,
will say
Tip.
is this: before any of that was done, I did call my husband, and I was like, "You're not gonna believe this shit." And I was just like, "Well, I don't want to just leave him out here like that." And he was like, "No, no." And I was just like, I mean, I don't want to say like I felt vindicated, but I was like, no matter what you did to me, I'm never going to show my hand to you. You're not going to make me not be a good person. I'm not doing that. And to me, I would be very concerned if my husband was mad about a dude that just had a heart attack, that got 4 other baby mamas, that his other baby mama in prison. Like he in a bad
Hold on. Wait.
place
See,
in
this
life.
shit getting worse and worse. This shit. Wait. He got
He in a
4
bad
other women that could have
yes.
went.
No, and that's what I'm saying. If you got all these other children and did nobody show up for you and you call me, nigga, you in a tight. You in a bad way. And I can be like, ha 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 ha. Or be like, yo, this is very odd. Like, now this is not okay. Let me do what's right because it's not about him. You know who gonna watch how I'm treating him? My
Who's that?
son. My son. My son. So
This
he
way.
got to see how to love a person in spite of.
That's bars.
Because your kids see more than
Checkmate.
any.
No, man, stop
Your
it. Stop it.
children see how
That's
you treat
checkmate, nigga.
people. Your
That's
children see how
checkmate.
you
That's
treat
checkmate.
people.
No, it's not though.
They
That's checkmate.
do.
But
They
I
do.
understand what you're saying.
Your children
But
see when you were petty.
the more you keep the more you keep describing your baby's father and his situation, he got 4 other baby mamas. And are any one of those baby mamas married?
His wife is now passed from an overdose.
Okay.
another one, I think she's out of state now. And then
Mhm.
like the other two, like I don't even like I don't know these women. I don't know them. I'm gonna send an invite, but my son
No,
is also
you don't have to know
he's
him.
the
You don't
first
have to know
child.
him.
No,
You
but you
don't
have
have
to
to know him.
realize my son is the oldest. So, and here's the other
Yeah.
thing by my son being the oldest, his dad may not keep those kids connected. My son does. He stays in contact with his siblings. He tries to make sure that everybody's straight. So, in playing that big brother role, one of the things that he wanted to do was to go make sure that their father was okay.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I have no qualms with your son playing a big brother role, keeping his siblings together. That's actually what your son, that's his
Is
due
supposed
diligence.
to
That's his
do.
reasonable.
Correct.
Listen what I'm saying. That's your son's reasonable service. I said that
Mhm.
initially. I said that. The issue I got is not with your son. The issue I got is with my wife feeling as though this guy who she once had sex with feels
There's a
like
teenager
this
in
guy
high
is,
school.
you know, at any given time he still can be my wife's
Mm-mm.
responsibility. My wife feel like, you know,
Mm-mm.
this guy could be her responsibility at any given time.
No,
But
and then
before you go, Tip, hold on, Tip.
Mhm.
Let me get JT and
Okay.
Living Humbly. I want to get their train of thought in this conversation because I got a lot to say. I got a lot to say. But go ahead, JT.
Go ahead. Living humbly.
Okay,
I
go
want
ahead,
to hear
Living
because
Humbly.
he ain't spoken in a minute.
No, go ahead, JT. I'm trying to get my mic right and all that.
Okay. So yeah, just listening to it. It is definitely shit. I ain't gonna even lie, freezing. I'm kind of on the fence with it
Yeah,
because
cause
for one, it's like a one off
Mm-hmm.
when you talk about, you know. So I get it. I understand that you can have a different look, you know, towards that person. Like I said, time be flying. So the kids get older. It's not this whole thing of baby mama, baby daddy type of thing anymore. So yeah, on one hand, what you did is I think it's very commendable, right? To look out for the dude like that. However, I think I would still have a problem with that shit, man. Being your husband,
Man,
I would have. I'm trying to get to the point of being understanding, because I'm kind of like putting it into putting myself into the situation also, right?
you got to.
It is the fact that shit. I think that it's definitely no slight to you. I think you did a commendable thing, no doubt about it. But when I look at it as a whole, I think I would still have a problem with it, and it may be just because of the principles that I hold when it comes down to my woman is my woman.
And
You ain't fucking
I
around with
hear
nobody else
you,
like that.
but I will say this, and I think my husband took into account. My father, my natural father, died when I was 14. My father that raised me died when I was 21. I know what it's like to lose a parent and not be able to drive, not be able to comprehend, not to be able to understand what's going on. And what I wasn't going to
Mhm.
do was send my son into a hospital, not knowing if his dad was going to be alive or not when he got there, trying to figure out how to navigate during COVID, how to figure out now drive 45 minutes back. I wasn't going to put him in that situation because I've been there before. So
Mhm.
again, when I talked to my husband before, I was just like, "Can you believe this shit?" And he was like, "What you think?" And he was like, "Well, if he want to go out there, you know, and with everything that's going on." So I was like, "Okay, well." We drove out. He went up. He checked. It wasn't like it was regular, and I have to keep saying that. Like this was peak. I think Dallas closed March 2020, and I think he might have had the heart attack in like May or June. Like it was really odd. The hospitals were like, it was just a lot going on. And I'm thinking
Mhm.
to myself, like, if your mom can't get to you, your grandma can't get to you, nobody could really figure out what to do. And I'm not the type of person, like, I'm not waiting around for people to make decisions, because again, if this man croak over dead, I'm not gonna be thinking like, well, damn, I wish I would have. I'm not that type of person. You call, you sick, we coming. You check out, we know we did everything right on our end. And because of him seeing that and the way that my son has seen me love other people, I love to see how he loves and how responsible he is, regardless if he likes you or not. I do not want you to have to be on good terms to do the right thing. And I know you're talking about how you operate, but many a time men don't do what's right because you hate that girl. DDG don't never have to pay Halle Berry no kind of child support. Why would you say she give horrible head? My son is 26. He's never said
we're winning.
anything crazy about
that was very childish of DDG. That we all know that. But I would say if go ahead, finish your thought. You was gonna finish your thought. You was gonna say something.
If you childish now, and if that girl picks up a spirit of you're childish and I'm gonna be malicious and we gonna play this game until forever and a day, because as long as your parent is still alive, you know what that still is? Your child. You just have an adult child, and what they need from you is different. But you know what you still pick up? Habits, behaviors. And when somebody will say like, I'm gonna do what my mama did. My mama wasn't never there for you do what you want to do, but I'm trying to get into the gates. And when I do everything that I could possibly do, I'm going to do. And what I find funny is a bunch of black men frowning up. And when you look statistically, the people that die alone by themselves are black men with children that they mistreated, that the mama said, that nigga ain't never did nothing for you. You don't owe him
No,
nothing.
that's not true. That's
Well,
not
hold on. Well, let me say this. Let me say this before I don't want to wait, Tip. I don't want to go off on a tangent. I want to stay on what we was talking about.
Okay.
So if you guys notice what Tip said, she said when she heard about her child's father having a heart attack, she didn't just take it upon herself and go out there to tend to her child's father. She asked her husband. She asked her husband. Now, being that she asked her husband, you know what that told me? If she asked her husband, I don't know if you asked him or you told him what you was gonna do. But if you so if you asked him, that means you was prepared for him to say, you're not going anywhere. I don't approve of that.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So, but you did allude to the notion that if he would have said that, you would have been displeased with that. You would have been upset.
I probably would have felt away, but it wouldn't have been because I would have thought like, do you not trust me? Like, do you think I still want this person? Like, I love you. I don't see nobody but you. Like, all we share with this man is this child. He's not a bad person.
But here's the problem. The only lens that you're looking at it through is if your husband feel like you might still want him, or, jealousy, envy. That's the only lens that you're looking at it through. But there's more than one lens. There's more than one lens to look at that situation through than just you possibly still wanting your ex man or whatnot, right? Another lens is once a woman chooses to enter into a covenant with another man, right? His only obligation is you and the children that's in the house under that roof. That's his only obligation. Now, we can get into the commendable stuff. Yeah, it could be commendable. All of that is subjective. All of that stuff, when y'all say it's commendable and stuff, yeah, that's good. And you're a good woman for that. You're a good citizen, right? But that is subjective to me. If your husband would have said, no, you're not going anywhere. No. First of all, it's too late. No. He's not my responsibility. He's not yours. You're not obligated to do that. No. I don't think that after that would have made him a bad person. Because the picture that's being painted, this is why, see, situations like this why it gets a little sticky. Because If he says no, I guarantee from the what I'm seeing in the chat, some people would say, "Oh, he's a creep." And I think it would be unfair for the husband to get labeled that when this guy has done his due diligence, he's married you, he's made you an honest woman. Not only that, he took on the responsibility of you guys' son as well. And just because you say no, he's having a heart attack. I'm sorry. No, my wife is not going to go tend to another man. No, you're not. Especially the guy that you had sex with in the past. No. Now, when I say that, I might sound selfish or whatever, but guess what? That's not unbiblical either. It's not. And so that's why I asked you, how would you feel if your husband if your husband said no? You said, well, I don't want to deal with hypotheticals. That's fair. But you actually,
it is unbiblical, brother.
No, it's not. And we can do that in a little bit. But here it is. But when you said, Freeze, I don't want to deal with hypotheticals, right? Because my husband wouldn't do that. I didn't marry a man like that. But you actually said that if he would have said no, yeah, you said if he would have said no, if he was the type of guy that would have said no, it would have did something to you. You would have been a little, because you would have been upset about how your son and all that kind of stuff. And then here's another thing that I disagree with. You said that your son, it's also important how your son looked at his stepfather too, depending on what decision he made as far as allowing you to go tend to your ex-husband or your baby daddy or whatever. I don't know exactly what his title. Your child's father. Okay. Father. So he wasn't even your ex-husband, he was your child's father. Okay, so here it is. If your husband would have said no, and your son, if you feel like your son would have looked at his stepdad like he a creep after years of feeding this kid, possibly going to his football game, showing up, all of this. You mean to tell me this one decision gonna make my stepson look at me like, oh, I'm not rocking with you. Well, guess what? You ain't really had love for me in the first place. And this is why, listen, and this is why a lot of men, see, I be speaking up for stepfathers. I speak up for stepfathers. But when we have situations painted like this, that's why I kind of understand the plight of men when, just like hot sauce, when they say, oh, hell no, I don't want to get involved in no situation like that because it's too much red tape. And guess what? So a lot of stepfathers say, they say with
people with children, men or women.
Let me land my plane. Let me land my plane too. You know what a lot of stepfathers say too? Freeze, it's a thankless job. Like it's a lot of stepfathers done did all of that, and then at the end of the day, man, we don't get no credit for that shit. Right? So we got to look at it from both sides. That's what I'm trying to tell you how to look at it, Till. I'm trying to tell you, like, that don't make your husband a bad man if he would have said no, you understand this.
But you know what it was for my son? It was a lesson. So after that happened, my husband and him went and had breakfast and talked about how the decisions you make in life can make you as a man be in a bad situation. They had breakfast, they had a conversation, and if nothing else, my son gained way more respect because my husband didn't have ego in that moment. He had every right to say no, but he thought about myself and that boy, that is his biological father. He has negotiated many times in between them. And even now, as we are aging, he's still making decisions that are not good for him. It's not just when you're young. Look at how other people are living around you, and this could be your potential situation.
What do you mean by he thought about yourself too? Why you put yourself in it? You said he thought about you. What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm saying myself in the sense of like, What? Well, the only reason they're connected is because he's my kid.
See. That's what I'm
He wouldn't have to
saying.
deal with this man. Okay, at this point, you know what?
No. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. You said he thought about. You
I
said
just
he
find
thought
it
about
odd.
myself.
I really do. When people make decisions and somebody says it's commendable, and then you want to argue the what if, there's not a what if. What happened is my husband allowed me to go. I gained I couldn't have loved, I can't love him more, but the more he steps up as a man, it makes me feel good that God sent me to be able to love him. It makes me feel good that though I might have picked a man that was not the best father for my son because he was a child, that the person that has raised him is an honorable man and a dignified man. And he's selfless for our family. And if he thought for 1 second I was going to be put in a precarious situation or my son was going to not be in a good situation, he wouldn't have rocked with it.
But Tip, listen to me. I'm not arguing with you. If you pay attention, every time you talk, I let you finish your thought.
You're correct.
I'm not arguing with you. You know, when you said he thought about myself, the only reason why I said something after that is because it stuck out to me. When you said he thought about myself, the subsequent question after that was, what do you mean by he thought about you too? Would you have been upset if, like, would it have been what am I going to say? Like if something would have happened to your baby's father,
my son's father,
would it have taken a toll on you or something?
In the sense of trying to raise my son to deal with some type of trauma. It's not, I don't understand this. Like,
can I just say something really quickly?
Yeah,
hold on a second, because I want to mine this out. So when you said he thought about myself, so you included yourself, right? I didn't say you did. I did not say you included yourself, right? So I just want some understanding. So if your baby's father would have died, right? Let's go to the worst case scenario. Would it have taken a toll on you?
Yeah, I would have been upset. I don't understand. Like, do you feel as if you can make,
This was 20, wait. This was 26 years ago.
No, this was in 2020, so it would have been what?
It would have been 22 years ago.
He was right. He had not quite turned 22 yet. So again, I think we are a sum of our experiences. And I'm telling you that I have lost a parent, one at 14, one at 21. I know what it is like to lose a father, not once, but twice. I did not. If that would have been the situation, oh, well, you drove out there by yourself. Well, you had a heart attack. He could have died. Get back out here how you can. Hell no. That's still my son. That's still my son. And that's my husband's son. And he wants to know, you know what? He might not have did what he was supposed to do, but we gonna do what we supposed to do.
No, I get that. I get that. I get that. I'm just saying that your son could have went out and saw about his father. That's what I'm saying.
So you're making an assumption.
You're interjecting yourself as if, like, no, your son, that's your son's father. He's 26 years old. He played football. He's more than capable of seeing about his father. I don't understand what I'm saying is wrong. What am I saying that's wrong? Like I'm saying, you're interjecting yourself into it, which I don't feel like. You had a baby with this dude at that time, 22 years prior. You married, you should have been well out the picture. This just my humble opinion. I'm not trying to put this on you, Tip. This is just a conversation which I already knew was going to get a little sensitive. So I had already seen the future on this right here. And I appreciate you coming up and sharing your story. And I hope you haven't even took any disrespect by what I'm saying. I'm just speaking my opinion about how I feel, which I hope I can do that. I hope I have full autonomy to do that, right? Which I'm allowing you to do that too. But I'm just saying, your son is strong. He's a strong man. He's 26 years old. And if let's just pretend you would have never
lost a
went.
parent?
Listen what I'm saying. Let's pretend you would
have
have
you lost a parent?
Wait, hold on. See, that's what I'm saying. I let you finish your thought. You gotta let me finish my thought. Let's pretend you never went and your son went to his father's aid, and just the same, his father turned out okay. His dad would still be alive just the same without you going. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And if it was to happen today, and it is not COVID, and it is not a lockdown, and you need certain things to get into places, I keep trying to preface this this was not an everyday type of situation. This was not something that, like, he's not gonna call me and be like, yeah, blah blah blah. Like, we had a cordial relationship. There's no malice.
Yeah.
But if we needed to talk, there was a never time where a conversation was had without him either being on speakerphone. If something needed to be held between the men, I never got in the way. I didn't do that's my kid, we didn't do that. My husband had the last say. If my husband would have said, I'm sorry, you know what, if it's something else we need to do, then we would have figured it out. But we did what we did. And I love him, and I know my son has talked about that, and my mother and my family. And it just makes me know that I married a fantastic man.
No,
and I would never do anything to jeopardize that.
Actually, you handled it the right way. You went to your husband first, and you got his say so. I have no issue with that. All I'm saying is, where people losing me at. See, you did everything right, Tip. I'm not saying you did. You did everything right. I want to stress that.
Okay.
The only problem I have is it's not with you. It's just other people, people that's coming and listen. I love my chat. The only problem I have is if your husband would have said no,
then we would have handled it a different way.
Right. Your son. This is what I'm saying. Your son can go. Our son can go. My stepson can go take care of his dad. Right. I feel as though a lot of people that know that are aware of this story now, that's watching this show in the chat, even Hot Sauce, they would have felt like your husband is a creep. Like they would have felt like they would have had a negative opinion of your husband if he would have said, no, Tip, no, I don't want you to go. No, listen, he's not my responsibility. He's not my obligation. His son can go. His son can go, and I just wish the best for his dad. I feel like if your husband would have made that decision, he would have been looked upon as in a negative way, and I think that's unfair. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
And I hear you, but the question was, when you have a child, are you family always? And the call was based upon being in this situation. So had that not happened, I wouldn't have called because it wouldn't have been handled that way. And it wasn't being handled as if he is our family. He is my son's father, one of his fathers.
Oh,
so
okay.
as a man,
that's good. That's
good. He is not our family. That's his father. That's my husband is his father, and his biological father is his biological father.
Right, but you don't feel like your baby's father is going
absolutely not.
Okay. See, me and
absolutely
Tip.
Not.
Tip, see, me and you good. We good. But do you understand what I'm saying, Tip?
Yeah, no, and I even put in the chat, like, we cool. No problems. But
stand down. Stand down, Big Bad Bull, man. Big Bad Bull, she safe up here, Big Bad. I told you. Tip, have you been disrespected up here, Tip? You hear me, Tip?
I hear yes.
Have you been disrespected up here, Tip?
No, I think he was trying to say, like, the chat. I know the chats are always rowdy, and I'm not gonna say nothing because I'm a chat troll. I feel like the chat always wins.
You a troll too?
Man, Big Bad Bull, he's who taught me how to troll. He was like, man, don't take
see, Big Bad Bull, you the damn problem. No, I'm just playing. Shout out to Big Bad. Shout out to Big Bad Bull.
No, he's super cool.
Can I
that's my
add?
boy.
Can I add what I have to say?
Yeah. Let me read this super cap. Then you can go. I want Living Humbly and Trey Fur to get in there too. Shout out to Big Bad Bull for the $5 super cap. He said, "Freezy, my brother. Tip is my sis. I'm going to need to make sure she's handled with care. I invited her. She's cool. And thank you, Big Bad Bull, for inviting her. And hopefully, from Tip's experience, she sees that, oh, these guys are respectful up here. I could talk freely, even with sensitive topics and stuff, you know.
No, and
But
I
go
can
ahead.
see
Tip be holding her own, man. She be holding her own. She be in there, you know, doing that thing. I commend her for having these hard conversations though. So it's dope.
Yeah,
pretty dope.
Go ahead.
You know
Go
what?
ahead,
I
Hot
can
Sauce.
one second.
Okay.
So-
Big Bad Bull, thank you for doing that and for showing that black men do care about black women, and you will stand in the gap, even if you felt like it was getting hostile for me. You came up, you made sure I was good, and I appreciate that. And I want the sisters to realize that there are black men that still care about their black sisters and making sure that they're good. And as long as you act like a respectable woman, a man will treat you as such.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Shout out to Till, man. And shout out
you gotta watch
shout
out
out to
for Freezy
conversations.
sometimes, 'cause
Shout out to
Freezy's a hostile
conversations. Shout out to conversations with MJ in the building. MJ, this is a great conversation, MJ. If you listen, we do need some more women up here. So MJ, we would love to have you. Hit the link. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Read the title. You might want to be involved in this. And shout out to Trendy Locks. Trendy Locks, thank you for being here. Trendy Locks, you can feel free to hit the link. We love the presence of the ladies and their opinion. We welcome the ladies' opinion. Thank you for being here, Trendy Locks. And Shiesty Bomb, bring your ass up here. We need you up here too, Shiesty Bomb. And shout out to Narratives and Dialogues in the building. Go ahead, Hot Sauce. Let's get it.
Yeah, I have one question to Tiff before I make a point.
Okay.
Tiff, so you said that your son has two fathers. So does your son call your now husband father also?
He calls him by his name, but he will say that is my dad. So that was one of the things that.
Wow.
But he calls my son his son. My son says that's my dad. When he talks about his dad, most people know he is talking about my husband.
And how does his real dad feel about that? Because that's kind of fucked up. But anyway.
His biological father was not always there. My husband has been there and consistent. Children will cling and cleave to the man that shows up for them, but him being there for him doesn't have to make him disassociate where he came from. Now, if he had totally dropped out, it would be a different situation. So again, we have always tried to have an open door. If you want to be around, you can, but if you do not want to, he's not going to go without. He has a father that loves him. He has a role model. When it was time to tie a tie, my husband taught him how to tie a tie. When it was time to go to the dance, my husband taught him how to open up a door, and this is what you do. And we dropped him off. So the person that did the rearing was my husband.
Yeah, okay, but I don't want to. Because I want to get to the main point. I just was curious about that. So, I'm in. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, Preezy, to the point, when the brother didn't have enough money for pills, she wasn't talking about taking care of him. She just broke him off $60. And in Proverbs 19, what does it say? Those who lend to the poor lend to the Most High. Right? And they will reap their reward. She wasn't like nursing him back to health or breaking him off in the back seat. She just lent the brother $60.
Well, here's the thing, right? That is,
I mean, you know what I mean? I get all that, but we have to have compassion.
No, you're right. I'm a very compassionate guy. I'm a very compassionate dude, right? But when it comes to marriage, it's more than like there's a lot of there's a lot of stipulations in marriage, right? When you talk about a covenant between a husband and a wife, It's sad that Tip's child's father had a heart attack. I don't want to seem cold, right? However, I want to say that 22 years ago, Tip and I'm gonna take Tip out of it. I'm gonna just because I don't want to keep saying her name. I don't want to keep
22 years ago, woman A and man B had a child together.
Yeah. I don't want to keep doing that.
Man A and woman B got a
yeah. It didn't work out, right? And
no, but I mean, but like,
let me finish.
But at the end of the day, man, that was 22 years. Yeah, all right.
Let me finish. It didn't work out. I don't know what life choices this man made with himself. He's not a child. I don't know what life choices. I'm gonna just put myself in. I don't know what life choices this other guy made. I don't know if he was hooked on drugs. I don't know if he's been living recklessly. I don't know if he's been just partying for a long time with a lot of women. I don't know, right? I don't know what he did, but with all due respect, it's none of my concern. It's none of my concern. This is a grown man, right? A grown man. So if he needs medication, he don't got no insurance. Obviously, this guy is very irresponsible. I'm just being honest with you. Obviously, this grown man is very irresponsible. Okay? You don't even got enough money to pay for $60 medicine. Right? So here's the thing. Even if we do decide to pay for this man's medicine, my wife ain't gonna do it. My wife is not gonna do it. The only way this man the only way this man gonna get his medication if it come from this house is gonna be if Freezy say, you know what, man, let me go and get it, man, $60. No, my wife ain't gonna do shit. My wife gonna be with me and she gonna be under me and she gonna be with me under my leadership. My wife ain't finna be handing him no money. She ain't finna be talking to him about no medication, no nothing. No nothing.
No, that's Freezy. Then that's playing on your, like, man. Don't make me say it, man. Don't make me say it.
I want to have an open conversation. Listen, call me what you want. Listen, I'm not gonna get offended because
that sounds super insecure, brother.
I know it.
That sounds super insecure.
Okay, but I'm prepared. I'm prepared for that because I know. See, going into this topic, I knew it was gonna be polarizing.
Because hold on, let me let my plane. Let me let my plane.
Hold on, let me do this. Let me do this right quick. Hold on, let me do this right quick. Hold on, let me do this right quick so you can. Okay, hold on. I just wanted to do that. That's all.
I like that.
Yeah,
that's dope as hell.
So
that's fire.
Because at the end of the day, brother, at the end of the day, right? If you look, if you cannot love your brother, you cannot love the Most High. And if you have an issue, because clearly there's an issue that, okay, at one point his penis was in her mouth and in her vagina and in her butt. Because you keep going back to that 22 years ago. Right, you keep going back to that 22 years ago. The nigga is walking out of the hospital. We don't have $60. Give the nigga $60.
That man, he be ashamed of himself.
But if we're going back 22 years ago, right, when they were busted it open, then that's a deeper issue.
No, I'm
not. I'm landing.
I'm not going back 22 years ago. I ain't going back nowhere. And she ain't either. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can say what you want to say. She ain't. But go ahead. Living humbly. You got your thoughts together because I want Trey Ford to get in there too. And Tip, since you're the only woman up here, you can jump in like when you find a crease, you can jump in whenever you want to. I want to give you full autonomy because you're the only woman up here. So I don't want you to feel like you have to wait on all the men to talk. I want you can jump whenever you have a thought that you want to interject into the conversation. Feel free to jump in the conversation, okay?
And
Okay.
I'm crying, and I don't want to be that person.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
For my father, for my son, to have to see that man that broke down, I felt ashamed for that. And I was glad that my husband was loving because he could have kicked him, because that's a bad place to be. And I think as a man,
You
he
did the
realized.
right thing. Freezy is an asshole.
Man, let her talk.
You did the
man.
right thing. Freezy's an asshole.
But I get it, and that's why I say when people talk down marriage, I'm just like, if you marry the right person, it is a blessing. It's a ministry. Being submissive is not hard. It is a gift to be able to trust your spouse. And I have a husband that I trust, and I trust his leadership. And he understood what was going on. He used his wisdom. He made the call before the medicine was even purchased. He said, yeah, go ahead. My son went back into the place, got the medicine, and came on out. And then after that, it just was what it was. I didn't call and say, you good after that? It was like, no. After that, that's what's happening. But when somebody's like, well, what happened? I'm like, I got pregnant my senior year. We were kids.
Right.
If we had a child at 33, I think the situation and how we would have guided it would be very different. But when kids are raising a kid and things are miscommunicated, we didn't have an adult relationship. We were children. I have an adult relationship with my husband. I submit to my husband and under the authority of him. And whatever he says for this home, that is what we do. Because I believe that he chose me and I was a good thing and I want to be a good thing. And he is a fantastic man that didn't blink about giving somebody $20 or $60 and a 10-minute ride down the road. Because it's like, okay, well, if you buy the medicine, can he Uber? Can he get home? And I was like, you cool with it? He was like, yeah, I mean, y'all all right? And once he dropped him off, I'm like, okay, we good. But I see people saying like I can't, but I think a lot of people can never see themselves in horrible situations. And you need to have the spirit that there, by the grace of God, go I. Because we are all one or two really bad choices from having horrible outcomes. So his father to me is a lesson of what you do when you don't make godly sound decisions. My husband and his father this is a man that stood up, that did the right thing, that has showed up for you, and he's been honorable in the way that he's moved as a man.
Well, here's the thing, Tip. Like I said, there's gonna be polarizing opinions on this topic. Some people might say, and I respect them all. I don't think there's really any terrible answers in this conversation.
I just think you gotta think, if you have a child by somebody and they down that bad, like, damn, what happened to you?
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. With me,
I ain't even
finna be thinking about that. That's what I'm trying to think. I ain't finna be thinking what happened to them.
You ain't got no lights, no water. I don't care. Well, figure it out, bitch.
But you might be more caring than me. I don't know. I might be a creep. I don't know. But go ahead, living humbly. Go ahead, cause damn, I want Trey Fur to get in there. Trey Fur got shit, man. Go ahead, living humbly. Go ahead, dog. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay, you off.
You good, man.
You
good.
Go ahead.
All right. First of all, much respect to you, Tiff. I love.
Hold on, living humbly. 1 second. Let me do this 1 second before you go. I already added my sister MJ to the sponsorship board. Thank you for the $20 super cap, MJ. I appreciate you for helping us keep the lights on in the big way. MJ said, I would love to join Freezy, but I got to get some beauty sleep. But thank you for the invite. Keep up the great work. Thank you, MJ. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And MJ had a great live earlier. Make sure y'all subscribe to MJ's channel. Go ahead, living humbly.
All right, like I said, first of all, much respect to you, Tiff. I love watching Hemp Channel, and there wouldn't be nothing without the women that come up there. That's the first thing I want to say. I got to
Shout out
jump
to
on the
Tip,
panel one
man.
day, but I'll be looking too rough to come on Hemp Panel,
Oh,
because you know.
you seen the
But
Have you seen them niggas that can be up on there?
yeah, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing it. I ain't that.
Exactly.
But pretty much I didn't disagree with nothing Tiff said. She already said that he not family, so we already agree on that.
That's a
It's just a
fact.
cordial thing. And I mean, it was a special situation that happened, so she had to do what she had to do. So there ain't really much to say about that. But other than that, I mean, when it comes to like with you, Freezy, like if you don't want her to go, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that either. You know what I'm saying? I feel like there's nothing wrong with it either way at the end of the day. But I mean, if he dying or something like that, I mean, you probably should help him. You know, but at least she called him first. So I mean, that's pretty. I mean, unless we finna talk about another topic, I feel like I said everything that needed to be said. You know, I don't disagree with what she said. I don't think there's nothing wrong with what you said. And you know,
Yeah.
we already agreed that they not family. You know, it's just a cordial
Yeah.
thing. So that's pretty
Well,
much all I got
no,
to say.
I understand what I understand what everybody's saying. If he's dying, right? That's an extenuating circumstance. If he's dying, if he's having a heart attack. What I was saying earlier in the conversation was it's a blessing that God bless him with a son, a strong son that could go see about him. That's what I was saying. I was saying he ain't left alone. Like my wife ain't got to go. Like it's a blessing that he got a son. 26 years old. You know what I'm saying? That is strong, more than likely pay his own bills, got insurance. You know what I'm saying? Like this boy, he can go see about his dad. He can go see about his dad. Like my wife ain't got to be nowhere in that equation at all. And his dad can live. His dad can, you know, his son did a noble thing. And guess what? I'm gonna talk to my stepson and say, man, you did a good thing, man. You did a noble thing.
But you know what, Freezy? This is where I was trying to find at least a little bit of smoke for it. I just don't. Not when the circumstances that she was saying, and then you know, especially how she and her husband handled that together. I just ain't got no smoke for that one right there, man. That's why I said when I first started off that. It's definitely a one-off, especially when you're talking about something where it's not something that was just like, okay, I'm gonna give it a whole bunch of thought. It was like, nah, this has to happen because there is a certain connection they have, and it is that they have a child together, and at the same time, even though he's an adult, when you're talking about this whole thing of Black community, I think that kind of speaks towards that part. I get exactly, because you heard what I said when I first came on, and I still stand on what I said. But when I'm hearing what Tip was talking about in the circumstances and how that was, I've seen it before. I've seen ex-wives, and I've seen, you know, women that actually said, nah, I can do this for the man that I was. At some point, we were involved with each other, but it ain't nothing like that now, right? Mm-hmm. And then for her to say, you know, she talked to her husband about it, so that means that she had him involved 100. Now, the problem that I probably would have is that if she just went on and took it upon herself and she just started doing shit, now we have a problem. You dig what I'm saying? But when it came down to that, man, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I'm sitting there listening, and I'm like, okay, I've seen it before. For one, her intentions was not like, at some point, me and this man gonna be together. She's also agreed and came to the same consensus that, nah, we ain't family like that. It was just a deed that she did that actually was a great deed that saved that man's life. And then they moved on in life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, although, you know, I just be, you know, the way I stand on it, my woman is my woman. I ain't gonna even lie. But under that circumstance right there, I ain't got no smoke for it, bro.
Well, I don't have no smoke for Tip either. You know, it seems like she's a very caring woman. Like she's very caring. There's nothing wrong with that. But all I'm saying is my stepson got $60. He got that's all I'm saying. He got $60. He's strong.
I see that side of it too. Just like everybody, it's like we see both sides of it. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. Like if my man was sitting back, was like, nah, hell nah, fuck that. But I can see that side too. But when I'm looking and when I'm hearing, oh man, that because it's way more. That's real life. Like I said, I've seen it before. More than probably 5 times where I've seen people that's no longer in in romantic situations, even if they had kids or if they were divorced or anything, that they did something to show that person that shit, I still care for you, but it's like I did my deed and I'm moving the fuck on. You dig what I'm saying? It's like I ain't even asking for, I'm not even looking for you to say thank you or whatever. I just did it because I felt like it was the right thing to do at the time. And now we just moving the fuck on. That's just how
I just want to go on record that Tip did nothing wrong. She absolutely did nothing wrong. I think where the I think the only judgment is me. What I'm saying, like me, all I'm saying is that if her husband would have said no, I think along the same lines, it would have been unfair for people to look at him like he would be a bad person.
That's also understandable. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. But Tip, she did nothing wrong. Yeah. She actually showed us where she stood. No, this dude is not our family. She's not family forever. No, So she actually let us know her mindset in the beginning. I just feel like Hot Sauce, he just talking. I think Hot Sauce just talking. Hot Sauce up here capping, man. I'm telling you.
No Cap-tivity.
He just capping. But go ahead, Trey. What you think?
I think the other thing is, and I should have said this, is my son called me in such a way that I knew he was not able to do it. And that might have been what it was. He called, was like, Mom, because I'm not trying to be facetious. That man can't see my Facebook page. He can't reach out to me. We don't do all of that. It's
So it is. It's more like, when people say action speaks louder than words, but intentions speak louder than both of them motherfuckers, don't it? Intentions mean something different, man. So the move that she did, I'm like, I ain't got no smoke for that.
Shiesty Bomb and my auntie Low Key, they really feel like, they rooting for you. I'm rooting for you too, Till. I think you did a good thing. But and then Shiesty Bomb, shut up, Shiesty Bomb.
If he have another one, I don't know what he gonna do.
We one and done. Hey, what you gonna say, Till? Come on now, I can't keep saving your damn life now. Goddamn.
Look, we one and done. We done did our part.
Sit down, Shiesty Bomb. No, I'm just playing. What sentiment do you share? I mean, where do you lie on this topic right now?
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing, man?
What's going on,
What's up, boy?
I agree with you, Freezy, in everything that you said as far as my wife and situation like that. But I'm not going to use this young lady as an example. Her story is unique, so I'll just use it of how I have to see it play out. I raise a boy that's not mine, to manhood. We got him to manhood. Again, when I say manhood, your ass 21, you self-sufficient, independent. If not, I did something wrong. I coddled you. I did something. I have a 21-year-old son. He's making $41,000. He's totally independent of me. Something happened to him where I got to take, he got an injury or something, then he can come back. He can rest up here and he got to lift a finger. But once that situation happens, one, he's a man. Something happens to his father. I would expect, let's just say my wife, his mother, come to me and say, hey, this is what's going on. then me, I'm gonna say out of my mouth, tell our son to come talk to me. See, the man is gonna have to come talk to me. Then he gonna have to break it down. Hey, man, my pond. So this is what we can do. Now, can you get there on your own? Yes. Okay. Well, look, take my old car, drive on out there. Boom, boom, boom. I'll get your hotel. I'll get you up. But if it's just like a day of ride, go on up there, spend the day, come on back. And you can do it as many times as you can. Now, and as far as if he happens to leave the earth, listen, we gonna come, we gonna go to the funeral, we gonna hang out, go to the repast. You know what I'm saying? We gonna do all that. If he need anything extra, I'm like you. Listen, he gonna have to get his own little $60. You know what I'm saying? You don't take no money out your wallet. But the man can speak, so he can call me, say, hey, bro,
That's a fact.
appreciate you taking care of my son. You know what I'm saying? I am a little bad right now. I need a little medicine. I ain't got the money. Then I'm gonna show my compassion. Say, you know what, bro? Listen, by the fact that you stood like a man, listen, nigga, don't come back no more now. Once these pills run out, you better have your next set of pills subscription ready. But I'm gonna go ahead, let my baby know I gave you the $60. Tell her she good. Come on home now. Listen, baby, you can't give no more $60 now.
Yo,
and the son came to me. Don't come to me after the fact. Just come to me before, because that's how I see it. That's the only way I can work it out.
But isn't that a different dynamic for, like, let's say he called you. Let's say the child's father calls you and say, hey man, I'm down bad. I ain't got no money. I need 60. Let's just be honest, y'all. Come on, let's just be honest. Most of the time, that scenario is not gonna happen. Hold on, before I keep going, before I keep going forward, shout out to Cassandra B for the $20 PayPal. I added her to the sponsorship list. Cassandra, if you listening, I'm not gonna show your I'm not gonna show the PayPal because I don't know how you want me to handle it, but you're on the sponsorship list. Shout out to Cassandra. Thank you, sis. I really appreciate you for the $20 PayPal. Thank you, sis. I appreciate it. Yeah, what I was gonna say was this. And Cassandra, write something in the chat if you're still listening. But this is what I was gonna say. We know that is the best case scenario. Like, for the child's father to contact the husband, right? And say, hey man, I'm down bad. I ain't even got no insurance. I need $60. But the way the child's father is 9 times out of 10 going to want to handle it is call straight through to his baby mama. And what I'm trying to say is, the quintessential way of handling it is for the child's father, if he is in that dire need, to contact the husband. That's what I'm saying. Contact the husband. It ain't finna be. See, if I'm gonna marry you and I'm telling you, listen, I'm accepting you, the child, everything. I'm accepting. It ain't finna be no privy conversations. Not with Freezy involved. Now, I don't know about nobody else, that speak for myself, but it ain't finna be no privy conversations. And where this man got a damn, he got the red phone, the president phone, and he can just pick that bitch up and call, and that shit goes straight to my wife. No, ain't finna be no red phone that goes straight to my wife. It ain't finna be no red phone. Y'all remember them damn red phones that they used to have on the movies, that the president phone? As soon as you pick that bitch up, it rained president. No. It ain't finna be no privy phone. Go ahead, Tip, I'm sorry.
Ain't no red phone. He called my son. My son called me in like a panic. And then from there, we just started making moves. The man had a heart attack. It was a heart attack. It's not, well, you get, like, it's a heart attack. If you've seen somebody, you don't know what's happening. You're not getting a lot of information. Like I said, it was during COVID. And it was like, if he is calling you, Where's, I'm like, where's your granny? Where's your great granny? Can't nobody get to him. Okay, you know what? Doom. I will say he cried that we had to pay for that medicine. He
I know.
was very
I know it ain't fun. I'm not laughing like that, but I know he did.
he cried.
That's
Yeah.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
You ain't got $60 for no Tylenol? What the hell wrong with you, bro?
It's a
ahead.
bad thing. I will say this: as he got older, he had better relationships with his other kids. He's raised 3 of them because their mothers were, you know, just didn't have that. So I guess for me, I've always thought, I'm glad I got out with just one. I'm glad that that's not who I ended up with. And I tried to make things as copacetic as possible. I never wanted my son to come back and be like, you treated. And I'm like, I didn't want that. I don't want that kind of static. And he's at this point very much will say, because I'll say, hey, it's your dad's birthday, it'll pop up as a reminder that I ain't calling that nigga, he didn't call me. Okay, well, I'm out of there.
So can I ask her a question?
Sure.
Yes,
Go ahead,
sir.
Ferg. Oh, Cassandra.
So Miss
Cassandra,
Tiff,
now
just
that you did you let me shout you out, Cassandra?
No.
You're on the sponsorship board, Cassandra. That's what I wanted to tell you. And thank you, sis. Thank you. We love you. Go ahead, Ferg.
So just based off your particular situation, let's just say this scenario would happen again. How would you, if you was giving somebody advice on this situation and it was happening to someone else in real time, how would you advise them to handle it? Would you suggest that your grown adult son, because again, he's a man to me, would you suggest that he go directly to the husband, or would you still be okay with the woman being the buffer between the two? Because if the man has raised that son since a child and played the father role, would you think that the man would owe the husband the respect to speak to him directly? And then if the husband also agrees, say, yeah, go ahead, do what you gotta do, okay, then that's where the wife could step in and say, okay, this is how we're gonna do it, and iron it out that way.
I don't think in the throes of a heart attack that much thought is put into it. But say if he was taking chemo and it was a situation like that, that definitely would have been handled completely different. It would have
So
been.
what is okay.
You get what I'm saying? Like a heart attack is like a
Yeah.
911. Are you dying?
So
I
in
don't
that
think it would
scenario,
be
you
like
got caught up in the emotions of it. In that scenario,
it
you was
was
caught up in that emotional impact that it had. Like, oh, heart attack, that could be death. So
yes.
yeah,
And
I can see
immediately
that.
I was with my husband. I said, what do you think you should do? And he was like, well, what's going on with Trey? And I'm like, well, he's, upset. He was like, okay, well, what do we need to do? And I was like, well, and I didn't want him to have to ride out there with us because but it's been situations, like I said, drop off time. He did that with my son. It got to a point to where I really didn't have to engage with that. We didn't have that. That's my husband. You deal with him. The fact that he called my son, I knew, I was like, oh, this nigga's finna die. Like,
Yeah, it just
Okay,
seems
so
like that.
hold on, JT. My last thing.
Mm.
So with your situation, like you said, you was caught up in the emotion of the heart attack, right? And you in the car, we riding together. Would you think it's best now that you're on the other side of it, is that when you get that call, would you be best to hand the phone directly to your husband? I put it on speakerphone. So now when he goes
he
to
was
say,
on
hey,
speaker. No. He was on
okay,
when my son called, he was on speaker and it was okay.
okay,
And he said, what do you want to do? Do you want to go out there? What are they saying? We called, they wasn't giving no
okay.
information. They just could just say, yeah, he's here. And he was like, okay, we'll try to head on out there. So if something
Yeah,
happened,
Right.
that's
So why did you have to go though?
I think just one, my husband works and it was in the middle of the day. So when he like, I don't make moves, and again, this was COVID, so he was working from home. My son called, he was at work, and it was very weird. Like the whole thing, the way that it played out, like now, I'm just like, damn, that's crazy as hell. He had to do, like it. I don't like that he put myself or my son in that situation because but again, I'm glad that my husband was not acting in emotion, was very rational, was like, hey, calm down, get to Trey, get where you need to get. When we got to the hospital, I stayed in the car. My son went up. Like I said, I'm thinking the boy gonna go up and come down and everything is done. I wasn't expecting that nigga to come walking down the stairs. I'm like, wait, didn't you just have a heart attack? Well, they ain't got no room for me, and I'm not finna die, so I gotta go. Well, okay. Well, did they give you
He ain't had that
meds?
premium insurance. That's what it was.
That
You ain't
part?
got that premium insurance. It's time to go.
But
You at least need
but
a
his
bone
heart his
care or
heart
some
attack
shit.
his heart attack wasn't that serious. He had a baby heart attack. My father had 8 of them, and he walked to the
Yeah.
hospital and walked home after the fact. So
And I
yeah,
get
he
that.
made it
No,
seem
no, no.
like it was
A
more than what
heart
it
attack
was.
is a heart attack. I don't care how
That's what I'm
small it
saying.
is.
You
A heart
don't
Yeah,
want
attack.
no
but
baby. Don't give
but
me
you ain't
no
walking
baby.
out of no heart attack. You're not
So
walking out of a
Hey,
heart attack.
hey, listen.
Anyway,
The out word is attack. When that
you
shit
ain't walking
grab
out of
your
that.
goddamn
You
heart,
don't want nothing to
Mm-mm.
attack you
I
or
don't
nothing.
care how little, how big it is. If they could, if they said
You ain't
that shit
walking
was a
out of
heart
no
Chill,
real
we're
attack,
not
heart
nigga.
laughing.
attack.
Chill. Hope you. We are not laughing at your baby daddy.
yeah,
We just
no,
Nah,
I
laughing.
get you.
no
And
doubt.
I'll in jest, and I when Freezy was like, "Don't cry," and I was just like, I think I'm really sensitive because my brother just passed from a heart attack.
Oh man, we
So
sorry to hear that.
thank you.
Yeah, my
So I
condolences.
know what it's like. And when you say 8, if you got heart conditions in your family, you know it could
Yeah,
be
man.
one little one where the person
Yeah.
just get off, and then it be one to just take you out.
Yeah,
And it
and you
just,
don't
I
even
think
know it, and you don't even
you
know
don't
it.
know. And if
Facts.
you're not taking care of yourself,
Yeah.
that's not my job. I don't know what you got going on over there. All I know is my son called in a panic.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this we finna go to the next question
Hmm?
of the night.
Mhm.
The next question of the night. And shout out to Tip for being a good sport, and thank you for sharing the things that you shared.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Tip. Thank you, Tip.
Yeah, I think
What
more
do
of
y'all
us
think
need to
about?
share and be honest.
Oh yeah, most
You heard
definitely, most
what
definitely.
JT said. He said he's seen this more than once. So a lot of people like to
Yeah.
stick out their chest. But at the end of the day, as a man, if you see a man is down that bad, you know what you're gonna say. You know what, babe, come on, let's get in the car. You know what? Like Coach said, "You run right in here and get this old trifling nigga something."
Right. Here you go, nigga. You good?
Here you bum, and then you get back
Right,
in
and
the
then
car
you
and
go on
y'all
and do
gonna
your
laugh.
deals. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I ain't gonna say, but we had a hearty laugh after.
Yeah.
Hot
Yeah.
sauce. I seen you come early. I seen you come back a little while ago. Come back. You dropped off. Come back, man. Well, cause I'm finna ask the second question. That's if you want to. I'm gonna start with Trey Ferg on this one here. Trey, do people use babies as a way to forever be a part of someone's life? Do you think people actually do that on purpose? On
Yeah,
purpose.
yeah, on purpose. Yes, yes.
So you think there is a man out there that purposely nutted in a woman and said, "I know I'm gonna leave her, but she gonna have to communicate with me. She gonna have to communicate with me for the rest of her life, no matter what."
Listen,
I don't want her, and I don't want nobody
listen.
else to have her.
I ain't go vehemently say that guys intentionally come into the mix like that, but I have seen
They
it.
intentionally
I have
come.
heard
They
it.
intentionally
Yeah,
come.
yeah.
Yeah, you're
No
Come.
right.
pun intended. Yeah, he
Yeah.
intentionally do that to set himself up in that situation. That's a poor way of thinking for any brother to say, I'ma still give her this child, but I know I ain't gonna be with her, and I'm gonna take all the bullshit
I
that
know I
come
ain't
with
gonna be
it.
with him.
You're a fool if you do that. However, I think once that happens, and that 9-month period, guys seem to think about it, and they seem to circle back. and then it'll come to a point where they play like I'm the baby daddy, we always gonna be together. Then she might even still believe that, okay, we can work it out, and they'll play that game, and he'll do that for a few years until he finds somebody else. I've seen it done personally. People I know just say that intentionally. She'll always be mine. She
Okay,
ain't going nowhere.
What
So
about this, Trey?
it's
On
just
the flip
unfair.
side, what about a woman
Yeah.
saying, "Oh, damn, Trey light skin. I'm gonna have a baby with him. I probably ain't gonna marry him or nothing like, but you know, he look like he got good hair."
At least I'm gonna have some beige kids.
And they're gonna be muscle bound on my side, but you know what?
But Trey, not only that, Trey, she like you. She like you. She think all the women want you. All the women want you.
It don't even have to be the baby. She can almost have the baby.
I would hope not, but
it happens.
Looking at my young self, man, yeah, I could see some actually just coming with that philosophy, like I'm gonna go and get one of these little light skinned babies and shit, because I can see that.
Also,
I can see that.
But also,
in my heyday, yeah, I can see that.
But also, a part of the reason why she did it, a part of the reason why right after you told her, I'm finna, she put you in the bow hug, and you couldn't get out of it. She made you do it. Right? She made you do it. Yeah. Do you think a lot of women will do something like that just so they can say, "Oh, he gonna have to talk to me no matter what." Like, even if we ain't together, he gonna have to talk to me. He gonna have to communicate with me, whether his next girlfriend like it or not.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen that. Listen, they've done it intentionally. I've seen it a little bit about what you said, but I've seen it more just to prove to some other female that, oh, I got him. You ain't got him. I got him. And I've seen that, man. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, it happens on both sides.
Did you say the bear hug?
Tip, if you don't mind, I want your input on it last. I want you to cap it. I want to go to JT. JT, what do you think as far as on the man side and the woman side? Just so they can have a lifelong connection with this person, they will go as far as to implement a baby in the situation.
Yeah, that's both sides. It would be a woman and a man. This is why you would hear a lot of these dudes that would sit back and say, "That's my baby mama." I know, they will make it seem like the baby mama is the wife, right? Mm-hmm. I know, like I done seen some domestic, some domestic situations, man, and she was all in the wrong, and he didn't want her to get arrested when the cops came, and the reason being is because he was saying because that's his baby mama. I was like, damn. This is how low we done stoop down now, where this is how we hold. You don't hear him saying because that's the wife, or this is my fiance or something like that. My baby mama. So they will use that when it comes down to these children, and they will exonerate a woman, and a woman will exonerate a man by just saying that we're connected because we both had kids. That's crazy to me. And it's always going to be crazy to me when you didn't have some other bond before you had the children, because it's not even a bond when you had the children. Why? Because you can't even see eye to eye on parenting. You can't see eye to eye on anything. So when you're looking at it as, I'm going to use this human being who, by the way, when they get older, they're going to have their own life. They're going to be in love with their own person. They're going to have their own family, own kids, and all these different things. You're not connected by these folks because they end up being grown. That's why I keep telling people, children are not children for a very long time. They're not. That shit goes fast. Y'all know, y'all got grown kids. You know how fast this shit go. There's nothing else. If you did not build something beyond that, it's something different. Sometimes it is after that you have the children. But if you don't have a bond between the two of you, then those children are going to be obsolete. Because guess what happened when you see a 35, 40-year-old man and a 45 and 35, 40-year-old woman, and they got a mama and a daddy that ain't even doing as good as they doing, right? Their mama's still single, daddy's still single, but they have a family. That shit looks crazy as hell because the daddy ain't never been married. You know how crazy that looks that he ain't never been married and his son is not only married, got children, and is happy? It looks bad. I've done seen a lot of this shit before. You ever seen where you have somebody in your family or a partner or something like that, and their kids are doing way better than them, and the kids are like 20 years younger than them, and they ain't never got their life together?
Yeah.
That
that's a lot
shit
of resentment in that situation.
That's a lot.
Too.
Yeah, man. The parent end up being jealous of their child.
That's a fact.
Because the parent was sitting there wasting their youth trying to connect with another person through that doggone child, who, by the way, said, I got my own life. I ain't about to connect myself to y'all no more. Y'all fucked me up. You've heard that before, too. You've seen all these testimonies where these grown adults now that used to be kids said, I had to survive my childhood because my mom and my daddy didn't want to act right. Now I had to be a person that's seen something more righteous than what I was raised up. And I'm not about to give my kids what I had. I'm going to give them better than what I had. You see that. So you can't say that people are going to be connected for life through some damn children because they're not children for the rest of their life. They got a good 18. By the time they're 14, 15, and 16 years old, guess what? They're getting ready to get into adulthood. It ain't no turning back after that. Every one of us on this panel right now have been adults way longer than we've been kids. I end it.
Tip, what? Hold on 1 second. Tip, what do you think? Do you think people do that? Do you think that's reality? Do you think people use babies as a way to forever be a part of someone's life?
I would have said
both men and women.
I would agree with Coach. Prior to, I'll say 1998, but I don't know what happened with these new children and these men living a soft life, because now we seeing the DDG and the Offset. I don't care what happened. You still my baby mama. You looking at Halle Berry that's paying child support to not one but two men. You looking at Future mad as hell at Sierra because she done been the baby mama, and how dare you move on. And Russell Wilson pissing y'all off because he king stepdaddy, and now they got their other children. He raising them kids better than Future ever could. Future ain't been the same since Sierra left, because I think a lot of times people get wrapped up in that's my baby mama. Hence, you kept hearing me say what? My son's father. You don't have no title for me, sir. That's my son's father. Beyond that, you can call me by my name. And it got to the point where he would call me by my last name. Don't give me the title that I have. My husband, we went down to the church house and did some counseling and went to the state. Outside of that, that is my son's father. I'm not a baby mama. We had a child together at a very young age. So even that title thing, people get caught up, oh, that's just my baby daddy. I mean, my baby mama, she just be tripping. We had some kind of type of relationship. Then you might be the new chick, so she wifey, and she get to be wifey for a little bit. And then once the man mature and go get a wife, everybody else under that wife is mad, because now as a man, he understands the respect that he never gave y'all. And you see the difference. Everybody else know the difference, and everybody mad. But yeah, it's plenty of men and or women tethering themselves, trying to be a part of people's life. I'm from the country. And my grandmother, what they always told us, ain't no cheering gonna keep no man. I ain't never seen no man be kept not no cheering, and you gonna do what you wanna do. You know what he gonna do? Let you have that baby, and you gonna have to struggle, and he gonna go on by his life, and he gonna find the woman that he want to marry, and he gonna have kids by that woman and raise those children, and your child gonna forever feel like the odd man out because he did the stand-up thing. She just wanted a connection. That woman wanted authority in order.
So with the great advice your granny gave and your ancestors gave, why do most women struggle with that advice?
So it's interesting. I had this conversation with my mom today. We are taught as young women to edify and lift up our fathers and our uncles and our brothers. And then when we get to see that man become a human and maybe have a misstep, we don't know how to make it right. We don't know how to justify it, and nobody talks to us about it. So in your mind, you think, well, my mom did this, this, and this wrong. So if I do all these things right, then I'm going to get it right. Hence, saying you want to break a curse. Your elders will give you all of this information, but you thinking, what you talking? You didn't do it. Why am I listening to you? You bitter, you lonely, you done did everything wrong. This is my life. I'm gonna try to do it my way. And then, I mean, wasn't your mama dumb until you got grown, and wasn't your daddy a dummy till you had a child, and all the things that they said started making sense.
Them
And
old folks didn't know what they was talking about.
man, and you think to yourself, my God, if I'd
No.
have just listened or not been in my ego, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have been down this road. And that's why I think the parenting is different. We got told, do
So
as I say, not as I do. Then the next
Word.
generation of
but
parents was, well, I said don't do it, but you don't do it. Now you have conversations. You said something that my son is 21 and he is fully grown, making 41. And if something happens, he can come here. How many grown, mature friends do you know that don't live the life that your son do?
Damn.
I
In their
mean,
40s and 50s. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's just, people that I have always associated with, most of them are, just hardworking people. I don't know too many. I know of people that not really do shit the right way in their life, and that's just working for, to accomplish certain things. But
Because bums don't
so
want to be around working folks, and working folks ain't gonna
so
be around a bum.
so based off again, you have a great situation, and just to ask you this question again,
Hmm.
the information that you were getting as a child in reference to relationships with the opposite sex, did you get that information from men or the women in your family?
A little bit of both. With my father, it was more of, if somebody don't like some, you can't let nobody just honk a horn and then you go outside. Girl, what you doing? If he can come knock to this door, you ain't finna go nowhere. Oh, okay. So my father had a lot of conditions. Now, mind you, we were very religious, so they probably should have did a little bit of more. Just not abstinence. Don't solve all. You might need to talk to kids about protection because we didn't get those talks. Nowadays, they do that at school. We didn't have that. Like your parents
They
have to
don't do
sign
it at school.
petition. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know how I feel about that, but I think being honest about children and what
But
the
Jill, don't you
things
think
that
don't you
may
think
happen.
it would be do you think it would be best to be honest with children? Let
Yes.
them know as a parent the the risks you take when you start to indulge in a certain lifestyle too soon.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm hearing you, it seems like that because my father was a preacher's kid also, and it's like you had that little rebellious in you a little
Mm-hmm.
bit, because you know what I'm
Yes.
saying. And that's where I think a lot of individuals struggle and can't recover. It take them years to recover because they go against, even though the person may not be living that life that they say tell you not to do and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of people we see it's like we choose despite the good information, and then on the other side we can say, well, damn, I shouldn't have made those moves. But I think where a lot of people don't recover is that when they go against the right word as they getting, then when they get on the other side, they don't. I don't know if it's a fear factor in it or
Well,
just sometimes I believe adults don't give a damn because when we have children, we should teach the children the truth at that point, no matter how harsh that people may feel. Because I don't go by feelings. My father taught me that don't go by feelings, go by truth and logic. I think it would fare better for the children to have a better understanding is that I can take all of the mistakes I made, say, look, these are the mistakes I made. I went against this. You are in a different situation. So let's try to move the best way possible. Then if you get to a space in your life where you need some reinforcement, then we can have that conversation instead of
so
just like, well,
I
I don't
think what you're saying is notice you said my father and you talked about how you fathered your son. So that's what 2, 3 generations of black men that have had an example of what manhood looks like.
know.
Everybody doesn't have that. That's one. The other thing is oftentimes as Christians, we are taught about the prodigal son. When he left, he had a bad way, but when he came back, he didn't come back with a child. We don't always talk about that. You can talk about bumping your head, but a lot of times people do not talk about just the toll of being a parent, even if you can do it financially. The strain of if this baby has colic, trying to get back and forth, the stress that's going to go on if you in a marriage, the things that have to shift, how it's no longer just about you. It's a lot of things that happen about coming into having a child. When you go and listen to what DDG said, he talked about how when you first meet somebody, she talked to you nice and this, that, and the other. And that shift that doesn't happen is when it was just you and her, it could be all about you and her. But in a woman's body, as soon as she has that baby, she understands that if you are a threat to my child and him living and being okay, I cannot be with you because you are a threat. You are not responsible. I cannot, if I can't, you can't buy milk, diapers, and pay rent on time. That means my child may not have consistent food. We don't know where our house is going to be. There's so many variables that people don't tell their kids about that I take great pride that my son is 26 with no children. My son's mother had him, she was 11, the daddy was 13. We were 17 and 18 when we had him. So for him to be 26 and no children, guess what he did? He broke the curse. But guess what also happened? Son, when you get ready to leave this house and you make a decision, I need you to know that if you get somebody pregnant, that's y'all baby. And on the weekends, it's not just gonna be her. That baby gonna be here with you. And if y'all do week on, week off, that's your baby. I'm gonna help you, but you're gonna get up. And he knew with everything he saw. My sister and him are only 8 years apart. My sister has 3 kids. He's seen what it's like to see a woman struggle. Hell, he saw until I got with my husband. We didn't struggle, but it definitely got better when it was 2 of us.
Yeah.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this. First of all, shout out to LL Unk man and Kelvin Cook in the building, man. I'm sorry, I was on the phone, man. I had to call my wife. It's hurricane coming. There's a lot of shit going on. But anyway,
are you in Central or are you in the South, Freezy?
I'm in Central. I'm in right there in the dab in the middle where the hurricane
Tampa Bay
coming.
and all that shit.
Yeah, Tampa Bay. I'm in the middle. Tampa Bay is West Central. I'm in the heart, like dead center in the middle of Florida.
I'm praying for you, bro. Do you know I'm supposed to be catching the goddamn plane to Fort Lauderdale, bruh, on Wednesday?
Dog, listen,
might not make it.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Listen, bro, I know our lights is gonna be cut off about a week to 2 weeks. I know it is, bro. Like I'm preparing for this shit. Like
I wasn't planning on.
Dog, this shit sucks.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on going, but my daughter and my grandson is there now. and we were supposed to have been doing this family thing. So I'm like, shit, I don't know if I gotta. We'll know tomorrow. We'll know tomorrow because I've been following this damn thing, and she got there. She got here this morning.
JT, she might need.
Yeah.
She might need to come to you, JT. Y'all might need to do it in Detroit, man. Shoot.
Yeah. I think that's what we gonna end up doing, man, because this shit ain't looking good at all.
Not only
man.
that, dog, the traffic's so bad, dog. Like, it's so bad.
Yeah.
Like, you can't even leave your house. Like, and it ain't no gas, JT. It ain't no gas. All the gas gone. It's just bad, bro. It gone.
I'm gonna have to stay. I'm gonna call my daughter and tell her, get your ass on the plane.
Dog, I
up.
woke up today. I was cussing myself out because my generator don't work, and so I was trying to fix it.
Yeah.
I started to take the generator and throw it in the middle of the road. I was so mad, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot going on, but let's go back to the conversation. Right here. The reason why I connected the dots, the reason why I asked this question right here, right? Do people use babies as a way to be a part of someone's life? The reason why I asked that question, the initial question was, do you think a baby makes a baby mama and a baby daddy family forever? I know for a fact, dog. I know niggas that was having sex with women. These women, they felt like was fine as hell. They got a big ass, small waist. All the dudes around the way want her. She a trophy, right? Get what he want to do. He want to get her pregnant. He got the bright idea to get her pregnant just to say, oh, this woman that all y'all want, get what? She gonna be connected to me for the rest of my life. She got to talk to me.
I know guys like that, bro.
Bro, even if she get a dude, even if she get a boyfriend, get what? That's why I was talking to Tip. See how connected the dots.
Yeah.
They'll do that, and knowing this woman might get a man in the future, and then say, yeah, it don't matter who you talk to, you gonna be connected to me for the rest of your life because we got a child together. That same DDG shit.
It's kind of like with you remember the movie What's Love Got to Do with It? And Ike was in the dressing room with Tina.
Yeah.
And he told her, he said, you can't never leave me because I'm right here. I'm right here, anime.
Exactly.
That's the attitude them cats be having with the women, man. They be like, you got my kid. You ain't gonna never leave me. And the crazy part is that when they see that she got a boyfriend or something like that, that's the first thing they want to do is they want to stick their chests out and they want to be like, look, she always gonna be mine. Like they'll tell the other dude that. I don't know what you got going on. And I never understood, and this is the thing though. Those situations are definitely those situations that are like they're not solid situations. It's just that pussy dick shit. That's all it is, really. When you see that type of thing like that, because when we're talking about human beings, man, human beings, they're babies right now. Then they get to be toddlers. Then they get to be teenagers, and then they're grown. Now what you got? Nothing. It's like you in an empty house now. That's what's crazy about it. Now you're in an empty house. You all that shit that you was doing all that time, and then everybody changed. She done gained about a goddamn 125 pounds. Your ass got a fucking heart problem and ED. Life has changed. But guess who's getting their life together and have to survive their childhood because of the bullshit? The damn kids.
The damn child.
Don't be trying to use me to sit back and solidify y'all union together. Get married, be together. Don't use me. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? How are you gonna do that? No. So at the end of the day, my thing to men is this. If you want to give that woman that type of exoneration, marry her. Just marry her. Keep her. Let that woman be yours. She ain't yours if you out here in these streets and you think because y'all got a kid together that woman is going to be yours for life. Nope. If you got that man and you want to keep that man, you better just go ahead and try to get that man to marry you then. That's what it's about. Because them kids is not what it's going to be. That is not your collateral. Nobody owns anybody when it comes down to that. You don't own them kids, and they gonna show you. Look at them single mamas. What they do? Try to make they try to make they son their boyfriend. The son mess around and he got a girlfriend now, right? Mm-hmm. Or wife. Now the mama think that she still has this place. No, you have been demoted, mama.
This is good. Yeah.
That's it. You've been demoted because now I got my own family, which makes you a relative. Yes, you my mama, but you are a relative. If you got a wife, that wife comes first. Your mama, it shouldn't even be a question if your mama, it's not your mama coming second. Your mama is in her own life. And she helped you to get your life together. Does that mean that your mama, like, I hate that question that they always ask Freezy. Mm-hmm. If we was all on a sinking ship, would you save your mama? Would you save me? And all that crazy ass shit. Mm-hmm. That's crazy to me because my mama is my mama. And if you're my wife, you're my wife. Two different things. Those are entirely two different things. Most people would say, well, I might just die trying to save everybody. How about that? I'm going to try to see if I can get everybody a lifesaver or some furniture or something to float on. But if we was in the sea, I don't know if anybody ever been on the ocean. You in Miami, so you know what I'm talking about. That ocean ain't nobody surviving.
No, ain't nobody surviving.
Ain't nobody surviving. So when you talk about shit like that, ain't nobody surviving. If we out there in that damn sea, ain't nobody surviving. Because something gonna get your ass.
That's a fact.
Something gonna get you.
And just to add to what you're saying, and I'll get Trey in here too. This what I hate, JT. This what I hate, dog. Like, you meet a woman. Let's say you meet a woman for the first time. Like, there's women. That's why I don't put it all on women. See, I like to have fair and balanced conversations. I like to have conversations because all of this team man shit, that shit be stupid because it's some guys out here just like what I'm talking about, right? And there's some women out here that'll trap a dude, right? But I put more of the onus in this situation as far as like getting somebody pregnant or somebody getting pregnant. This is why I put more of the onus on the man because you the one doing the fucking. Like you didn't have to nut off in the woman. You didn't have to do it. You didn't have to do it. These guys that do it on purpose just to get a woman knocked up, just to have a lifelong connection with this woman, right? Mm-hmm. I do not like them type of guys because here's the reason why. It's because that woman, that young lady, a lot of times it happened to young girls. Like they be like 19, 20, 21, 20, you know what I'm saying? They be young. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I don't like that is because she could have been a woman without a baby. Like she could have been a woman. Yeah, she dealt with you. She ain't know no better. But she could have been a woman without a baby. But you purposely planted a seed in this woman because you thought she was going to have to be in contact with you and communicate with you for the rest of y'all natural lives until one of y'all die. I do not like that type of shit because it's a two-edged sword. First, you cut it by doing this, like you purposely did this woman like that. I do have a little sympathy. Yeah, the woman didn't have to lay down. Yeah, she could have not laid down. But I'm talking about usually it happened to young girls, young naive girls who thought they was in love and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. You knew you weren't going to stay with this chick, right? But I'm talking about, and I'm not talking about all pregnancies. I'm not talking about guys that, you know, where they had good intentions and, you know, they just so happened to get the girl pregnant. It might have been by mistake, you know, because they was having sex. I'm talking about these guys that purposely get these women pregnant and just for the intentions of tying this woman to him for the rest of her life, just because of vain reasons, just because this woman fine to you and other guys want her too. Other guys been trying to get at her. You was at the club and you seen all these guys trying to get it. Go ahead,
He
JT.
knew. No, that nigga knew 3 weeks before he did it. In his mind, he was like, as soon as I get in that shit, nigga, it's going down. I'm shooting.
He already knew
everything in there.
But it's some people, JT Ferg, it's some people that they don't believe. It's some people that don't believe that shit happened like that.
Shit.
Like, bro,
Nigga.
I was talking to a lady, right? She grew up in the suburbs. And you know, she had her mother and her father. And I was like, yeah, it happened like that. The scenario that I'm telling you, yeah, that happens. She was like, no, why would somebody do that? Why would somebody purposely want a child with a person they're not going to stay with? People don't believe that people will actually put a child in you or implement a child in the situation just for the mere fact that they want that person to be in connection with them for the rest of their life.
And you know what it normally be? Tumultuous relationships, right? It's those relationships where they ain't he know that she ain't really fucking with him like that, right? And he already know. Now, before this motherfucker get the fuck up out of here, if she find, this is the thing, let's keep it 100, man. Women are beautiful as shit to us, man. I don't care what nobody say. They are, and you got a girl that you like, and you've been trying to get close to her, and she has been. It ain't like she been just throwing you, the elbow, but she ain't letting you get that close. I don't know if it's like that now, but it used to be like that. And then once she let you in, and you had sex the first time, probably the second time. Y'all get into a relationship and it starts to be tumultuous, right? Mm-hmm. She already giving you the signals that she about to, she about to dip out because you've been fucking her. You've been doing all kind of fuck shit, right? Mm-hmm. What the first thing that you gonna do when you find out that all these other niggas have been trying to holler at her and some nigga gonna eat lucky. You gonna try to lock her down. And the easiest way to do it is after you get into an argument or whatever it is and you do makeup sex. That makeup sex right there is gonna get you, nigga, that motherfucker. You gonna do the hula hoop dance in that pussy.
Jay, but you just described the whole situation to a T. For real, dog.
No Cap-tivity.
That's usually how it go. What you just said. That's usually how it goes. The makeup sex. And then he was like, I got something for her ass.
I got something for her. I've been waiting. Yeah. And he about to go out here and put he got a switch.
But
fellas, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ferg, because I see
fellas,
it in your face.
But let's be honest, just like the conversation you was having, the question you asked a little early, Freezy, it goes on both sides because you've seen and heard women say that, we split up, but then we got back together. We was great. We broke up, and then at the end, I got pregnant.
Yeah,
that
but
goes
this
on both
is the thing.
sides.
She can't. But this is the thing. She can't shoot no shit up though. The only thing that she can do is just be
she makes
careless.
herself. But what I'm saying is, listen. They know exactly what they're doing when they engage. They give up that access to have a,
Yes.
They give the access to have the child. I'm going to leave you. But before you go, I'm going to go and take one of your babies with me.
Yeah, but this is the thing about sex too. A lot of people don't like to talk about. Sex is violent, nigga.
Violent? What the hell? It ain't violent, man.
Where do you think
what y'all having violence?
Where do you think the term clapping cheeks is? Do you know to make that clapping cheek sound when you that sound right there, nigga. Do you know that you gotta be doing the hell of a thrust? You trying to kill it. Remember they
JT,
used to
that's
call
not
it
violence.
they used to call
That's
it
music. That's
no,
making
no.
music. That ain't
Shit,
violence,
nigga,
man.
you
Come
trying
on,
to that's why they want to when they be like, I want my hair pulled. No, they know that you're gonna eventually do that shit. Nigga, if you can see your face when you out here trying to kill it, you ball your mouth up. You
You trying to kill it.
You trying to
You
kill
bite
it.
your lip, bite your lip and shit.
Right. Think about what we say. First it was busting guts. Right? When you have this the thing. When a woman tell a man you all in my stomach, nigga, do you know that's cheerleading for you to get like it's violent. That's why when a woman gets on top, she like, nah, let me try to take control a little bit. And she do the reverse cowgirl. Fuck all that. Once a nigga gets you in the hucklebuck,
yeah,
that's when your fucking he beating the shit out of that.
Trying to beat it.
Yeah, nigga. Look, his mouth be like this, Freezy. Nigga.
Listen, anytime you hear this terminology, beat the brakes off your ass. Listen, if you beating the brakes off of anything, you mistreating that shit. A car, bicycle, it don't matter.
You slutting it out. Nigga, you trying to you try to knock the lining out that motherfucker, dog. It's violence, man. It's
violent. It's violent. It's violent. It's some people that got some bruises behind that shit. In the
yeah. You ever fucked the sheets off a bed, nigga? That's
damn right. Violence. Yeah. You ever heard of jumping off the dresser?
Right.
When you come off the top rope, you trying to hurt somebody, Fur. You come off the top rope, you trying to hurt somebody, man.
Yeah.
You done fuck somebody with a brass bed. You done fuck all the screws off that brass bed. You done fuck the footies off and everything, man. It's violent. So when a dude, look, if a woman can shoot that shit up, it'll be a whole bunch of niggas getting pregnant. But y'all can't do it. And when a motherfucker nigga got the gun, I'm telling you right now, it's something different. And then he tried not to, you know how you used to, especially when you're young, you tried not to let her know that you already done bust one. Cause you trying to get number two. Number two is, we always say that. Number two is the best one. Once you get that first one off, number two, it lasts longer and all that shit. The shit is fucking violent. And motherfuckers gotta quit bullshitting. When motherfucker talk about shooting your club up, he gonna be doing that shit purposely.
He doing it purposely.
He's doing it purposely.
I would argue, right? And I know some of the guys ain't gonna like what I'm about to say. I would argue, like women try to get pregnant on purpose too. They do that. Yeah. Women do that a lot. But as far as the intentions being, I want this person to be connected to me or communicate with me for a lifelong.
Mm-hmm.
I think men do that for that purpose more than women do. I think a lot of women do it just because they want a baby. Like they just want a baby and they want to say they got a baby. And this dude look good. He look, he's a good specimen to have a baby with. Women do it too. Women get pregnant on purpose too. Women to put, man, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all a story. I wish my cousin was here, dog. I'm finna tell y'all a story.
Yeah.
My cousin, he from Fort Lauderdale. He was staying with this woman. And he was being a hobosexual. Y'all heard of hobosexual before?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Shit.
This woman he was staying with, she was a rather large woman. Shout out to Black Beauty. Shout out to Black
I was
Beauty
just about to say that. I was about to say Detroit is full of niggas that get with the big girls. They got a couple of kids.
Listen, dog.
He the babysitter.
So exactly. So he was staying with her, and I think he stayed with her for a good 3 weeks. And he said it was awesome too. Like she was cooking every night. And this woman can cook. Like, she was cooking steaks, ribeye steaks. She was cooking like lobster, shrimp, potatoes, seafood potatoes, and all that kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said he was eating good every night, everything. And he said he would never have sex with her. He said he would always make it seem like he like her, but he don't want to move too fast, but he was using her for shelter. He was using her.
It was wintertime.
It was cold. So he was using her for shelter. And he was trying to stay in that situation until his situation improved, right? Until he was able to build up enough money and get him a spot of his own or whatnot. And one night he said he came home and he was drunk. And he came home from the club. I mean, he came to her house from the club and he was horny. And he said he struck out at the club. When no woman take him up on his offer, he was trying to holler, and
he couldn't even get the 3 clockers.
No. As a matter of fact, to be now that I'm remembering the story, he said that another reason why he wasn't having sex with the big girl that he was staying with is because he had another chick he was having sex with, but I think they fell out with each other. But he had came home to her house that one particular night. He was drunk, and he said he was horny. Now this woman, when I say big, I don't want y'all to misconstrue what I'm saying. This woman was big, dog. This woman was big.
All I'm picturing is
I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about. I'm talking about what that Eddie Murphy. Hold on, that Eddie Murphy movie.
Respucia.
Yeah,
it was Respucia.
The lady was big, man.
Oh, how you doing, Les?
And so he came home and she went to feeling on him and stuff, and she was trying to get in the house sex and whatever. He said he went ahead and went for it. But I don't believe that part of the story. I think he went in there and tried her because he really wanted to have sex.
Yeah.
But he didn't have a condom. He said he didn't have no condom, so he was like, man, I don't know if I need to do this. But the girl said, oh, no, I got a condom. We can do it. It'll be all right. He said, oh, okay, all right. He said, you got a condom? She said, yeah, I got one. We good. She was excited. Dog. He said she was excited.
Hell yeah.
He said he went in the room. He put the condom on. He said he stuck it in. It was missionary. He put her legs up, you know what I'm saying? And he was going to town. He said he was going to town. And I think he said like 3 minutes into it, the condom broke. He was like, oh no, I can't keep going. Keep going. He telling the girl. He said the girl said, no, it's okay. Just keep going. Just tell me when you finna come. Just tell me you gonna come and then just pull out. He said, man. He said he was just about to come too. He said, man, I got to keep going. So he kept going, dog. This shit creepy, dog. This shit scary.
Yeah.
He said he kept going. He said he kept going, and right when he was about to nut, he told her, I'm finna come. And the girl bell hugged his ass, dog, and did him like that. Hey, he said he was trying to get out, but she was so strong and big, he couldn't go nowhere. And he just felt himself nutting in the girl, and he felt his whole life flash in front of his eye. Dog, he said the girl bell hugged him and made him come in her, dog.
She had to have put her legs around him too, because you know, you got the on the where your waist is. I call it the pumper. When you got your pumper right there,
Dog,
she gotta lock that shit.
But guess what I told him though, JT? I said, "Cuz, you so damn stupid. You know why the condom broke? Because before she gave you the condom, she put a fucking pinhole in that bitch.
Hell yeah.
You so stupid." I said, "Dog,
I bet you,
as soon as
she put it on too."
Man, she probably did put it on, dog. But I said, dog, when that condom broke, you should have got up right then. He said, no, but I didn't think she was gonna do me like that. But when he told me the story, dog, that shit was so scary to me, dog. I was like, women actually do that? That was the first time I heard that. Now, this was years ago.
Yeah.
I said, women do that for real? They'll bear hug you, and when you say, I'm finna come, they'll do you like this and hold you down.
Yeah, clamp your ass. Yeah.
They'll clamp on your ass. It's like a WWF move, dog.
Yeah.
And to this day, he said, and his daughter is beautiful. His daughter is beautiful because he
had a kid by her.
Yeah, she got pregnant.
Freezy, I call all cap.
Huh?
That's all cap, bro.
Why you think it's cap? Why you think it's cap for?
Because one, he knew what was up when he went over her. She ain't cooking those meals for nothing. Two, he come home drunk, right? Okay, you come home drunk, but that ain't the first time. That's an easy story to tell somebody. Yeah, that's an easy story to tell somebody. She's a big girl. No, most guys, when they hit big girls, they don't want to leave a trail. So if she gets pregnant now, I can't tell everybody, yeah, that's what I wanted. So yeah, man, she trapped me. The condom busted, because if the condom busted, the damage is already done. Then she bear hug you. That's a great story for a big girl.
But listen.
He laid up in that.
The reason why I believe his story is because he said that it was so detailed, right? It was detailed,
exactly,
dog.
That's why you came. That's why I'm telling you. Yeah, she ain't back home. She probably had them legs so. Yeah, she probably had them legs so spread wide open. He just yes, this is it.
Okay, so he was she put him on. She ended up putting him on child support.
Damn.
He had a baby girl from her, and he lived in Fort Lauderdale. She lived in Central Florida, closer to me.
Mm-hmm.
So he was behind on child support a lot until he later on in life he ended up trying to, live what is it called, legitimately, because he used to trap. He used to trap,
mm-hmm.
He used to, whatever. Mm-hmm. But he was behind on child support, frequently, and he used to go to jail. He used to go to jail behind it. And so I used to be like, cuz, so you mean to tell me you going to jail and you dealing with all of this? You telling me all of this happened because she bear hugged you? He said, yeah, cuz. And she always making it seem like I'm not a good father. But what she won't tell everybody is that story I told you, cuz.
Yeah.
This is a true story, cuz she bear hugged me, dog. And he was like, now I ain't gonna lie. I kind of take accountability too, because I could have got up.
Yeah, but you can't do it when you getting ready to bust, though. That nigga, vagina is so good where you can't run that far, that fast from it. And like I said, when you doing that pump, dog, and if you getting ready to come, dog, do you know that everything blacks out? Nigga, it's like your computer where you gotta reboot it. It's like a reboot when you come.
Yeah.
You lose. And have you ever noticed that your senses, when you come back from that, your senses, you can smell shit really good. You come back to clarity. You want to get the fuck up and get the fuck on if you really didn't like her ass. It's like a whole bunch of your senses just come back and you be like, damn, you can see better. You can smell better. You like, damn, this shit. what the fuck am I doing here? Now you done came back to your senses, and now you gotta wait.
Now I ultimately agree with LL. It is my cousin's fault. It is his fault.
Coach, what you drink? What you eating on, man? Some Captain Crunch.
He eating on some damn
man.
Some skins, some cracklings.
I fried my nachos, man. I fried my nachos,
oh, you
man.
Fried them,
So,
it sound like some damn cracklings here. But
I thought you would eat some pebbles.
Do what I was gonna say. The story he told me, this ain't no lie. When he told me the story, dog, I was so scared, dog. That shit sounded like a horror movie, dog. The way he
No Cap-tivity.
You like, for real?
That's how it was. Listen, when he told me the story, I was like, "Cuz, get the fuck out of here." And when he said this was the creepy part. When he said, "No, it's okay. Just tell me when you're gonna come." And he said, "Are you sure?" She said, yeah. Just tell me. Don't stop. He said, when he said, "I'm finna come," man, he said the look dog. He said the look she had on her face. Dog, hold on. Let me show y'all the look, man. He said when he came, this the look he had. This the look she had on his face, on her face. You ain't going nowhere.
I got your ass now.
Yeah.
Give me all of it. Yeah. Calm down. You ain't going nowhere. I got you.
Dog, he said she had this relentless look on her face like he was trying to fight and get off of her. But she was like straining like, "No, nigga. No, you nigga."
He was like, "Unass me, bitch."
Listen, he said cause she made sure he shot everything in her. She made sure he squeezed everything.
Yeah, buddy. She was like, "Shake it out."
Right?
Now shake it out.
He said after after all the jizzle came out and everything was out of him and she drained him, right? Shout out to Game Wise DJ in the building, man.
No Cap.
He say after she drank, and he say after everything was over with, she pushed him off, JT. She pushed his
get
ass
your
off.
punk ass on. I'll see you in court.
She pushed him off, dog. And then when the baby was born, she didn't hesitate putting him on child support. Dog.
So she went straight from the hospital to the damn courtroom.
A few weeks later, she went down to the courthouse and put his ass on child support. And the man had been going to jail ever since. But now he got a job and stuff. But dog, that shit was scary as hell, dog. And so that let me know.
Yeah.
Listen. Now she liked him. She really wanted him to be her man and all that kind of stuff. Cause she really ain't have a lot of options like that. You know what I'm saying? But that's one of the times where I said to myself, okay, she really did it because she wanted to have a baby. First and foremost, she wanted to have a baby. Second of all, I think she did want to keep a connection with him, right? But the point I'm trying to make is that I think most women do it because they actually want the child. They want a child, dog. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I think most of the time it ain't about keeping a connection with the dude. Sometimes it is, but I think most of the time why men do it, I don't think most of the time why men do it is because they really want a child, dog. I think they do it. I think most of the time men do it because they want to. This woman was fine as hell to them. You're not finna see a dude. You're not finna see a dude purposely get a hideous looking chick
and then trying to put a stain on it. Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying when I say that sex is really violent, man. This shit ain't that motherfucking bullshit 80s making love shit. You probably start out with that shit with the flowers and all that crazy ass shit. But in reality, don't nobody need no goddamn they don't need no damn what you call that nasty ass shit they have whipped cream and strawberries. No, all you need is some motherfucking dick and pussy. And I'm telling you, once you get in it, especially if she really know how to put it on you, man, it's something different, man. That should have had you crazy. You know why some of these niggas go berserk? A lot of these niggas go berserk, man, because they end up fucking with a woman. They end up fucking with a woman that they like and having sex with her. And if she got a nice, a badass body, and she's just cute enough, we ain't talking. I don't even know where this bad bitch shit come from. I'm talking about just cute enough where you just like, yep, I'm fucking with that right there. And you get it, and you nigga, it's about to be violence. Oh man, it's about to be violence. It's gonna be, nigga, you fucking the fitted sheets off that motherfucking mattress. I'm telling you.
JT,
you gonna fuck her.
You need to stop. Stop, JT, man. Stop, man. Stop. Just stop, man. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop, man. Just stop, man. No, don't paint no more pictures and shit.
See, they be having too many. Just think about this though, Ferg. These motherfuckers be trying to do all kind of different, all these different fucking forms. Doggy style missionary is the only shit you really need. And if she's small enough, you get her up on the wall. You fuck the shit out of her on the wall. But it's all gonna be some motherfucking violent ass shit. I'm trying to told you already ago. It's gonna be violent. And women like it when a motherfucker that they like gets violent. I'm telling you. Let me tell you, what was my man Kevin Samuels? He was being violent. He just was old, and he was drinking them goddamn what you call them damn shits, them bulls, them Red Bulls.
Red Bull.
That's what got him right there. He was being violent.
Yeah, he was trying. He was being violent. He was trying to beat the brakes off her ass.
He was trying to beat the brakes off that pussy. Not the lining out that motherfucker.
That nigga lining out that bitch. Yeah.
See, that's the problem, man.
Hey, Jay. He had one leg up in the air. He was trying to show nothing. He was trying to punish that whole head.
He probably still had his shoes on.
For that grip. Listen, dog. Listen. But I would say this. I'm gonna say that people that do that, men and women, despite the reasons, right?
Yeah.
People that do that, I think that they don't care. They say they love their children, but I think that's so selfish to do that, because when you bring a child in that way, you're not even thinking about the best case scenario for the child as far as having a 2-parent household and all of that, right? You just not even think. You're thinking more of yourself than you thinking for the child. So when people say, "Oh, I love my child," 1,000%, you couldn't have, because if you did, like, why would like I just feel like a person that really loves their child. Now I understand people that get caught up, they in love and they intentions on getting married, or they just was in love and they had a child. They wasn't planning on having a child, but they mutually was having sex. Nobody actually did it on purpose. I get that, right? But I'm just saying, like,
you know what I'm saying? No.
DJ, you want to come on camera or you want to stay down there?
Wait.
You hear me, DJ? Oh, okay. But yeah, what I was finna say, I just think that that's selfish, man.
Yeah, it is.
And I also want to say this. I want to say, DJ again. Let me see. DJ, can you hear me? Can you hear me, DJ?
I can.
You wanna come up, DJ, or you want to stay down there?
The can cool, man. It's all right, man.
Oh, you can come up now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Should
okay.
be
I'm
good.
gonna bring my dog. I'm bring my boy up. Okay. So shout out to DJ, man. Shout out to DJ. But yeah. So the other thing I was gonna say was when they do that, dang, I lost my damn train of thought. Okay, one was selfishness. Oh, this the other thing. This is why I tell women, right? And I know I have gotten flack for this when I tell women, listen, make sure you married. Make sure this dude actually at least at the very least proposes to you. Right? Make sure you get engaged at the very least, and you're in a situation where you know this guy has full intentions on being with you, as far as under a covenant agreement, right? Like that's why I tell women, because sometimes you can get involved with a dude, you start having sex with this dude, and when this dude is in you, there's really nothing you can do. He can just plant a seed in your ass.
You vulnerable. Yes.
There's nothing you can do.
Yeah. That's what they call it. You are in your most submissive state when you are fucking a dude. There's no way you're submissive. No doubt. Now imagine if dudes was sexually submissive. That shit, well, a lot of these niggas do. They be getting pegged and shit. Niggas be, got their legs up like they getting a diaper change and shit like that. That shit don't look right. But when a woman is, this is the thing. She's being submissive to a dude. That's why I said shit get violent. And she's telling you, you can have your way with me. And niggas will slut you the fuck out. You get the right nigga, it's going down.
they gonna slut you out, man. I'm telling you.
Slut you out. And you gonna like it.
You gonna like that slut. You gonna like that slutted out stuff. You gonna like all that slutted outness.
Look, you ever had sex with a woman that normally don't cuss, and you fucking it and she cussing with you? It's kind of like, and they number one word is what? Shit. That's their shit right there. That's their word right there. It's like, God damn.
Man, listen.
JT, you need to call your pull up, man, because you ready to get violent. Don't call your pull up, man.
Bro,
don't call your 3 o'clock.
Listen, man, it's my birthday. I'm 52 years old. I ain't doing all that shit no more. I still do it, but nigga, all you gonna get out of me is you get the hula hoop dance. That's
listen. You could be doing it so good with a woman.
15 minutes. That's it.
You could be doing it so good. It could be so good. Your intentions is to pull out, right? Let's just say you got a condom on.
Yeah, man, but your timing be off if it's that good.
It's like, dog.
You try to stay in as long as you can, don't you? You be like, woman.
Dog,
Speak for
a
yourself.
woman will tell you, let's just say you got a condom on. It's some guys that'll still pull out with a condom on just because they trying to be extra cautious and not get a child, right? Dog, if it's really good, if it's really, really good, and you pull out of that woman will tell you, the fuck you doing? Why you pulling? No, you gotta cut. No, like women want, they want everything. They want the whole experience. If you know when a woman know it's good, like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. But I just wanted to say all that. DJ, what's up, dog? Man, what you got to bring to the what's on your mind? What you want to bring to the conversation? What's your thoughts, bro?
Yo, is it echo?
No, you good, bro.
Echo. No, you good.
Man, hey, it's just a whole lot of game being spit. A whole lot of free talk, and this is a certain type of bad that only certain type of men, experience in their life. And if you don't know what's going on, then you're gonna be lost in the dust, because you're gonna need to know how to satisfy and please your woman and pleasure your woman, or any woman that come in your life and earn the type of man you is. Yeah, you just gotta know, okay, this is what's going on. This is, sexual confidence, all that type of stuff. So, I'm enjoying the talk from, everybody, man. Y'all spending y'all thing.
Well, we actually, Go ahead, JT.
No, I was about to say, no. Coach Ferg is over there acting like he ain't been doing his thing. Look at him. That's why he got that smile on his face. He know what I was saying was true.
Man, Ferg killing them. Man, Ferg was killing them motherfuckers, man. Ferg killing that. Ferg, you play football too, then the Ferg.
Yes, sir. Listen, man. I don't recall any of the things y'all talking about.
Yeah, you do.
No, sir.
Shit.
Yeah. I mean, everything I said,
listen,
man.
Ferg done fucked somebody with a goddamn brass bed. He done fucked all the screws off that motherfucker.
Ferg was on the
You know what them brass beds never, you can't tighten them motherfuckers up. You get a good fucking over that, they on the floor.
JT, I can say this. And I'm just gonna say this in this capacity without going into details. I got me a bust. I got a bust with a cape on it. You can put me in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I got a bust with a cape on it. I think it was early in my life though, probably 19. I was in the Hall of Fame in the 80s.
Yeah,
While in high school.
I can tell you right now, in my line, we ain't trying to relive those motherfucking days no more, bro. I'm telling you. That's what happened with my man. Rest in peace to my man, Kevin Samuels. But he was trying to relive his goddamn younger adult years. You can't do that shit no more.
You can't do it, man.
You can't do that shit no more. Niggas was out here trying to go hours and hours of shit, man. Now nope.
They be trying to make up.
Hey, you be trying to make up. You got 3 sets of 5 now. 15 minutes. That's all you got.
JT, you made it. That's a great point you just made. That was another disconnect I had with Kevin Samuels and a lot of the manosphere talk. That was a big disconnect I had when they said, when they was talking about a high value man and a high value man don't cheat. He exercises options, and they was kind of promoting that a high value man, he can have his sex with as many women as he want, as long as his wife know, all of that. But this is what I was saying. Why once a man reaches that level of maturity, well, it's supposed to be maturity, or reaches a certain age, like, to me, a lot of this talk, when I heard, and this goes back to our conversation the other day, JT. A lot of this talk I was hearing these guys say, I was like, this sound like some talk from some guys that didn't have a lot of experience growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, didn't really go through the bumps and the bruises,
that puppy
dealing
love,
with women.
that puppy love. Yeah.
I'm just saying, going through the bumps and the bruises, dealing with women, and the headache. Like, why would you want to have sex with all these women at that age, and you got more to compromise, and then she could bow hug your ass. That same woman can bow hug you.
She gonna clamp your ass down, and this is what's happening with all these so-called motherfucking high value niggas, right? They getting their ass caught up because they didn't. You right.
Exactly.
At a younger age, they didn't go through the rigmarole. Just like when you hear niggas talking about they ain't never had a woman that was so nice, that was so bad, where they was like, nigga, I was head over here. Nigga, it was women that had you like, I'm about to go crazy over this mother. You just had to get your control. You had to fight that shit. Like,
Man, had a nigga. JT had a nigga climbing up on roofs and shit, jumping over fences and shit.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, and they say they never experienced that type of thing. It's like, because you didn't have a variety of women during that time. You had to wait till you had money.
Yeah,
that's what that's what it baffles me, because once I got like in my like mid 30s, dog, I didn't have the desire that I had in my my teens and 20s. I didn't have that type of desire, because I was I was 22 when I got married. Got divorced at 30? I'm back out here in this world. That was the worst shit in the world for me, man. I hated that shit. because when I seen what was out here, I was like, man, these goofy ass bras is getting on my goddamn nerves. They was literally getting on my fucking nerves. I was just like, I can't take this shit no more. And I was like, damn, I wanted to go back home, but my pride wouldn't let me.
That's a fact. But see,
I was like, this is some goofy shit, man. It's crazy because think about this. By the time you get 35, 40 years old, the majority of women that you're going to be dating have children. And a lot of them got small children. It goes back to the dynamics that you were saying today. Now you get it where dudes just like, man, I'm not fucking with no goddamn woman with kids, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the younger folks, they get that talking point from us older guys, right? We have actual reasons why we say, nah, I'm not doing that shit no more. And it's not to say that it's a fucked up thing. You just got to be serious about what you're doing. But the reason is because we've experienced it. When you've experienced being in relationships with women with kids, you just see that there's just some fucked up dynamics that's there, right? And you ain't really trying to, especially when you got your own kids, you ain't really trying to fuck with nobody else's kids like that, unless you still have that mindset of, I don't give a damn, I just like being in a family. And then you got to be serious about it because there's things that comes with that whole dynamic of being with other kids. Again, we were talking about it earlier, Freezy. They got their kid's father or women. You got women don't have the same thing that we have. It's not in the same dynamics because for the most part, the man's children will pretty much be with the mother of their child. Now there is a dynamic that's there. Now this is the thing. When you got a man that's involved in his kid's life and that woman have kids, and his kids is there, and that woman kids is coming around, the dynamic is this. This is my kid's house. Your kids is visiting. You and your kids are visiting.
But that's what you was talking about earlier too, in a way, when you were saying the kids, you said something along those dynamics as far as kids end up resenting each other.
Oh, they
Remember we talked about that earlier?
Yep. They do. Because the thing is that we're putting our children in a dynamic that if we're not careful in that dynamic, I'm talking about the two adults, we gonna fuck all this shit up. And that's what happened most of the time. You can't be sitting back thinking that you got that you're building a family. No, you only thing you doing is adding water to the Kool-Aid. That's basically what you're doing. And you got to know the dynamics, and you got to be willing to deal with those dynamics.
I think JT's froze up a little bit. He'll come back.
Thanks for that talk.
Can you hear me?
No, we hear you now. We hear you. We hear you.
Yeah, everything. But when you have this thing, this dynamic with that, man, you gotta be 100 in it. And you and that woman gonna have to sit back and have some real conversations. And they're gonna be uncomfortable. Most people are not equipped to deal with that because most, especially men, let me just go with men. They want their own family. Now imagine having a man that's with you. He ain't got no kids and he's taking care of your kids. At some point in that conversation, you're gonna have to say, okay, let me see if he's straight. If a woman don't see if that man is okay, if she ain't checking in with that man, it's gonna be some resentment that comes with a lot of men like that also. They're just dynamics. It's not one thing worse than the other. It is what it is, especially in this time in age we in right now. The majority of people already got families.
That's a fact.
All the way, you know what I'm saying? So what you gonna do? You gonna try to find you somebody that ain't got one? All right, good luck. Old nigga. Now young, yes. But then we got the world talking about people shouldn't get married until they're ready. What the fuck did that mean? What you gonna do? Go get a degree? You don't need a degree to be married. You don't need a degree to build a family. But they tell these young folks dumb shit. Now it contradicts everything that they're living. So why we think now when we hear the young folks talking the way that they talk, they're like, fuck marriage. No, I ain't trying to do no shit like that. They refer to women as baby mamas and they refer to men as baby daddies. Why? Because the older folks have confused them with our bullshit.
And
conversation that you had today, man, this is what we really need. And shout out to old girl, Tefocracy.
Oh yeah,
she came in there and she said some real ass shit, and that was something for us to mind the fuck out.
Yeah. That was a good conversation.
Great conversation.
And this the last thing I want to say before we close it out. Get y'all last words. When it come down to marriage, I think the biggest qualification, I think marriage, you absolutely right, JT. You don't need a degree for marriage, right? And quite the contrary, I think also, shout out to Ron Mack in the building, man. I think also, shout out to Ron Mack. And shout out to Nightish too, man. Shout out to Ron Mack.
No Cap-tivity.
But I think
they said Ron Mack is a young me.
Yeah. Ron beating the brakes
like
off me.
They said I'm a old Ron Mack.
Ron, they say you jumping off the top rope here on there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you already know. You already know what it is. He got the locks and everything. That nigga got the whole uniform. That nigga tearing up all them goddamn them brass beds they ain't gonna be able to make it, dog. She got a brass bed. You might as well go ahead. Go to Gardner White. Get a Posturepedic or something like that, Ron.
I'm actually excuse me. I'm actually taking a break.
No, you taking a break right now? You in between sessions right now?
It's like they in an intermission. Go and get you some water, some pop or something.
Hey, your face.
Get you some popcorn.
Your face do look a little greasy and sweaty, sweaty and greasy, whatever,
Oh man, y'all off the chain, man.
Yeah, they off the chain. They true. It got a little shine to you, and that's what it do.
I'm taking a 90-day break.
Okay, yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's good.
Oh, you probably need to. I ain't gonna lie. You probably need to.
Yeah, we all be needing to, bro. You gotta think about it. Like,
go ahead and get that motherfucker on full again. Just have your shit on full again, nigga.
Yeah. Ron, you was finna say something, Ron? Or I was gonna say something.
Man, I ain't know you was closing out, man. But go ahead, Freeze. You go ahead. Say.
The only stipulation I was saying about marriage, I think marriage is specifically set up for two people, a man and a woman that was actually trained right from their parents. Because I agree with JT. I think the younger you get married, I think the purpose of getting married young is so you won't acquire all these bodies, as you live life. You know what I'm saying? I think this is why our JT crazy. I think
all I'm thinking is, yeah, she not. You saving her ass, but you gonna still do some fucking.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. The point, yeah, but well, my whole
saving her from that shit.
My whole statement was geared more towards the women, but the longer they live, because women they fall in love easier than men. I think women they thrive off their emotions more so, and so the more you let a woman. The more a woman lives, the more susceptible she is to wanting to be validated and, wanting to be in a man's presence. And then they'll set themselves up. Just like this whole conversation's been going, they might set themselves up with a man that just might want to, plant his seed. Just say, oh, she look good or whatever. She gonna have to talk to me for the rest of her life. That type of shit right there, right? But I think that marriage was set up for people to marry young. Back in the day, my granddaddy them, they used to, women used to get pregnant at 14, 15 years old. They used to marry very, very young in the silent generation and stuff.
Yeah.
But so I just think that was because they wanted to maintain the innocence of these young girls, and not saying that that's conducive today. I wouldn't, don't y'all try that shit, please. Okay, I'm just saying historically, because we already know some guys say don't get no damn, please don't. Okay, but don't get no thoughts. Well, okay, I'm just saying historically. But at the same time, what I'm saying is that I think that when they got married, they was trained, like the young women was trained to be wives, and the boys was trained to be husbands. I think that's the correct way to get married. I think that should be the qualification. A lot of times nowadays, we winging it. When I got married, I did not have a good example in my mom and dad. My mom and dad was married, but they was very toxic, and they was not. Like, I didn't have a good I didn't have a good upbringing as far as parental support, guidance, and all that. You know what I'm saying? So my best guide was, that's why I adhere so much to the Bible. I know a lot of people think Freezer, oh, you so biblical. No, I need it. I need it because I would have went crazy. I would have went crazy. I would have been in prison and all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? It saved my life. But it served as my parent. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I talk to OGs and stuff like that. They only tell me so much, but the OGs that were telling me what to do, they was fucking too. They out here doing, in the street, whatever. So I needed some type of guidance, But I just think that's the most sound way to get married. Both man or boy and girl or man and woman was raised and trained to be husbands and wives. I think we need more of that. I think women need to be trained to be wives. Boys need to be trained to be husbands. You know what I'm saying? And then when that couple gets together, they will have more of a success rate. That's how I feel. But I do agree with you, JT, as far as getting married young. I never understood that this manosphere talk. It be so like they speak it so matter of factly, like, oh, you don't need to get married to your a woman, you shouldn't get married till you're damn near 45 and man, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You niggas don't know that. First of all, you niggas was not out there like that. Most of you niggas that drinking all these Red Bull and you want to stand up in some pussy at age 67, nigga, you weren't out there like that when you was 20-some years old, 25, 22, 19, all that good stuff. You was not out there, bro. And a lot of these guys, I feel like, I know I'm going on my little rant. I just feel like a lot of these guys is not qualified to talk to these guys. When I be listening to, I be like, man, you weren't even out there.
Right.
You don't even understand like the consequences and repercussions that come from fucking all these hoes, dog. Stop telling these guys to fuck all these hoes. Like, and then I heard one guy say he was encouraging, man, I done heard some crazy shit on YouTube, dog. I heard one guy and say, I ain't gonna call no name. He said, man, I would encourage the younger dudes, don't even get serious with no woman. Just pay for prostitutes until you get like 30 or 31. Dog, these guys, I said, boy, these guys are crazy, dog. And then you got guys on the panel co-signing that. Oh yeah, you're right. That was smart. That was smart right there.
And that's game. That's real game right there.
Right, but Freezy, this is what's really backwards to me. During the time that we was out there, women, it was very much harder, more difficult to get women and girls back then.
Factual.
Right? So we had to learn how to get their ass, right? That was our whole thing, nigga. You either get some pussy or you ain't, right? Now, and you never heard niggas complaining back then, right? Niggas was just like, shit, if they ain't get it, you know? They gonna have to just keep trying, nigga. Keep trying. You eventually get it. Now you got where the women is throwing that shit from the free throw line, and niggas are complaining that they can't get no pussy. I'm like, how the fuck is this?
This shit crazy.
Especially when I'm like, damn. So when they say, you know, I have to be a little bit to a point where, because I'm not out here and I ain't trying to date no goddamn 28, 25. I ain't trying to date none of them goddamn type of women right there. A young woman for me to try to date would be about 45 years old.
Hey, JT, if I grew up in this era,
38, I'm playing with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's a young one for me. You know what I'm saying?
If I grew up in this era, dog, in this, what this is, Generation Alpha or Generation Z?
The grown ones are Z. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
if I was a Generation Z, dog, I have AIDS right now.
I was just about to say that. I had all kinds of shit. I had some shit. I had some shit that they ain't even came up with yet. You know, they had some shit where they ain't even had a name for. You, nigga, you just.
JT, man, you talked about this the other day.
Freeze it, come on.
He was talking about this. No, man, listen.
The way we was moving back then, we can't move like they can't move like that now.
Nigga, you move.
You can't.
This is the thing, because the it's like the price of coochie has really plummeted now, right? So you can just get it anywhere. That's the craziest part. You can get it anywhere because there's no real. They tell you that you got to have money and you got to be a certain size, but I'm still seeing these short broke niggas still getting pussy. You can't tell me that these niggas ain't getting pussy. Nigga, this is America. I see all this shit, all that shit they be talking about on fucking nigga. This is why so many people got these goddamn diseases. Because everybody fucking everybody. It ain't as worse as people saying it is, bro. You can't have women. They done got theme songs and all kind of shit of women just throwing pussy to you. You know what I'm saying? I've never thought that I've ever lived in a time where a woman would sit back and she would tell you, I got some good pussy. And it's like you would hear a prostitute say that, you know, nigga, this, you know, you would hear somebody that's really desperate trying to get some men to fuck them. But this is in theme. This is in psalm now. They got it in songs, this anthems and shit. You know what I'm saying? Regular. So it's like, if I couldn't, I'd just be ain't shit in this world right now if I was a young nigga.
I don't think y'all thought it all the way through what these kids, I'm talking about in high school, going through. Listen, imagine you in high school now, and you got a smartphone.
Man,
right?
I work in the high schools, man. I work in the high school.
Hold on, Trey, let me do this. You got a smartphone. Nah, the girl that you got an eye on, 9 times out of 10, she got an Instagram. Like back then, they ain't had no Instagram or nothing like that. You just had to wait to see what she wore to school. That's all you had to see. Wait to see. Dog, now, get what they doing? They going on the Instagram and these girls, you know, they dress half naked on Instagram. They got bathing suits. All they got to do is go on Instagram and the girl that sit 2 desks over from them in class, half naked, high school girl, dog, on Instagram. Yeah. That's what these boys dealing with now.
Yeah, it's a whole different. It's like it flip flopped because the girls are way more aggressive than the guys is. That's why I'm like, but you got these cats out here, young niggas out here that's really moving through them. So that still is there. You still got niggas that know how to really slide through, bro. So I just don't think it's I don't think it's as fucked up when it comes down to women ain't fucking with niggas like that as they say it is. Now, I don't think it's because I see they be like, nah, I ain't. It's like they fucking around with a small minority is what people saying right now. I have no idea. I can tell you right now, I ain't in that motherfucking world, so I really don't know. I'm just hearing what people are saying. I got young daughters. They're adults, but they're young. And even when I'm looking at like the friends that they hang around and things like that, I'm like, yeah, this shit totally different. The way that they dress, the lingo they talk, even the way that they listen to women these women listen to more hip hop than dudes do. That's the craziest part. Most niggas, like I'm from the D. These niggas don't listen to all that Future and all that shit here. Guess what they listen to? Local shit. Niggas from Detroit. Go to Tennessee. Niggas listen to niggas from Tennessee. You go to New York. Niggas always in New York listen to niggas from New York. You go in Ohio. You go all these. A lot of this shit is motherfuckers listen to people that's from where they from. Now, back then, it was a whole lot of other shit. So yeah, you hear motherfuckers say Future and this and that, but nigga, I'm telling you, it's a whole different world out here now.
But when it comes to the women and the man with the confidence are the ones that still leading the pack as it always was. The guy that's showing the confidence, he ain't got no problem in getting the women. So it just goes to show how, and even if you compare the times, even a quiet guy, that didn't necessarily mean he didn't have confidence with the ladies. Because a lot of guys didn't say a whole lot and always had a female. Now it's like guys sort of they don't have the courage to sort of just strike a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
I understand why. I understand a lot of why they don't do it because these girls is
but
out
I,
here
I
to.
don't.
No, they
I
out
don't
here,
understand
nigga. They have you. You'll be on somebody's TikTok, nigga.
But what I'm saying is they're approaching them and they still getting sex. I'm just saying guys ain't even taking the opportunity because the dudes that approaching, they getting plenty of ass. They getting plenty of cheeks out here in the streets. And even if that's a small number, those guys are showing confidence because then when you look at the history, you be like, well, this dude ain't no high value dude. He's old regular ass nigga wear N1s every day. He getting plenty of ass. But the dude is actually saying, so it just makes no sense. I believe some dudes are a little suspect undercover and won't come out.
There's a lot more.
But it's a big difference though. One of the things that I do observe when I hear the younger folks talk, like the whole thing about I didn't know what the fuck Riz was, but then it was like charisma, right? So it's the same thing that we had where when we had the nigga that actually got the women, sometimes that nigga could be an ugly ass nigga, but if that nigga got that type of charisma, that nigga got that mouthpiece, that's attractive to the women, you know what I'm saying? So they call it Riz now. Even when it comes down to when you're looking at social media, right? On IG, and when they saying you gotta look like you got motion going. Right? I had to actually understand what the fuck this shit is because it is a difference from what we had. We had to have motion too. We just didn't call it that shit, right? You had to been doing some shit. Your world had to been rocking, right? But then you got another part, right? When you in the hood, nigga, it is what it is. That's why you got motherfuckers that still get pussy. Because if you in the hood, it ain't really that hard. But if you out here and you moving about the world, because now you got people out here trying to travel, and you got the young folks traveling and shit like that. Even the club scene is different. Now we used to go to the club, nigga. I ain't buying no bottles. Niggas didn't start buying bottles till we got grown, and motherfuckers, had that type of a job, or you was hanging around with the dope boys or something like that. But motherfuckers be spending their whole check in a fucking club just because they want to look like they got some type of motion going. It's like, yeah, I did, nigga. Guess what we about to do? Guess what we about to do, Ryan Mac? You're gonna go right down the street to that goddamn party store and get our own shit. And you bring your back. See, you a smoker too.
Yeah, but look, check this out though. Me, I used to always know the DJ, so they'll bring my bottles in the club before while they packing up their equipment. I even help them pack their equipment up.
Yeah, you kind of like me.
When I get in the club, I got 6 bottles already in the club.
But you like, man, I was the DJ, so you already know behind the table, dog. I'm already rocking, dude.
You know what to do.
I said we going to the party store. We about to go get our shit. And it's going down. Yes, sir.
I don't know it now. I don't already know. I'm gonna make the club look good. You're like, that's what's all right. That's a good idea. Go ahead and do it. I got
Hell yeah.
Everybody like, oh.
Listen, we come to the end, y'all, man. I don't want to keep y'all all day. I could talk to y'all all night, man.
Hell yeah.
I can.
It's time to get violent.
Hell yeah.
Let me get
That's what I'm going
let
to
me
get.
get y'all final words. My nephew I ain't heard him speak in a while. So I'm gonna start with DJ. DJ, what's your final words as far as you know, how to move out here and avoid unwanted pregnancies or whatever else you heard us talk about, whatever stuck out to you, just, you know, leave us with your last word, dog.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Shoot, you know, anybody I know, any nigga I know, you know, I make sure that they know somewhat of what I know. So, you know, not to just give your seed out to any woman, you know, just to not give your seed to a woman because she look good or she her body this and that. So, you know, I tell people things for a reason to make sure, hey, you know, you find yourself, you being genuine and real in yourself. So because you're doing that, you know, that eliminate the bullshit that you will have to go through and deal into this world and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And I just carry that within myself and everybody around me. That, you know, they peep that and they take heed to it. See, people love seeing when you real and confident in yourself and really showing like love to yourself. Like people love seeing that from you for real, and you know that influenced them to do the same thing. But yeah, man, I just, you know, summing up all the game, man. JT was spitting, you know, the other know what else spitting, you know, and Freezer, man, you always spitting, man, keeping it real. I just got one more quote to say, you know what I'm saying, to the youngest with this Riz game and y'all, you know, y'all in this Riz thing going on and talking about you need, man, listen, sexual attraction has no face, status, time, or dollar amount attached to it.
Word. Word.
That's what's up, dog. That's what's up.
No Cap-tivity.
That's why I like DJ. DJ, he's very mature for his age, man. Always good to talk to DJ, man. Always
For
good
sure,
to talk
for
to
sure.
DJ.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go to Ron Matt, man. Ron, what you want to leave us with? What's your final words as far as how to move out here?
Ron Mac, man, let me find out you my goddamn family, folk.
Y'all kind of look alike.
Let
me find out, boy.
But yeah, man, you know, excuse me, I didn't mean to say, we got to just be focused on what's really important. It's going to be times in our life you're going to have to make a choice. So make the right one. It's always the times like a video game. You know, it'd be a moment where you got to choose right or left. You know what I mean? Make sure you choose right every time as much as you can.
And shout out to Ron Matt, man. Hey, Ron Matt leave you with them damn Confucius. I'm talking about they be so short, but they be so precise here. You ain't got no choice but to understand what's going on. Ferg, what you wanna leave us with, Ferg?
First of all, man, I just want to thank the young lady that was on earlier, man, just for, you know, allowing me to, just ask the questions and just being transparent. Because I think a lot of these conversations are good for people who haven't gotten to this space in life yet. So I just want to give a shout out to her. But yeah, man, you know, every man, you know, you just have to be well informed about whatever situation you're going into now. You know, this is an age of information, an age of exposure, and of age of reality. So walk in your reality, you know what I'm saying? See the red flags going into it and understand your capacity of how much you can take. And if it's not for you, man, listen. Just like the Diddy party, when the party moves inside the house, it's time to go. Don't stay around that shit too long. Get your ass out of there. So,
Hey,
you know.
Uncle
Just
Ferg, like
move different,
Denzel,
man.
like Denzel say, son, you gotta leave the party before the devil walks in.
Yeah, you got to, man. So get out before the devil walk in, and you'll be safe, man. So yeah, man. Salute, man. It's always interesting conversation. JT, you take a cold shower tonight, goddammit, and
No
get
captivity.
your old. You know what I'm saying? We gonna be out. Hey, real quick, JT, happy
Yes, sir.
birthday, man. Salute,
Appreciate you.
man. You
Most
know what I'm
definitely,
saying?
man.
Always, man. It's a
Shout
pleasure
out to
with you, man.
JT,
Ron Mac, Freezy, for real, man.
Most definitely.
And my man, I forget his name, but yeah, salute, man. Y'all
DJ.
stay up strong,
Yeah,
man.
Yeah,
DJ, all
DJ.
right, DJ.
yeah, man. Shout out
Youngest.
to Trey
Always.
Ferg,
I'm
man.
glad we had some youngest come up here, man. Most definitely, man.
Oh yeah, for real, for real.
No captivity.
While y'all up here, I'm gonna just do this right quick. We're gonna do the benediction right quick. Come to us from Genesis 2:24. Right here. And everybody done heard this one before, you know. It's familiar, but it's deep at the same time when you break it down in its proper fashion. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. The reason why that scripture is very pertinent is because when you actually have sex with a woman, you actually do whether they want to believe it or not, you do become one flesh. Especially how JT was talking about beating the brakes off. You know, listen, you lose some flesh. You might lose some goddamn flesh, inside or whatever. But you do become one flesh, and I think the best way to do that is in holy matrimony. That's what we want to promote. You know what I'm saying? We want to promote more healthy households and less broken homes, right? That's what we want to promote. And I think that was the biggest message in this conversation. Wouldn't you guys say so?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shout out to the early No Cap crew. Shout out to the late No Cap crew. Shout out to everybody. And shout out to everybody that's willing to share this platform and share this live stream. Thank you. Share this live stream to any one of your social media platforms and become a part of the No Cap campaign. Shout out to everybody that we all gonna go out together, guys. We all gonna go out together. Shout out to everybody that gave tonight, man. Let me see. Shout out to Dr. Frizzle Frost for the $5. Shout out to Kia for the $10. Shout out to Twan for the $10. Shout out to Ron. Shout out to Ron Mack for being one of the sponsors of tonight's show, man. Shout out to Ron for being one of the sponsors of tonight's show. Shout out to Through the Fire podcast. You know we support you through the fire. Shout out to Big Bad Bull for the $5. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. Shout out to MJ for being one of the sponsors of tonight's show. Thank you, MJ. I appreciate you. Shout out to Emperor. Shout out to Emperor for being one of the sponsors. I think Emperor was, if I'm not mistaken, Emperor was the first sponsor of tonight's show. And also shout out to our sister Cassandra. Cassandra for being the sponsor of tonight's show, man. Listen, man.
You know Emperor, man. He from the same neck of woods I am, man. Kojak, yeah, man.
Yeah. That's a cool ass dude, man.
That's my guy. Yeah, that's my dude.
And listen, man, I appreciate y'all. Please, I want to remind y'all please keep your boy in your prayers, man. Please. And just pray that this hurricane shifts and just dies in the ocean. Please, y'all, please pray for us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Cause it's supposed to be headed right straight, like to me, like I'm talking about the eye, dog. And it's a category 5 right now. It just rose to a category 5. So, y'all keep us in y'all prayers, man. And thing about Florida, hurricanes beat Florida up every year. Florida is a peninsula,
Yeah.
That's right next. That's the next thing to an island, a peninsula. You know what I'm saying? So, y'all just keep us in your prayers, man. And listen, this has been a great show, fellas. I love y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you, Tip, for coming up. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, Hot Sauce. And y'all know what I always say: to free yourself, you must heal yourself.
yourself.
And until the next time, We out of here. All right, fellas.
Peace out.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.